Oh, baby. I guess the Warriors stunk so bad we don't get a highlight coming in. One of those clanks. One of those clanks. Oh, man, let the freak out begin. Good morning, everybody. I forgot to turn my lights on in the studio, but it's all good. Oh, baby. Thursday morning. Good morning, everybody out there on YouTube and Twitch. And the text line, Comcast Business text line. Everybody out there on the roadways getting off your graveyard shifts. We got Spadoni in for Nice Guy. Spadoni. Great job, Spadone. Curly. Alan Styles chilling. What's up, Alan? Good job today on the leadoff show, filling in for Langford. And of course, we got Joe Shasky the Butcher. Joe Shasky the Butcher. What's up, Joe?
Are you mad at me?
No, why would I be mad? What are you talking about?
Well, let's start at the top. Number one, you look super fly today. I mean, that is a really cool sweatshirt. If you don't have us on YouTube and Twitch right now, search 957 The Game. Everybody's got YouTube on their phone. Everybody. I don't care if you're an Android or iPhone user. Search it out. Click subscribe. Why you're not subscribing to us, I don't know. We give you all the best stuff. You missed the Bob Myers interview. You missed, what Kerr said at the podium last night. It's all posted on our YouTube page. You also get to listen and see what we're wearing every day. And today, Bonte is wearing what looks like, I would say it's the 49er version of a Neapolitan sweatshirt. It looks honestly fantastic on you.
Yeah,
black with your gold drip chain, a little white with the gold 49ers, and then you got red at the bottom. It is dripped in sauce, but that's not why you're mad at me.
No, I'm number one. Nobody's mad at anything. All I
good.
I feel good. I got 6.5 hours of sleep. I feel great. And by the way, your boy looks fly every day. I mean, let's be real.
Well, that's a given.
Right, Curly? It's a given.
Unless you're that guy from the 925 who was hating on you yesterday. But that's neither here nor there.
I think his name is maybe Adam and Hayward, I want to say. I forget his name. Adam and Hayward said I look like a weatherman. What's
Hi, hater. Yeah. Well, let's get down to the nitty gritty because I do want to get into the Warriors and the clunker yesterday and Steph Curry and where everyone's freaking out right now. And I love how you're laughing at everyone.
Oh yeah.
But let's start here. My boy Cheese sent me a photo yesterday. You know, he knows that you and I both love the movie White Men Can't Jump. And we've talked about it a long time. And you were caping up for Wesley Snipes in the movie. And I was clearly caping up for the white guy, Woody Harrelson in the movie. And so
keep going.
Racially divided. Yes.
Go ahead.
So my boy Cheese is a great artist, and shout out Jason Ramirez out there. He is. He's a really good artist, and he has this real flair for how he draws things. And he goes, I got this picture because people were floating around this image of us on the scooter as Dumb and Dumber, where they photoshopped our faces as the Dumb and Dumber guys riding the scooter all around town. And so he puts out this sweet picture of me as Woody Harrelson dunking on you as Wesley Snipes, straight out of the White Men Can't Jump picture. And it's awesome. And then I put it out into the internet, and I didn't think you were feeling it.
It was cute. It was cute. I mean, it's a nice little cute photo. I'm not gonna lie.
You didn't like that you were getting dunked on. Is that the part?
Well, number one, Wesley Snipes never got dunked on by Woody Harrelson in the movie. So that's incorrect. If we're going to, I strive for accuracy around these parts. I know we don't do that in the media.
You are the journalist.
We don't do that in the media no more. We don't do accuracy. We don't like to be accurate about anything. We just like to throw stuff out there. So number one, it wasn't accurate. Number two, we all know you can't touch the net. So it was like I said, it was a cute photo. It was a cute photo.
I mean,
it was cute.
At least if you're going to come at me.
Here's the one thing though. I knew it was your boy who did it. And I said, that's cute. Let me get the goons, and we got artists too on my side as well. So if we're gonna play that game, this could get real ugly.
First off, I did not tell him what to make or do anything. This was his own inspiration, and I don't know. I didn't know it was going to have me dunking on you. That's number one. I think you're taking it a little too literal. I thought it was just more funny.
I don't even
Number
care.
two. If you're going to say I can't touch the net, I would take it a step further. Your boy can easily touch the net. It's touching foam these days as I approach 40. That's the more difficult task.
I don't even care about the photo. I tweeted. I quote tweeted it. I said, consider the fact that you can't touch the net on a real hoop. This is cute. And I moved on. And all of a sudden, I got to be the angry black guy around here. Oh, you don't like the photo. You're not feeling it. Oh, it's funny. It's ha. It's funny. It's cute. People love the roast. I respect it. Cheese, good job. Good job, Cheese.
See, but Bonte, just like Steph Curry, this is where you need to learn. As you become a superstar, every little slip up that you have, if you don't embrace it at every single turn and give maximum effort every single night, the second you show a little ounce of slippage, the vultures are coming.
What slippage am I showing?
No, I'm just talking about Steph Curry. I'm trying to use it as a transition piece.
Gotcha. Hey,
because I'm a professional.
Ernie Chavez checking in said Woody can't even dunk. So that's why it's like, hey, geez.
Well, yeah, he couldn't dunk.
Geez,
but that's the whole funny part.
Can't dunk. Yeah. Ha, ha, ha.
But Woody was the superior basketball player.
No, he wasn't. Wesley Snipes
Yes, he was. Go back and watch it.
Wesley Snipes. Woody Harrelson could just shoot. Wesley could shoot, dunk, pass, had the flair. He had the swagger. He had way more swagger than Woody. There's no question. And he knew how to hustle harder than Woody Harrelson. So all around, Wesley Snipes was the dude. I mean, he carried Woody. I mean,
put it on the poll, Curly. I want to know Wesley Snipes or Woody Harrelson in a one-on-one. Put it in basketball. Put it on the poll, please.
This is so bad.
I know. I love it. I love that we've started here.
All right.
Now let's get into the meat and potatoes.
Hold on. No, yeah, it's my turn now. It's my turn. You've been talking enough.
What is going on here?
I got a text.
Well, I was inspired by Alex Styles this morning.
Hey, Alex Styles did a great job.
Sounded good.
But I got a text yesterday at about 5:33 p.m. Sitting there in the studio with Bully and D Wright, NBC Sports Bay Area.
Oh, great.
And I get a text from Joe Shasky, folks. That Miss Tweeter Buddy layup was so odd. Steph, man, I'm telling you, something is going on, B. I know I sound ridiculous. And I'm just like, oh, boy, here we go. And
did you tell it to Mullen? Did you tell Mullen?
Oh, yeah, I showed him. And Mullen, that's why Mullen kept saying, morning roast, 888-957-9570. If you're freaking out about Steph Curry or you're concerned about Steph Curry slumping, give us a call. I love to hear why you're freaking out. Seriously, this is great. I want to know why people are freaking out. It's everybody's right to freak out. Just like it's everybody's right to say Garoppolo stinks. It's everybody's right to say Shanahan's a great coach.
People care.
Yeah, they care.
I'm with you.
So,
are you freaking out? Let me start it off. Yeah, let me start us off for the people out there. Do I believe Steph Curry will figure it out and get back to the Steph Curry we all love? Of course. I'm not panic button. It's not situation critical. He's not out of his prime. It's a blip, okay? This is a little tiny lull in the long marathon that is a season, all right? That's number one. But a part of me believes, and I know this sounds crazy, but the analogy that I'm going to use is the way a home run hitter, or actually a great all-around hitter, when they go into the home run derby and they kind of groove their swing to hit home runs, all right? They get into that derby like Bobby Abreu in the second half. It's just a little off. Something's a little off. You built up some tendencies, and I do believe gunning for the record at some point. It's not just the threes. It's not just taking twos. It's not shot selection. He's missing wide open shots. Something mechanically, fundamentally, psychologically, I don't know. Something is just a little off. I don't know what it is. Does he need a day off? Maybe. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe that's what the doctor ordered. Does he need to go play some golf? I don't know. Bonte, I've had this happen in my life where I'm just a little off. My shows aren't as normally good as I normally am. I'm not selling product the way I normally do. And I just need a little time away from my profession, and I'll get back and boom, I'll hit my ground running. I don't know what it is. Something's a little off with Steph Curry. I'm not alarmed. I'm not freaking out. He just needs a day off.
Oh, you're freaking out. That sounds like a freak out. He needs a day off. But first of all, he needs a day off. The Warriors played last Tuesday in Denver. At Chase Center against Denver. They didn't play till Saturday. So Steph Curry had Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off. That's 3 whole days in the middle of a season. Think about that. He had 3 days off before they played in Salt Lake City. Then he plays in Salt Lake City. Has 28 points, 9 assists. Then they play on Monday. Fly back to the Bay Area, play on Monday, and then you play a Wednesday game against the Dallas Mavericks. So this whole thing about, oh man, he needs a day off. He's tired or whatnot. He is literally in his head just missing shots. Now let me tell you something.
He is logging the most amount of minutes since 25 years old.
Hold on. 8 of 41 over the last 2 games, right? 8 of 41, 2 of 19 from the three-point line. So the last 2 games, he has not hit a shot. He's struggled,
it's 2 bad
right?
Games.
It's 2 bad games. The 4 previous games before these last 2, Steph Curry was averaging 33 points a game. He was shooting 45.5% from the floor, which is really good in the NBA. Steph Curry's been astronomical in what he's done and taking it to another level, and he was shooting just under 40% for the three-point line. So he's giving you 33, 4.5 assists and 4 rebounds a game while shooting 90% from the free throw line. So the previous 4 games before the last 2, Steph Curry was Steph Curry. He was Steph Curry. Dropped in a 46-point game against Memphis. Dropped in a 30-point game against Sacramento. He dropped in a 33-point game against Phoenix, although the efficiency wasn't there in that game. And in Utah, he was 28-9. 28-9 against the Utah Jazz. Without Draymond Green, the battery mate who finds him all over the floor. So, you know what, man? I can't subscribe to the fact that something's wrong with Stephen Curry. He needs a day off. He's in a slump. He's in a slump. The best players in the league go through slumps.
Well, that's all I was saying. Yeah, that's all I was saying. He does lead the, his most personal minutes since he was 25 years old. It's a lot of minutes for a guard. At some point, his rotation has been tinkered with throughout this year. He used to play the whole first quarter. Now he's in and out when it comes to the first quarter and starting fourth quarter. So there is some new stuff. I would just say, look at the game last night, and especially in the fourth quarter, and even early in the game. Some of the shots, he's just like, it's a little hesitation. It's a little thought, that tweener bucket. The shot where he thought he got fouled and he just threw it up and turned around and started yelling. The throwaway on the final possession where he's trying to kick it back out for a three-pointer. Dude, just take the layup. I don't know what is he overthinking?
Here's the deal.
Who knows? It's not the end of the world, but there is a little something going on right now.
What is going on? Mechanics, maybe? Just a little flaw in the mechanics?
It's just a little. When I watch his masterclass videos, and I'm not trying to get too deep here, but he did say when he misses left and right, it's a mechanical issue.
Right.
When he misses short and long, it's a fatigue issue. I don't even know where he had 6 in and out shots last night. I counted. I went back and looked. 6 in and out shots. Is that mechanics? Is that fundamentals? Is that just bad luck?
It sounds like it's just bad luck. If there's 6 in and out shots,
file it.
I mean, come on, man. They're 29-8. Tied atop the Western Conference.
Oh, dude, it's
tied
just
atop
a bad
the Western
game.
Conference. Now, I'm looking at the others. The others here.
Am I alone?
No, you're not alone. Which is why I want to hear from people. 888-957-9570. Steph Curry now needs a vacation. He now needs a vacation.
I just think 36 holes. I just think 36 holes. Go fly up to Bandon. Go play 36 with Darrell Wright and maybe me. And let's do this.
You're not playing to that. You won't be. Yeah. You won't be close. Security will grab you before you get into the gates and throw you out. Look, 36 holes. Doesn't golf like? Don't you have to use your legs and golf in your hips?
Sometimes you need therapeutic walk away where you're not doing your normal profession. Yes, there's a physical exertion, but there's a mental relaxation. You don't know about the serenity.
Look, I need a mental relaxation for talking about this. People are freaking out. You know what I need to do? I just need to drive down the highway. Just drive down Highway 1, go look at the ocean, listen to the waves. Because the waves for me is therapeutic. When people are out here, I'm getting all kinds of, man, is Steph Curry past his prime? Is Steph Curry tired? Is Steph Curry thinking about this? Is Steph Curry thinking about that? Is Steph Curry, are we kidding? Seriously.
Well, Vontae.
Just in the preview, think about this, Shasky.
Okay,
just in the last 2 games. Before he goes 8 for 41 and 2 for 19 from the three-point line, the guy was literally throwing up 33, 5, and 4. Literally 33, 5, and 4 in the previous 4 games. And all of a sudden it's like,
Jackals?
the three-point chase record. Now that did have he did have an issue with that. He was thinking about that. And I'm not surprised. It's a record he's wanted. You're chasing the record. We've been talking about it for a year. Okay, that's fine.
And we're past it.
It's past it. When Klay Thompson gets back and Jordan Poole gets back, you got to think all these guys have been in and out of the lineup and whatnot. And look, the minutes are up a little bit, no doubt, but the minutes are going to be up. The minutes will be up because who's not there? Klay Thompson, James Wiseman, Iguodala's been in and out. Otto Porter doesn't play back-to-backs. You don't trust Chioza. Gary Payton II's not a true point guard. He's playing down in a dunker. Jordan Poole held to safety protocols. He's out for 10 days. Andrew Wiggins held to safety protocols.
Yes.
He's out for 4 games.
There's context.
You got Draymond missing, so I just want to hear from Dub Nation. I don't know who even this concept that. Okay, he's struggling. The other teams get paid. Like, do people realize the other teams know that public enemy number one when they walk into the gym is number 30? So why would you gear your entire defense to shut down number 30? Because number 30 is the system. Number 30 is the thing that makes things go. So these other teams finally wisened up saying, you know what, we need to throw a bigger guy on him. We need to be athletic, have athletic bigs on him. We need to double him every time. We need relocates. We need to be physical and bump him. That's all. It's just going to be a minor adjustment, and Steph will be cooking guys next week. And it's going to happen, and this will be laughable. Like, I honestly, honest to God, 888-957-9570. Again, everybody is entitled to their opinion. I'm not here to slam on anybody for saying Steph Curry's struggling. But I want to hear from people who are really concerned about Steph Curry, because I'm not. I'm not worried about him at all. I'll worry in the Western Conference Finals.
Time out. I'm not worried. I'm assessing what's going on right now. I'm assessing what's going on right now. Now, Joe Spadoni is on the board today because Stephen Langford's out. God bless you, Stephen. You know I love you. I want you to dial up drought season. Selsky, be legit, San Quinn. There is a little drought season right now. That doesn't mean that water can't come. That doesn't mean that water can't come and Noah can't bring the ark and we can flood these streets with water once Klay comes back. But right now it's a drought season. We know this. This happens every now and then. Look at what's happened in California. You know, we went through a severe drought. A couple weeks later, after big-time rain gets dropped, boom, no more drought season.
Keep it real. You're a little concerned. You text me 3 times this week about Steph Curry.
I am a little concerned. A little. But do I think he'll right the ship? Yes, I do. I believe that we'll get back in the ark, and we'll be going 2x2s, Moses, and we'll be good to go. Actually, Noah, and we'll be good to go.
Alan Styles on the pregame show. I loved it. First 5 minutes, Alan Styles was like, I'm not worried about Stephen Curry. Is that even a thing? And I was like, oh, thank the heavens. New guy, rookie of the year, Alan Styles already. First show from 5 to 6, solo dolo on the pregame show, filling in for Langford. And he's like, I'm not worried about him. I'm looking at Lily. He goes, come on, are we really worried about him? Can
you tell Mully this? Wow. Can you tell Mully this? 1 hour is not 3 hours. I'm a CC, content creator. So you got to be worried about something at all times.
No,
Otherwise, you don't have a show.
You sound like Guru. You sound like Guru.
You talking about the other team. Dear God, Luka Doncic is so talented and so annoying to watch. He's so good. He's so good. I can't watch him. Bonte, the guy constantly is complaining to other teammates, to the opposing team, to the official. The guy initiates contact all over the field. He's out of shape. He's bumping into people. He is a foul hunter. Just play basketball and shut up. I cannot stand watching Luka Doncic.
Sounds like Draymond sometimes. Draymond was not happy yesterday.
I will admit, if Draymond was not a Warrior, he'd be on my list of people that I don't really care for. Believe me, I fully admit that. One of those guys, you love him when he's on your team, you hate him when he's on the other team. But Bonte, Luka Doncic in the complaining, he doesn't shut up.
No, he doesn't shut up. By the way, the Comcast Business Text Line, is always open at 888-957-9570. And there's a lot of texts coming in this morning. There's a lot of texts coming in.
I'm a lunatic.
650. I'm not worried in the long run, but he definitely doesn't look like himself now. All right, let's go to Robin in the city.
That's a measured take.
Robin in the city, set the tone today.
That's a measured take.
Set the tone today, Robin. Robin, good morning.
Hi, Robin.
Hi. Good morning, you guys. And this is not directed at anyone. I called in last night, and there was some guy that was filling in for Coach. I don't know, but it wasn't at him. It's like, don't you just get tired of the hood doctors psychoanalyzing what could be wrong with Curry? You had fans. His parents are getting a divorce.
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there.
Oh, my God, the hood. But anyway, this is why I called in, because I remembered it, but I just couldn't remember the year, and I found it. I want you guys to listen to this. Do you remember when Klay and Steph both were in a shooting slump? And it was back in 2019. And listen to this. It says that it's Saturday's 126-121, Game 3 loss. Curry and Thompson combined to miss 26 of 39 shots in the final minutes. Curry is now 1 of 4 on dunks this season. Curry blowing an uncontested layout and dunk. My point is, this has happened before, and it's happened in a long stretch, and it happened to the backcourt because they had memes and everything. I also think that Curry is fatigued. Didn't the season start
agree.
early? I mean, and he's not any younger. That's my whole doctor diagnosis there. But the fact is, this has happened before. Peace out. I love you guys both. Stop worrying.
Good call, Robin. I know. Full disclosure, he's gonna be fine. He's gonna get back to normal. But like, we have to assess what's truly going. Like right now, he's just a little off.
Struggling.
That's all.
He's struggling.
It's just a little off.
But I'm here to tell people not to freak out. And what people are doing, they're freaking out. People are legit freaking out about Stephen Curry
because we care about this guy. He's the greatest Bay Area athlete of all time.
They're 29-8. We saw Bond slump. Bond slump before, folks.
Saw Montana slump.
Earth the people. Bond slump before. T.O. dropped passes. Steve Young couldn't win playoff games for a long time. Couldn't win big playoff games.
You know what the line is, Bonte?
What's the line?
You know, T.O., he dropped a lot of passes, but you know what? The one thing he caught was a flight to Honolulu.
Yeah, that goes to the Pro Bowl. That was a classic.
One of the great lines in the sideline history.
That was a classic line. All right, coming up here, we'll talk more about Steph Curry.
Buster Posey's a great. I mean, we're out here praising the career of Buster Posey. How many slumps did Buster go through?
Antonio Daniels, 7:40. Jim Barnett, 8 o'clock. And we'll hear from JB. I want to hear from JB because he will know all about the shot mechanics of Stephen Curry. 888-957-9570. What people need to be freaking out about are the San Francisco 49ers. Because let me tell you, they don't make the playoffs. You may not want to listen to the show on Monday.
Hypotheticals.
Wait, time out.
If they don't make the playoffs, you may not want to hear from me on Monday, folks. All you Shanahan truthers. And I got something for you coming up on the other side.
Trying to have his cake and eat it too. 6:25 in the morning.
You Shanahan truthers. He's been a C- head coach this season. Better get to the playoffs. That's what's coming up. That's what's coming up on the Cave, brought to you by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables. Harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they are perfecting their art of fresh. We're coming back here on The Roast.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? The San Antonio Spurs are known for their slow, plodding offense. But did you know San Antonio is 8-1-1 to the over in the first quarter in their last 10? They're hitting the blocks fast. Top 10 in the league in steals, 6th in the league at fast break points per game, and they don't shoot a lot of threes. So
savage. Big bank is what we be about. We make hits. And that's all I can say there. 17 reasons. Drought season. Steph Curry's in a drought. There's no doubt about it. Last 2 games, 8 of 41 from the floor to a 19 from the three-point line. But the Warriors are still 29-8. Are you freaking out there, folks? You concerned long-term about Stephen Curry? Something off to you? Previous 4 games. Let me just say this before we go back out to the lines and can get back to you, Shasky.
Yeah.
Before the last 2 games, Curry's shooting 45.5% from the field, which is not the norm for him. I get it. He's a damn near 50, 40, 90 guy. All right? But he was shooting 39.3% from the three-point line, which a lot of NBA players will take. Ask Trae Young. Ask Luka Doncic, who shoots 32% from the three-point line while attempting 8 threes a game. And he's shooting 89.7% from the free throw line in those previous 4 games before the last 2 clunkers. It's giving you 33 points, 4.5 assists, 3.5 rebounds. Are we really that worried? He had 2 clunkers. He'll be all right. But if you're worried out there, let me know. And by the way, we're giving away tickets to Sunday's game. We're giving away tickets. We told you yesterday.
Wait.
We're giving away
this
tickets.
Sunday?
This Sunday.
Against the Cavs?
Against the Cavs. We told everybody
yesterday. The potential
yesterday.
Klay Thompson return?
Dude, we just took the tickets off the boss's desk. I don't care. They were just sitting there. I said, you know what?
Money like that.
I said, you know what? We need to get this to a roaster. These roasters deserve to be at Chase Center. So when you hear this sounder,
ridiculous,
at around 8:25, you want to call 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-GAME. That's at 8:25, Shasky.
No, we might do it at 8:15. Don't say 8:20. We might do it at 8:15. It might be 8:25. I don't know.
8:20.
We want to keep them guessing.
8:20.
There you go.
But
By the way, this
be
segment is presented by
long.
Golden State. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And by the way, I was taking my dogs out to go to the potty last night on my beautiful Golden State Lumber patio in my backyard. And I was just thinking about Steph Curry. And I'm saying, look, man, it's a long season. There's ups and downs. Like I told you, look at the state of California. Look at the weather report over the last couple of months. It was a drought season at one point. And then we had, crazy biblical rains for like 3 weeks, and now we're good. So I have a feeling biblical rains will come from three-point land for Steph Curry at some point. But right now, we are in the middle of a 2-game #drought season, Selsky.
2 games. Whew. 2 games. Struggle for 2 games. Let the freak out begin. Let's go to Mike in Pleasant Hill. Mike in Pleasant Hill, what's happening?
Hey, morning, fellas. Love your show. Just quick shout-out. I think that was Robin on the last call.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, absolutely amazing perspectives. I've heard her so many times. Anyway, I'm not worried at all. I mean, it's just a couple of games. It's a long...
Exactly.
I think he needs a couple extra days of rest here and there, but it's like, come on, man. They're getting Klay back. They're going to get Wiseman back. One thing I want to point on quickly, I'm so sick of him being grabbed and held... And knocked. I'm never going to understand why he doesn't get the calls. Like he's got like bleed marks and cuts on his arms, and I don't think that's worrying him down that much because he's built for it. He put on muscle. But I'm so sick of the inconsistencies. If you're going to give LeBron, especially Luka, who just drives me crazy,
thank you,
ticky-tack calls, but you're not giving the 2-time MVP the respect he deserves, and I am so sick of this. But
let me take it a step further. That's a good call. Let me take it a step further. Bonte, I do believe it just yesterday's game alone, him getting grabbed, held, clutched after all the shots were going in and out, it did wear on him a little. I think he got frustrated. He turned to the referees, and he's like, dude, the guy kept slapping me around the hip when he was driving a couple times. You do start to see that wear on him. Again, it's a couple games. I'm not in full situation critical mode yet, but he's just in the middle of a little funk.
Sounds like it.
But this is the calming before the storm. This is the calming before the storm. You know that?
I'm not the one freaking out here. All I know is going to be all right. They're the top team in the Western Conference. Everything's going to be all right. I'm not flinching.
Thank you, Bob Marley.
Why are we flinching out here, man? What are we doing? 5-1, a lot of texts coming in. Comcast business text line. Our boys.
Yeah, what are they saying?
A lot of people are saying Steph Curry's still winning the MVP. That's for the 4-2-4. 3-2-3. Steph Curry about to explode, coming off this mini slump at Chase. Got a couple Raider texts. 209 Raiders Raiders with a big game Sunday night. What's up, Raider fans? What up, Raiders? Little Raiders. That's all. Little Raiders love. All right, I'm going to give you some love. Go beat the Chargers on Sunday. especially after they talk that trash. Especially after they talk that trash. No, seriously. Real quick about the Raiders. They've gone through a lot. They've gone through a lot.
You think?
Yeah, and the fact they're in this position, kudos to the Raiders.
Hey,
kudos.
Look at. Derek Carr is someone who we do the full range of emotions on. Right, we go all the way around the circle on the sundial, if you will. And Joe Spadoni, who's on the board, Stephen Langford, who's normally on the board, big time Raider fans. I don't know how they're feeling about Derek Carr, but I would say this: given all the stuff this guy's been throughout his entire career. It's honest to God. It's a testament to him as a person. Forget whether he's an elite quarterback or not. Just as a grinder and as a human being, he's about as high level as you can get. And the guy shows up through all the dysfunction for years. They didn't even have a home for years. They have how many different coaches, how many different offensive coordinators. The coach gets booted this year. You lose your top wide receiver. I mean, I don't know. I have a lot of respect for the guy. I still don't know whether he's elite or not, but I have a lot of respect for just the way he conducts himself.
Spadoni, how you feeling? How you feeling, Spadone?
It's the biggest start of Derek Carr's career, right?
Ooh, damn.
This is it.
Till the next one.
If he wins this game, he's getting that contract extension. If he loses this game and they don't make the playoffs, I can see them moving on.
Bye-bye?
I can see Cleveland. I can see Cleveland making a move for Derek Carr.
I don't see Derek Carr going to Cleveland. I just don't see him going to Cleveland. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know what's going to happen. Ooh,
New Orleans is a good one. That's a really good call.
Sean Payton?
Spadoni.
Damn, Spadoni. Damn. So who would that make the Raiders?
Sean Payton?
Would that make Aaron Rodgers?
We're getting Russ. Come on.
We're getting Russell Wilson.
And Jim Harbaugh, baby. Oh, you like that? You like that dynamic duo?
Wow.
I don't think Niner fans will like that one. Back to the Niners.
Did you see the report? We're here with Jim Harbaugh. Did you see the report yesterday about the Jacksonville Jaguars and Trent Baalke because of all the pressure from potential candidates who don't want to be anywhere near Trent Baalke? Do you think, because we keep seeing Harbaugh linked to obviously the Raiders, the Bears, other teams, we haven't heard him linked to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Do you think Harbaugh is in on the Jaguars? Because there's no way in hell he'd ever want to work with Baalke again.
You got to Google it.
I mean, they would have to fire Baalke, right? They would have to fire Baalke. There's no way in heck he's working with Baalke again. So, I mean, maybe the Jaguars are in our Harbaugh and saying, you know what, we got to fire Baalke. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on with Jim Harbaugh.
I want him back in the NFL.
Yeah, I do. And you know what else I want, Shasky? I want the 49ers to go to the playoffs. I want the 49ers to go to the playoffs.
Playoffs?
Because like I said, if they don't make the playoffs, how can you look at this season and say, you know what? This was successful. You know what it would be? You know, like all the Warrior fans last year, not every Warrior fan, but there was a lot of Warrior fans who said, oh my gosh, they wasted a season of Steph's prime. Oh, you play like an MVP and they wasted a season. Well, I'm here to tell you, if they don't make the playoffs, you wasted a great year from Deebo Samuel. You wasted a great year from Nick Bosa, whose knee held up. You wasted a great year from Jimmy Ward. You wasted a great year from DJ Jones. You wasted a great year from Elijah Mitchell. Lord help the 49ers, and Lord help me if they don't make the playoffs and win that game on Sunday.
So I want to make sure that I'm understanding how we're doing the measurements. Let's talk about this on the other side because there's degrees to success, and I don't define success like you. There's not one successful NFL season.
So playoffs, if they don't make the playoffs, that won't deter you from saying, "Hey, you know what?
No. We'll discuss it.
Shanahan, you love you some Shanahan, Shasky.
I do.
He's been a C- coach this year. He's been a C- coach.
The
to
record
elevate
is not
that
C-.
grade. Huh? What's that?
The record is not C-. C- would be an 8-9 season.
9-7 if it was a 16 game.
9-8.
All right. 16. Not good. Not good at all. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. We like average around here. That's average, folks. Shanahan's been average.
When will the Splash Brothers be reunited?
Curry, quick release, splash! Steph Curry from the left sideline.
Free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Allstate, where you can save just by being you. DriveWise in the Allstate mobile app gives you personalized driving feedback, and by adding it to your policy, you can save for driving safe just by being yourself. Allstate. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click, call, or visit allstate.com to save today.
Not available in every state. Savings based on DriveWise and other safe driving discounts. Savings vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Creamy nut butter makes it delightfully sweet. Roasted nuts make it perfectly salty. Get two great tastes in one delicious bar. Enjoy a Nature Valley sweet and salty nut bar today.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
On the Comcast business text line, Alex from Hayward is back, Shasky. Bonte, you made me proud. You went from Mr. Rogers to Steve Harvey in one take. You looked sharp for Dubs last night, my brother. Even though your Dubs fell short, you were the game highlight. Your treads were sharp. Welcome back. Now, as far as Shasky, his dad and that other 925 texter, please urge them to do the right thing and turn themselves into the fashion police. Peace out. That is Alex from Hayward. I got to find out who Alex from Hayward is. He's getting a little too much run on the show. Hey, he's part of the Morning Roast now. It's part of the Morning Roast. You can text every day.
Roaster.
I love it. I love it, Alex. I love it. Comcast business text line on fire this morning.
I love it.
Don't forget, we're giving away some tickets. Tickets. Who wants tickets? Who wants tickets? 8:15, you want to be tuned in. Matter of fact, you want to be tuned in all day long because we're about to get into the Niners. And I want to hear from Niner fans. 888-957-9570. We're giving away tickets to Sunday's game. Klay may or may not play. But don't you want to be in the building? This is the last home game before they go back out on the road. They're playing 14 of 19 on the road in January. Get some tickets. We're going to give away some tickets because we took them right off the boss desk, Shasky.
All right, so you were asking me about success for this year, okay? And I think that when we talk about success, in this division, the two gold standard guys up until this year were what? Pete Carroll with Russ and Sean McVay, whether it was with Jared Goff or now with Matt Stafford. Wouldn't you agree?
What was that? What was that? Spadonius in my ear. What was that?
It's okay. The gold standard in terms of coaching in this division the last couple of years since Shanahan has entered it has been Pete Carroll, obviously paired up with Russ, and has been Sean McVay, whether he was paired up with Jared Goff or with Matt Stafford.
I would
for
say
the most
Pete.
part.
I would say Pete and Russ.
Okay.
Pete and Russ. But yeah, I hear. Where are you going here?
Well, so what I'm going at is that, like, when I look at just Kyle Shanahan as a whole and I look at his record, because we always talk about winning seasons and you know, Shanahan doesn't have any winning seasons and what's going on here. And I'm like, well, man, context matters. Why is McVay keep getting his team to the playoffs and why are they so much better than the 49ers? Well, let's pump the brakes here. When McVay took over the Rams, they were just farther along than where the Niners were. The Niners were coming off, just hear me out. The Niners were coming off that when they acquired Jimmy Garoppolo in 2017. Just so people remember where we were, they were 0-9. 0-9. Do you know what the Rams were that year, Bonte? When the Niners acquired Jimmy Garoppolo. Do you know what their record was?
They were in first place.
7-2.
Yeah,
okay,
but
that's what they were dealing with. So one guy was at the bottom of the division. The other guy took over a roster that was significant. Now McVay gets credit for getting them to 7-2. I'm not taking credit away from him.
No. I know you're not, but you're missing something here. McVay took over as a first-year head coach, and the Rams had the worst offense in the league. The worst offense in the league. In the league. They couldn't score.
But they also had two premier Pro Bowl type players in Todd Gurley and in Aaron Donald. People forget Todd Gurley was damn near MVP back-to-back years until his knee got shredded.
They had Todd Gurley,
I think we've forgotten about him.
But he discovers Cooper Kupp.
No doubt.
Discovered
he gets
Cooper
credit.
Kupp.
I'm not taking credit away from him. I'm saying that there was more in the cupboard.
He turned Jared Goff, who we know now is a very average quarterback. He made Jared Goff look like damn near an MVP. So I'm not going to buy that one. They had the worst offense in the league the year before. McVay flipped that thing in a heartbeat. Flipped it right away.
He gets credit for that, Bonte. He gets credit for that. But you're naming personnel that the 49ers just didn't have at that point. They just didn't have it. They didn't have that personnel offensively. I mean, Jeremy Curley was your leading receiver in 2016 before Kyle Shanahan got in here. Jeremy Curley, okay? Like, let's remember where this team was. Let's remember who these wideouts were. That's why they paid Pierre Garçon a ton of money, because they had nothing. So if I take away, and I know you don't want to do this, but if I take away the first 9 games of Shanahan, he's 38-33 since then. Since acquiring Jimmy Garoppolo, he's 38-33. Would I like that to be better? Absolutely. But in 2018, he didn't have Jimmy G for almost the whole year.
You know
and
what?
in 2020, he lost Jimmy G for half the year.
What's his record without Jimmy G? Break that down.
Not good.
Break that down.
Good.
Can you accumulate those numbers? Because he hasn't been good without Jimmy G. And
no
Jimmy
doubt.
G has been the scapegoat over the last 2 years by everybody. Well, yours truly. I've blamed Jimmy Garoppolo for a lot of reasons. But my whole deal with Kyle Shanahan, it goes back to Super Bowl 54. I cannot unsee it. Super Bowl 54. You can laugh all you want to, Shasky. I've never seen a fan base say, before the first half was over, he didn't call timeout because we didn't want to give Mahomes the ball back. We didn't want him to score. Number one, your defense was the top in the league. You were stifling the Chiefs in that first half. You held them to 10 points. And you had 3 timeouts with a minute and 52 seconds left. Well, you could have done the classic double up. I just saw Shanahan call a timeout last week with 38 seconds left. 38 seconds left. He lets 40-plus seconds roll off the clock. Okay, you don't trust Garoppolo? Move on from him. Move on from him. This Shanahan thing that his record is 38 and 33, if you take away those 9, you can't do that. You can't do that.
I'm doing it for this exercise because context matters, and I'm trying to
context does matter. Context does matter. Without Jimmy Garoppolo, Shanahan has been a very poor coach. Very poor coach.
I'm not arguing that. Quarterback matters. Look around the divisions. Look at all the divisions outside of Tannehill leading the AFC. All the other guys that are leading the divisions are pretty damn good quarterbacks. I mean, that's kind of what it is. It's the best quarterback in that division or the second best quarterback in that division. Quarterbacks do matter.
Where are we getting to?
So where I'm going at with this is that I'm looking at this year. I'm looking at this year. This year alone in the NFC West, Kyler Murray's been better than the 49er quarterback situation. All right? He just has. He has. All right? Matt Stafford has probably been the best quarterback top to bottom in this division. All right? And Russell Wilson, when he's been on the field, has been better than what the 49ers have. And he's had a down year. All right?
Shasky,
so the Niners operating with the 4th best quarterback in the division right now, whether it's Trey or Jimmy Garoppolo, they've got 9 wins. And they have an opportunity to punch a playoff ticket.
I'll give you that. Shanahan has been the 3rd best coach in the division. He's been the 3rd best coach in the division. Last year, he was the worst coach in the division. The year before, he was the best coach in the division. I'll give him that. But in his tenure as 49ers head coach, he's been the 3rd best coach at best in the division. 3rd best. So we can talk about the quarterback till we're blue in the face. We can say, Jimmy Garoppolo's inferior to Russell Wilson and Kyler Murray and whoever's down in L.A., Jared Goff or Matt Stafford. Let's be real about Shanahan. He's been the 3rd best coach in the division this year. He's been mediocre at best. Special teams been awful. Special teams been awful. The whole Brandon Ayuk situation been awful. You can't win without Jimmy G in the first place. All right, so that's one thing. You're supposed to be an offensive genius. You can't win a couple games without Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, that was his doing. He drafted T.J. Beathard in the 3rd round. He had Nick Mullins on his roster. Shanahan. So Shanahan has been the 3rd best coach. Let's not just look at the quarterback situation. It's also coaching too. He gets hailed as one of the most innovative offensive minds in the game. And yet he's been the 3rd best coach in the division this year, Shasky. We can't deny that.
Look, Cliff's had a great year. Let's see how they finish. Let's see how the 49ers finish. They could end up tied with the same record when the season's all said and done. Although they'll have the tiebreaker because they beat the 49ers twice. Cliff's done a great job this year. This is Cliff's best year of coaching. There's no doubt about it. And McVay, because he's got his guy for the now, they've been better. They've been superior. Been good. But the Niners have beaten McVay 5 times in a row now.
But McVay's
5 times in a row.
McVay's missed the playoffs 1 time. And that year they missed the playoffs, they were 9-7. 9-7.
He's been awesome. But let me make an argument.
And Arizona has 11 wins, Shasky, so they can't tie.
Oh, I thought they had 10. I apologize. I thought they had 10. I was 1 game off. But here's the thing with Shanahan that I think he actually has had a pretty good year. There's been instability at quarterback at best. I think even the biggest Jimmy G supporters would say it's been a little rocky. He's had great weeks. He's had bad weeks. I mean, this team lost 5 in a row and won 5. Lost 4 out of 5 and won 4 out of 5 in the same season. It's kind of been a wild season. He's gotten the best out of Deebo Samuel. At times, over the last 6 weeks, it feels like he's gotten the best out of Brandon Ayuk.
Wow.
It feels like he's gotten the best out of George Kittle this year, the best out of Trent Williams. Tom Condon, did anybody think that he would fill in for Mike McGlinchey as good, if not better, depending on how you're doing the metrics, whether it's PFF or the eyeballs? Like Tom Condon? Are you kidding me? Playing great at right tackle? He doesn't get credit for those guys? Elijah Mitchell having the greatest running back rookie year for a 49er ever?
Bobby Turner, running back coach, has been there with the Shanahan
he gets credit
forever.
Too? That's his staff.
That's the guy who found Elijah Mitchell. Let's be real. He found Elijah Mitchell. He's coaching up Elijah Mitchell.
Well, that's an extension of his staff.
But Bobby Turner's been the running back coach for years. He found Elijah Mitchell.
DeMeco Ryans is one of the great young coordinators right now. He showed tremendous growth this year. They've had no defensive line. The guys they paid the most money to this year, Kinlaw, D Ford, really those guys have not been available. They've been missing Alshire. They missed what's his face, Fred Warner for a couple of weeks. They missed Greenlaw for almost the whole year. They've done good things.
All I know is Shanahan's record with the 49ers. 0-6 with Brian Hoyer, 2-10 with C.J. Beathard, 5-11 with Nick Mullins, 5-11 with Nick Mullins, 32-15 with Jimmy Garoppolo, and yet he doesn't want Jimmy Garoppolo. So 888-957-9570.
But he's got his quarterback of the future.
How are we going to react Sunday or Monday if the 49ers lose to the LA Rams? If the 49ers don't make the playoffs, 49er fans, how would you look at the season? How would you deem this? How would you define this season? Would you say it's a success? Would you say it's a disappointment? Would you say, you know what, there's hope for the future? How will you look at the season as a whole? As a whole. How would you break this down? Because right now they're 9-7. 9-7. Playing the Rams on Sunday with most likely Trey Lance at quarterback.
Since Jeff Garcia, they've been to the playoffs 4 times. I mean, that's just the reality. Since Jeff Garcia, there are people in our studio right now running our board who don't even remember what Jeff Garcia looked like because they were too young. They were too little, right? Like, I get that. There are Niner fans out there, 4 playoffs. I'm not diminishing playoffs. I want to make the playoffs, Ponte. If they don't make the playoffs, there's a part of me that will say, yeah, it feels very unsuccessful. You didn't really develop Trey Lance enough in season, and Jimmy Garoppolo and the rest of the team, not just him, didn't get to the playoffs, which is one of the goals. I'll be extremely disappointed, but I'll still be optimistic for the future because they got weaponry, and I do think they have the quarterback of the future. But I'll be heartbroken, Bonte. I was heartbroken when the Warriors didn't make the playoffs last year.
So you know what that means?
That broke my heart.
So anybody, 888-957-9570. If the Niners don't make the playoffs, that means since Shanahan's been here in 5 years, he's made the playoffs 1 time. 5 years, 1 playoff appearance.
And then expanded the playoffs.
5 years, 1 playoff appearance. How's that going to sit with folks? I wonder. To me, that's not good enough. To me, that's just not good enough. And when you look at the games this season, and the games that they've blown,
woulda, coulda, shouldas.
The Green Bay game, poor clock management. That's on
you slept through the first half.
You don't score the first half. Basically, until Trey bails you out on 4th down. All right, you keep 37 seconds left on the clock for Aaron Rodgers. How's that happen? How's the coach not in the year? Jimmy Garoppolo. Hey, hold on. Shanahan, what's up? The game plan against Arizona the first and second time. Team's not even ready to play against Colt McCoy. You get blown out by Colt McCoy at the house. Who's that on? Who is that on?
They weren't ready. Monte, that performance, there's no excuse. They were not ready. And that, to me, goes to the coach. I will admit to you there.
The Seattle game in Seattle. You give up a 73-yard untouched punt fake. I've never seen that. And then the 4-play sequence at the end of the game. Now, Garoppolo had his faults in that game. He was not good in that game.
That was a team-wide loss.
It was not, but the coach doesn't have these guys ready.
Teams win and lose.
Shanahan had these boys ready against Tennessee. The quarterback played like crap. Garoppolo. That was all on Garoppolo. But, man, Shanahan, boy, 3rd best coach in the NFC West. 3rd best. Third best.
Cliff's having a career year this year. I mean, he's doing better in the NFC West this year than he had at any stop in his head coaching career at any time. So, he's having a great year. He's looking for the extension this year. We'll see how it ends up for them at the end of the year.
Shaska, you know what, man? I'm just tired.
But I'll give it to you. He's been awesome this year.
Look, I want to give Shanahan his flowers. Trust me. I want to give him his flowers. I really do. I want to go to the playoffs, too. I want to see the Niners in a postseason game. But 1 playoff appearance in 5 years? If they lose on Sunday and the Saints beat the Falcons? How's that sitting with folks? That's not good
Does
enough.
It depend? Does it matter who's the quarterback?
Dude, he's a top 20.
Does it matter who's the quarterback Sunday before you make that assessment? I'm curious.
No, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter.
So there's no more Jimmy excuses. Or Trey.
Okay, I can't do the excuse business no more. I can't do. We've given Shanahan excuses forever. We just gave him excuses for his first year. He lost his first 9 games, but he didn't have his guys.
McVay goes on an expansion team.
McVay goes on to L.A. They have the worst offense in the league, and they go from 30 to 1. Boom, boom, with Jared Goff, and they're in the playoffs, winning divisions. I mean, those are just the facts. I'm just saying, he don't make the playoffs in 4 or 5 years. How's that going to sit with folks on Monday? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. I want to give Shanahan his flowers, but when you're paid as one of the top 15 coaches, and not just the NFL, it's the NBA and Major League Baseball. This guy's one of the most lucrative coaches out there. I need more. For special teams. Top 12 in sports. And we're talking about, well, you know what? If they lose on Sunday, well, you got Trey, and I'm optimistic about the future. What?
No.
Top 12.
I said
no.
It won't be a successful season, and I'll be really disappointed. Right. But I still have that's the part where I'm really conflicted because Bonte, I have been dying for weaponry on offense like this for years. For years, you've got a superstar tight end. You got 2 sick receivers. I mean, I really love these 2 receivers. I feel like they got the right young running back finally in Shanahan's system. This looks like a gem. This looks like our version of a Terrell Davis for our particular team. He's not as big or whatever, but we'll see. I love what I see from Trey. It's a small sample size. Got a long way to go. I love what I've seen from Trent Williams, the guy you coaxed out of retirement. He looks like one of the best players in football. And I love the young defensive pillars that I have in Warner. I like Ambry Thomas, but I love Nick Bosa. I like the pieces that they have. There is stuff to be encouraged. There's no doubt it will be unsuccessful on some level, but I'll still be optimistic because I'm a lunatic.
When you think of the way the season is gone, and you are a lunatic. I get it. I know, and I'm loony too. I'm insane in the brain too. But I'm just looking at the way the season's played out. Looking at the way the season's played out from the first day of training camp on how the quarterback situation was played out, to the Brandon Ayuk situation, to the special teams, to the clock management, to the quarterback situation again. Man, here we are, 9-7. With a game on the line to go to the playoffs. Now, if you would have asked me before the season, Shasky, hey, you got to beat the Rams on Sunday in the last game of the season to go to the playoffs, would I have taken that? Probably. I would have taken that. But, boy, I'm not going to take not missing the playoffs. I think in order for this season to be deemed successful, you got to win on Sunday. Even if they make the playoffs by backdooring with the Falcons beating the Saints, to me, that's not good enough. You backdoored your way into the playoffs. You're 9-8 going into the playoffs. You're basically 500. You're game over 500. That's mediocre. That's mediocre in a down conference. I'm just looking at the facts, though, folks. 888-957-9570. Shanahan, 0-6 with Brian Hoyer at quarterback, 2-10 with C.J. Beathard, 5-11 with Nick Mullins. Now, everybody's going to say, those quarterbacks stink, and I agree with that. But Shanahan picked those guys. Shanahan signed Brian Hoyer and decided, hey, I'm going to pass up on Deshaun Watson and draft C.J. Beathard in the 3rd round. Shanahan's the one who, oh my gosh, midseason, we're 0-9. We need a quarterback already. We need a quarterback. Nick Mullins was here, and people thought Nick Mullins was better than Jimmy Garoppolo at one point in time. That's not a good record. His best record's with Jimmy Garoppolo, and yet we use Jimmy Garoppolo as a scapegoat. I'm sorry.
It's not just a scapegoat. I think you're diminishing the importance of having one of the elite quarterbacks. Look around all the divisions in football. Josh Allen is leading the AFC East. All right. You have Joe Burrow leading his division. Tannehill is an outlier. You got Patrick Mahomes leading his division. Herbert right behind him. You look at what's going on in the NFC. Obviously, Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers, Dak Prescott. All the best quarterbacks in said divisions are leading those divisions. That is not a coincidence. I don't think Mike McCarthy's the greatest coach in the world, but he's got the best quarterback in that division by far. And it's not a coincidence.
There hasn't been a lot of Dak fans out there. Now we're giving Dak his flowers.
Even people who aren't the biggest Dak fans would say he's better than Danny Dimes, whoever Washington's trotting out there, and Jalen Hurts at this point. I mean, that's just the reality. I think that we're diminishing the importance of having one of those special quarterbacks.
And look. Mike TMCD72 on YouTube. I did not think Nick Mullins was better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Trust me. I did not think Nick Mullins was better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Shasky, you know that, and our listeners know that. There was not one. I said Nickel Mullins. Money Mullins, baby. Money Mullins. He's not better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's go to Ben in the city. Ben, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, Shasky, Happy New Year to you guys.
Happy New Year, man.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Cool. I haven't checked in for a little while. Got a new job, so I'm a different schedule. But anyways, you guys are still doing the greatest job like I can see on the radio in the mornings in the Bay Area, so I just want to give you on that.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. We appreciate that.
But, hey, yeah. No, that's 100%, man. That's real, like I said. So I'm going to start off quick. So, Bonte, you're 100% right. Shasky, I understand that you really want to see Shanahan's success and the years and this and that. because, we talked about this, taking the bus from San Bruno and Bacon and, McLaren Park and all the rest. But here's the deal. The Niners have success in their coaching. And that we had so many years with, Jim Tomsula. He's going to lead your team. Shanahan's going to be the one. And he's, let's just say, he needs to step up his game. The game in Seattle was tough because I felt that his clock management was pretty bad, and just that ferocious tendency you need from a coach to go finish off another team, it didn't seem like it was there.
Yeah.
I'm with it, Ben. Let's get to Dominic and Modesto real quick, Shasta, before we hit the break. Dominic, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. So,
good morning.
And I absolutely agree that they have to win on Sunday or Shanahan's in the hot seat. And he's in the hot seat more for his GM skills than for his coaching skills. He's a good coach. I'll give him that, but he cannot make the right picks at the right time to get the right personnel in there. And he's left too many holes on this roster for 5 years. I got to see more, man. That's my take.
I'm with you on the personnel stuff. It leaves a lot to be desired. But, again, if you're playing the other side of the coin, trying to the Niners do have a lot of young, really good talent. Like, I know we're frustrated with certain positions, and there's still glaring holes. Secondary. I mean, just look at the secondary. I mean, what they've done there is pretty bad. I mean, there's no defending it. The two safeties I like, but the cornerback situation is a nightmare. Mm-hmm. But let's be real. Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, Warner, Bosa, these are all their guys. Trent Williams, he brought in. These are their guys. Elijah Mitchell, it's his guy. Trey Lance, his guy.
We can't ignore the other guys they brought in, though. We can't ignore the Solomon Thomases.
Juszczyk.
We can't ignore Reuben Foster. We can't ignore Pierre Garçon and Jerick
Solomon
McKinnon.
Thomas.
And tired legs, Jerick McKinnon. We can't overlook the trade of DeForest Buckner for a first-round pick of Javon Kinlaw and giving Armstead all that money.
Bad.
Look,
that's bad.
And look, 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Comcast Business Text Line.
Hurts.
At the start of the season, we're all talking Super Bowl. Shaska, I know you weren't talking about Super Bowl.
I was
but
not.
most of us was talking Super Bowl. The players was talking Super Bowl. The experts was talking Super Bowl. I was saying, hey, all right, Super Bowl, let's go. If the team was at the top of the NFC, Shanahan would be showered with credit. There's no doubt about that, 510. So let's please hold this guy accountable. Buck stops with him. Context matters. Pro sports is a bottom-line business. That's the deal. It's a bottom-line business. And the bottom line is, if he misses the playoff, if they don't win on Sunday, they may miss the playoffs for the fourth time in 5 years under his watch. 4 times in 5 years. Boy, that leash is long for Kyle Shanahan. What's
with
coming
an
up on the
expanded
game?
playoff spot.
Yes, I know. That's not good.
Which makes it more easy.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. 888-957-9570. Roasters, it's your show. Your calls. I see all you on hold. We'll get you on the other side here on the Morning Roast. It's Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill.
Reset your wellness goals with savings at Whole Foods Market. Take 25% off all supplements January 5th through 11th, plus an extra 10% off for Prime members while supplies last. See more on the Whole Foods Market app.
Vegas.
Call 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-GAME. We're going to give away some tickets. By the way, some people think my laugh is fake, huh? Laugh is fake. Ha ha! Ha ha! I got a couple laughs. A couple laughs. Ain't nobody faking nothing, though. Nobody's faking nothing, Frank.
Hilarious.
Hilarious. LOL. Laugh. Laughing emoji. Laughing emoji. 888-957-9570. We're talking about the 49ers. How would you deem this season if they don't make the playoffs? Now, I don't even want to put that in everybody's head. I actually want to be positive about the situation. Can they beat the Rams with Trey Lance? Because, folks, it looks like it's going to be Trey Lance starting at quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo said he was asked whether or not or how it feels to throw a football, and he goes, bleep, it hurts. It hurts. Feels like a web. You know what I'm saying? It's just stretching out and snapping. Chris Mullin, was talking to him last night. He had the similar injury. Said he had to get surgery and sit out the season from the All-Star break, basically.
Whoa.
Yeah. So
Mully.
Chris Mullin, the Hall of Famer.
Wow.
Original member of the Dream Team. That Mully. So so let's flip it. Forget talking about Shanahan, because we got it Monday for that. Trust me, they lose on Sunday. Shanahan, we got plenty of time for him. But are people feeling confident about Trey Lance winning the game down at SoFi Stadium against the Rams? Because it will be Trey Lance starting at quarterback. It will be Trey Lance. What's up?
I'm with you on this, and we'll get into Trey. Can we sink our teeth into this injury with Jimmy Garoppolo just for another second here?
Sure.
What's going on? What's going on? Everybody who knows anything about injuries and or is a doctor or someone who's had this injury, they've all said kind of the same thing. This requires surgery. There's no playing through this thing. Why? What's going on here? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. I know he wants to suck it up and play, but isn't it pretty clear? It's pretty cut and dry. There's no nuance to this. He literally cannot play. He can barely throw the ball. He can barely grip anything. Why are they hanging on here? Who is hanging on here? I don't even know.
I don't know. Shanahan saying if he's healthy enough to play, he'll play him.
Isn't this just an odd way for the Jimmy Garoppolo, just the whole thing with the Niners? It's appropriate and yet simultaneously odd on the way going out.
You know what? It is odd.
It's odd.
It is odd. There's no doubt it is odd. But maybe it's a little gamesmanship. Maybe it's a little, hey, Rams, you don't know who you're going to see. But, I mean, they're going to be practicing for both guys. I mean, the games are shifted out the window, I think, at this point. I don't know why. Maybe Garoppolo's a tough guy. I think he's a tough guy. I truly believe Garoppolo's a tough guy. We saw him last year play on a bad ankle that needed surgery. He's played with bad shoulders. He's been playing beat up, back half. I mean, I think he's trying to tough it out and be there for his teammates from Garoppolo's standpoint. Because Garoppolo's saying, I got a chance to help this team go to the playoffs. I got a chance to try to redeem myself from 2019 and get this team back to the Super Bowl. Maybe that's the mindset for Jimmy Garoppolo. Maybe Shanahan's saying, look, I know Trey's not ready to win a big game. I need Garoppolo, so we're going to hold out all hope for Jimmy Garoppolo to play on Sunday. I really don't know. I really don't know, but
I don't know when's the law of diminished returns. You know what I mean? When does that kick in? He's healthy, but not healthy enough to where he's actually effective. It's tough to determine those things.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's why they're practicing. He was throwing the ball yesterday. Said he was throwing it with a little velocity. We'll see. We shall see. Jimmy Garoppolo at this point is a game time decision. But all right, let's say if Garoppolo's not playing on Sunday, is Trey ready to go? Could Trey go down to SoFi Stadium and help the Niners beat the LA Rams, keep them from winning the NFC West? They beat the Rams for the 6th straight time, and they go to the playoffs. People confident in that situation happening? In that developing?
I'm confident in a mixed bag of results coming from Trey Lance in a game like that. I think you'll see some brilliant, some oh my goodness, what's he doing? Because isn't that what rookies give you? Especially rookies that are as raw and as unplayed as he is this late in the season. I don't think you have. How could anyone know what they're getting from Trey Lance in a game like this? Monte?
I don't know.
Do you know what you're getting from him?
Don't know. I don't
because
know. I don't know
all
what
the
I'm,
people
for crying out loud, I don't know what I'm getting from Shanahan.
Why, or
let alone
Jimmy.
Trey Lance. Shanahan's in his 5th year. I still don't know what I'm getting from him on a game day. I don't know if special team's going to be ready to go. I don't know if his game plan's going to be right. I don't know if he's going to be calling 4th and 1 gun runs. I don't know if he's going to be calling 3rd and 4 quarterback powers. I don't know what I'm getting from Shanahan, let alone a rookie like Trey Lance. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm getting from this football team, Shasky. They're 9-7. They're 9-7. I have no idea what I'm getting from the 49ers on Sunday. But I'm here to watch. I'm here to watch, baby. I got my popcorn ready.
Is this the biggest game? This is the biggest game since the Super Bowl, you think?
There's no doubt. There is no doubt
in terms of
it.
like, it's, do or die, win or go home, so many things on the line.
Look, technically they can still back into the playoffs, and I guess people will be happy about that and say, hey, we made the playoffs. Woo! Falcons
if they
the
back in, lose, and somehow that would be very anticlimactic. I'll take it, though.
So you know what?
I'll take it, though.
I don't know what I'm getting from this football team. I really don't. Duke in the city. What's happening? You're on a morning roast again. What's up, Duke?
Man, what's up, y'all, man? Good morning, y'all. Good morning, man. First of all, welcome back, y'all. Happy New Year to y'all, man, and all that good stuff. Second of all, what I want to say is we got to give Jimmy his flowers, man. Everybody got to stop raining on Jimmy like that, man. On the real, man. Jimmy, the reason why Jimmy is the guy that he is, and the players love him like he is, which I just got through alluding to. Jimmy got heart, man. Jimmy out there for his guys, no matter what. You know what I mean? So before he be gone and all that, let's give him his flowers before he leave, man. And third of all, we're going to get into this just like this. 49ers got the Rams with the playoff at stake. Trey Lance at the center. This ain't give me a break. Watch that boy fake a handoff, hit Debo in stride. The way he run, the way he glide. It's a touchdown slide. We got McNick sack, Bosa one-man sack exchange. We talking about a single player that could change the game. Now, special teams and secondary, they better come right, or it's going to be a Red Cup party tonight. So happy New Year's, 49ers. Thanks for a great season. We'll be roasting you on Monday. Don't you give us that reason. Hey, Bonte, Shasky, Wise Guy, Spadone, Curly, Niners, come out to play.
Let's
go. Duke in the city.
Oh, my
Duke
God.
in the city.
Those are bars.
Dude, by the way, I got a mutual friend with Duke, man. Somebody came by the gatehouse. My boy Brian Francis and Sean Francis, Mr. Francis, their pops came by. It's like, man, Duke is my guy. He works with me. So Duke is a friend of the
Shout out
roasters. Duke is a roaster today for that. And what he dropped some bars there. We may have to replay that at some point.
I want to replay that, but we need to put some appropriate music bed underneath it.
No
what are we
doubt.
thinking?
We'll figure that out.
What do you like underneath there?
We'll figure that one out. Spadone's good with the beats and the ones and twos. Stay tuned, baby. Stay tuned. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line, which is always open. 888-957-9570. 925, if all our corners are right, are you still going to blame Kyle Shanahan if the Niners will lose? I won't blame Shanahan. That's tough. That's tough. If the corners are out, and by the way, Ambry Thomas, Deommodore Lenore, K'Wan Williams, Jimmy Ward, Dante Johnson, all in health and safety protocols. They're hoping they could get cleared before Sunday's game. And boy, do they need them. Cooper Kupp going to win the Triple Crown at wide receiver. Odell Beckham Jr. starting to get acclimated in that offense. And don't sleep on Van Jefferson, who's a nice deep threat option for Matt Stafford and the L.A. Rams. That would be a problem. That would be tough for the 49ers to win that football game without any quarters there. 888-957-9570. All right? Can Trey Lance win this game? Can he help you win this game on Sunday? Go ahead,
let me spin it. Let me spin it this way, because everything's like, if Shanahan doesn't do X, we're gonna crush him. You know what I mean? If Jimmy doesn't do X,
no, we're not gonna crush him.
I'm not saying it's you. I just think that's what sports fans do. I'm just saying that's what sports fans do. We always pivot to negative. Let's say they pull a rabbit out of their hat. Okay, and they pull a magician move, and they find a way to win this game on the road with Trey Lance. I mean, think of the equity that they could build.
That would be huge. That would be huge. And then we're gonna say, you know what? Damn it, why didn't he play Trey for week number 1? That's what we'll pivot to. We'll pivot to that. But if they could pull this off on Sunday, it makes the season, to me, a success. If you win this game, spoil the party for the LA Rams, considering what has happened all season long. But here's what I don't buy. This is what I'll say here. This is what I don't buy, folks. If the Niners lose this game, Shanahan is not on the hot seat. I don't buy that at all. It's lukewarm. I would say it's lukewarm, but it ain't no hot seat, folks. He's not gonna be on no hot seat. All right, let's debunk that, because it'll be Trey Lance's second year. He'll get a chance to develop him for a full offseason, mini camp, training camp, OTAs, all that good stuff. Play him in the preseason. He will not be on the hot seat. But depending how next year plays out, and if they don't make the playoffs next season after missing it this season, okay, then maybe you say Shanahan's seat is hot. But if they lose on Sunday, I don't subscribe to the fact that his seat is hot. No, I'm not doing that. Lukewarm, maybe. Pressure to make the playoffs next season, absolutely. But his seat will not be hot. I don't think that at all. Let's go to Danker in the city. Danker, what's happening? You're on the morning.
What up, Danker?
95.7 The Game.
Gentlemen, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I'm a little under the weather.
By the way, Danker, real quick, and everybody out there.
Yeah.
When do we have to stop saying Happy New Year? What is it, January 6th? January 6th? All right, when does
I'm taking down my tree today. Wow. Today's the day you take your tree down.
Wow, see, I usually take the tree down on New Year's Day or New Year's Eve. We throw it out the window. When I was growing up, we threw the tree out on New Year's Eve. The late, great Lorene William Tyndall, my grandmother who passed away in 2000, we would throw the tree out on New Year's Eve at midnight to bring in a new year. That's how we used to.
You didn't go to Ocean Beach and just burn them like everybody else?
We would throw that out our window on 334 Waller Street, baby. Happy New Year! Boom, throw the tree out. We didn't have a car, so we couldn't get out to the beach.
Bonsai!
We're not taking to N Judah and having a big Christmas tree at N Judah. Can't do that. All right, Takers, my bad.
It's all good. I'm going to say you get one Happy New Year till I see you again. Then it's a new year.
That makes sense.
But
fair enough.
But with Jimmy, I don't know who says Jimmy's not tough. Jimmy's an NFL QB. He's an NFL player. He's tough. I don't know who would say he's mentally fragile at times. Is what I think people see. Because if you give this run game to 90% of competent quarterbacks, they're going to win. It's kind of crazy how Shanny doesn't get the flowers. And I want my quarterback to win. I'm a diehard. I grew up going to Candlestick. You guys know, like, we all did that together. And at the end of the day, I worry about the Bosas, the now Elijah Mitchell, the Kittles who have a window. And they're elite. They're special. They're more special than Jimmy could ever be. And I want them to win. I don't want another Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman situation where these guys deserve it, because they're great people on top of being great players. So, and it's no knock on Jimmy, but these guys, they want excellence. We want excellence. We want execution. And we saw rhythm with Trey. We saw, like, when you get the rhythm, when you see a bad QB against us, you're like, oh, he's got a rhythm. There's a problem here. And even playing football, you've seen that, Kay. We've played bad teams, and you're like, uh-oh, we got to mix it up. There's a rhythm here. So Jimmy doesn't really provide that. And Shanny can drop whatever you want, but that's got to be executed. He can't give him rhythm. He can try to drum it, but Jimmy's got to play it out. And at the end of the day, I think Lance creates that rhythm we need. So,
Good call, the point you're bringing up about salvaging great players' careers, or I'm not salvaging, but I guess validating, it's an interesting one because I think about it all the time. Patrick Willis was just inducted into the 49er Hall of Fame. The 49er Hall of Fame. Remember that, Bonte? Were you at that game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. What game was that? Was that the Minnesota game?
It was 2 weeks ago. I want to say 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Falcons game. Yeah. I was out there at the Falcons
game. There you go.
That was a cold one.
Yeah. So they showed like this montage of all of his stuff, and I got emotional because Patrick Willis meant a lot to me as a 49er fan of that particular age, and I think about that on his behalf, like, damn, if they would have just got those 3 yards and they would have just got that darn Super Bowl, how would we look at Patrick Willis's career different? That's totally unfair. I think it's unfair. The guy gave everything he had, and 3 yards defines whether he's got the cherry on the top of his career or not. I look at someone that you work with every single day, Chris Mullin, one of the greatest NBA basketball players ever, has accolade after accolade after accolade and doesn't have that championship. Right? And it's like, that's the thing that unfortunately is defining them. I don't know. Does Mully ever talk about not having that championship ring? Is that something that's missing in his life? Like,
no, I think he's happy. I think he understands what happened in his career, and he got close. He realized he had a shot with the Indiana Pacers, and probably,
but it doesn't haunt him, right?
If anything, I now don't want to speak for him because I've never really asked him. I don't even ask people who played at the height of their powers, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I think he may have wanted to move on from the Warriors earlier, like other players. Yeah. Maybe, but I mean, championships don't define a lot of guys. A lot of guys, they go on with their careers, like Mitch Richmond, right? He won a ring with the Lakers. Doesn't even wear the ring. Doesn't even acknowledge it. Didn't play much in the playoffs, but he's like, it doesn't do anything for me. So
interesting.
It depends on the personality. Kyrie Irving to tell you championships don't define him.
Well, he's different. But I do think there is something to the guys like Kittle, Alex Mack, Trent Williams. Football's violent. I mean, we saw with Navarro Bowman, you're the best player in the league one day, career's completely changed and maybe even over on the very next play. So I understand and from a coaching staff perspective, I mean, all these guys, they have families, they move on, they get promoted, fired, whatever. They all have personal goals and professional goals, and winning a Super Bowl or getting to the playoffs are part of the journey. So I understand that element. I mean, but they're trying to win regardless, not just for those people.
888-957-9570. We got a big time game on Sunday. It's going to be a big time day in the Bay Area. Got a feeling January 9th, 2022 is a day we will never forget here in the Bay Area when it comes to the sporting scene. It's a day we'll never forget. And the Niners have a lot to do with that. What if they do lose on Sunday? What if they win on Sunday? What would it mean to you if the 49ers won on Sunday and made the playoffs? How would you define the season? Let's spin it positive. Forget the loss, because let's just assume that they're going to win on Sunday. And I don't know how they're going to win on Sunday. I don't know. Rams are playing well. I got to admit, I thought they would fade. And them jokers have flipped it on me. They're playing some good football. But what if the Niners do win on Sunday? We're going to be ecstatic. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Miguelito. Miguelito in the city. What's up, Miguelito? You're on the roast. Long time no talk.
Hello, Bonte. Hello, Chassis, the dynamic duo. I'm going off on a tangent. I noticed that the Levi Stadium hasn't been nicknamed anything, and I was going to nominate the Cradle as the name, and I have the Van Halen song as the theme song for it. And that's all I had.
Why the Cradle? Why the Cradle?
What?
Why the Cradle?
The Cradle will rock.
Oh, Cradle will rock. Okay. Gotcha. Let me let that soak in before I make a determination.
We
might have to pull that song up and feel the vibes of the song to really get into it.
I gotta let that marinate. 888-957-9570. Jim Barnett, long-time voice of the Golden State Warriors, now on the radio. He'll join us at 8 o'clock to figure out what's going on with Stephen Curry. There's some people freaking out Stephen
talk
Curry.
about that.
Yeah, I don't. Tim Barnett's going to laugh at us.
Was that the Jared Jack Miami Heat Floyd Mayweather betting situation?
Maybe. I don't remember.
When Jared Jack was talking about whatever the spread was, and Mayweather putting money on it when they went and beat the Heatles
with Draymond Green's game-winning layup.
The layup,
that was
look
a lot
at you.
Of fun. That was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I remember that game.
So
like
let's
it was
say
yesterday.
So again, we always do skies falling radio. So let's spin it the other way. They beat the Rams on the road, less than healthy. I mean, let's say their secondary already is less than healthy. But this would be a great signature win. That would be 6 in a row against McVay, number one. They would beat Stafford in January, the guy that they wanted to trade for but didn't jump the gun on, and the Rams did. And they would do it with either Jimmy Garoppolo, the guy that they want to move off of, or they do it with Trey Lance and all their weaponry. After everything that's happened this year, I think it would be an unbelievable win. Would it be bigger than the Minnesota playoff win? Probably not. But it'd be pretty damn close. Because it's hard replicating playoff wins, in my opinion. It's any regular season win superseding a playoff win, to me, feels foolish for me to say out loud. But it would be very, very close.
I would give, as of right now, I would give Shanahan a C for the season, C- as a head coach. If they win on Sunday, that grade improves to a B. Just like that. It improves to a B. It does. Gotta get to the playoffs, man. They were talking, Shasky, this team, this fan base was talking Super Bowl before the season. Talking Super Bowl. And they walked around like their stuff didn't stink. They did. They had the Niners have the aura of a championship team that hasn't won a championship. Kind of like the Houston Rockets, right? With James Harden, Chris Paul, and Daryl Morey. They walked around like they won championships. They hadn't done diddly squat. And they didn't win anything. They don't win on Sunday. How are fans going to view the season? How? 888-957-9570. 415 on the Comcast Business Text line. Shanahan is a D+. Might need to be traded. Wow. That's strong.
Well, with all the Harbaugh stuff going on right now, I would be interested to hear from 49er fans on Harbaugh, because Harbaugh was like the one that everybody said got away. Harbaugh's available this offseason. Hypothetically,
right.
You lose this game. A lot of Niner fans like, hey, go back and get Harbaugh. I mean, it would never happen. It would never happen because we know the history between Jim and the ownership. But, would fans be clamoring for Jim Harbaugh to replace Kyle Shanahan? I wouldn't. As much as I love Harbaugh, I would not. I'm staying the course.
And 650 on the Comcast Business Text line, I do know Niners could lose and still make the playoffs because the Falcons could beat the Saints. Falcons beat the Saints, Niners are automatically in. But how would people feel about backing into the playoffs? Would that leave a sour taste? Yeah, I think we'll all take it.
I'll take it. I'll take it because I'd be lying.
9-8. 9-8. Spadone. You're looking like, whoa, 9-8. Backing into the playoffs.
9-8 doesn't have the same sound as 10-7.
Oh, it does not. It does not. Don't you want to get the double digits? Don't you want to get to the 10?
If they miss out on the playoffs, Bonte, we are going to go like a fine-tooth comb over every single loss. Oh. You think that New Orleans face mask with Drew Brees and Ahmed Brooks get talked about a lot in 49er fan base conversations?
Oh,
you just wait till next year and this offseason. If they miss the playoffs, you're going to go, the Colt McCoy game, the Aaron Rodgers throw, the Indianapolis Colts in a snowstorm at the Levi Stadium.
Oh,
my God, the game against Tennessee, both Seahawks games.
Dude, they were up 9-0 to the Colts game, right? Weren't they up 9-0?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. We're going to give away some tickets around 8:15 when you hear this sounder.
Ridiculous.
That's right. You may want to be in a house Sunday. Could be a special day at Chase Center. 844-999-GAME. That'd be the number we give out. 844-999-GAME. That'd be the number we give out. But I do want to know, as of now, because now I'm intrigued, because we've talked a lot about Shanahan. We talked a lot about Trey. We talked a lot about the 49ers. The job Shanahan has done so far this season. 888-957-9570. What would it be his letter grade as of today? What grade would you give Shanahan as of today on orchestrating this season? On navigating the 49ers through all the injuries, the COVID protocols, the quarterback position, the Brandon Ayuk doghouse scenario, the third down, the snaps to Mohamed Sanu. It's Mohamed Sanu. Can't believe that. What grade would you give Shanahan as of right now, Shasky? Right now, what would you give Shanahan?
Overall B-. And that's where I'm at right now, because they don't have, I've told you, I look around the NFL, all the teams that are leading their division or are in second place have the best quarterback or the second best quarterback. That's how it works in their division. And the Niners don't. The Niners have clearly either the third or fourth best quarterback, depending on how you're viewing Russ right now. I still view Russ higher than the 49er quarterbacks.
Say this.
And I think given
they were 13-3 in 2019 with Jimmy Garoppolo, and he was the third best quarterback.
You can have an outlier season like that. But consistently year over year, you look at division winners and how we pick them. 9 times out of 10, we're rolling with these quarterbacks. That's how it works, B. You get Mahomes, you get Justin Herbert, you're a lock for 9-10 wins every year, we think, and if not, we go, hey, Pete Carroll, you got to get out of here. How can you only win X amount of games with Russell Wilson? So I look at the Niners and I'm saying to myself, Debo career year, Kittle monster year, Trent Williams career year, Kyle Juszczyk another Pro Bowl year, Ayuk. I know everyone's going to say doghouse beginning of the year. They're getting the best out of Ayuk right now. Whatever happened at the beginning of the year, they're paying dividends now.
Right.
He is getting the best version of him now. Fred Warner had ups and downs. I still think you're getting high-level Fred Warner performances as the year go on. Bosa is awesome. Absolutely awesome. You've been without Kinlaw. You've been without D Ford. You've been without any top cornerbacks. Your safeties look great. You won 9 games in one of the hardest divisions in football. I think it's a B-, especially given that you don't have consistent quarterback play.
All right. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Shanahan gets a C, below average.
Okay.
415 Comcast Business Text Line. Ricky Flair, C-, East Oakland. Tyler Miller, YouTube. What up, Tyler? C+ for Shanahan. 4TF, Infamous. YouTube. C- right now. Or actually just a C right now. I'm at a C- too. I'm at a C-. I hold Shanahan to a high standard. Especially if everybody says, man, he's the best innovator. Like, who would you replace Shanahan with? That'd be a tough call. I don't know. That's why I'm not on the, hey, you need to fire Shanahan if they don't make the playoffs. I'm not on that train. I don't even think his seat is hot if he misses the playoffs. Not even close to being hot. But he's paid as one of the 12 highest paid coaches in all of sports, not just the NFL. When you get paid that big money, I need to see postseasons. I need to see playoffs. And the bottom line here, bottom line, one playoff appearance in 5 years if they don't win on Sunday and the Saints beat the Falcons. So let's go to Lori in Phoenix. Lori, what's happening? You're on the roast. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So, for me, obviously the playoffs are it's a big game. It's one of those things that it's too bad it had to come down to this one game. Obviously, if Atlanta wins, then it won't. But I'm just saying, obviously, you want to go out with a win. It's going to be tough with the injuries. I mean, we don't even know who's going to be playing, not just that quarterback, at all the other people.
Hey, Lori,
too.
Lori, let me say this. I'm like 99% sure it's going to be Trey Lance. I'm willing to bet my bottom dollar on that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, but I'm just saying that's what the storyline is. Who's the quarterback going to be? Well, I want to know who the cornerbacks are going to be. I want to know, who the linebackers are going to be. There's some injuries that I'm a little bit concerned about here. So that's part of it. But I think for me, if they go out and lay an egg, you go out, you show no, nothing, then that's going to be a lot more disappointing. If they come out and they fight the whole game, and it comes down to a call or two, or it comes down to a play or two, like the Seahawks game, a couple years ago when it came down to the inch. Mm-hmm. You can't be disappointed by that. You can't. I mean, you'll be disappointed, but you can't say the Niners didn't come out and give everything they had. Okay, so I think that's part of it. But I also think it's the players you've had. I know there's been disappointments, but just like Chasky, like you said, Debo, Ayuk, Bosa coming off that ACL. You can't say that this whole season has been a disappointment. There has been so much positive. Kittle having another year. So I do think, yes, you want to make the playoffs. I think I would love to see, this is what I'd love to see. I'd love to see the last play be saved by like an Ambry Thomas or like a Trey. Somebody who, you didn't expect or whatever. It was a lot. I mean, I'd love to see him get. And
you know what? Ambry's been playing well. Ambry's been playing well. I thought a lot of people freaked out early on about him. And I said, Lori, he just needs to play. Let him play. He's out there on the island, and young man stepping up.
With that, and that's why I'd like to see something good for him, because I think people have been trashing him.
Yeah, you're right
about picking him third. Yep. You know what? He just might be a late starter.
Yep.
You know what? You got to give him credit for that. So
no doubt.
I just think for me, I want to see a win. That's what I want to see. But I'm not going to base every single thing about this whole season based on this game again, unless they come out and just show zero oomph, which I don't see happening either. I'm just a little worried about what's going to happen with these injuries coming into the weekend.
Yeah. No doubt. Yeah. Big game at SoFi. Let's go to Shane in Dallas, Texas, baby, where the Warriors just lost yesterday to Dirk Knight. We'll get back into that in the 8 o'clock hour.
Guys.
Warriors lose. What's up, Shane?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just wanted to say I think Shanahan gets a B so far, just all things considered with the injuries this year. I know we wanted to have a better season than we've had so far, but we are in one of the toughest divisions, and we've had some pretty brutal injuries so far. I think the biggest concern for me moving forward is you watch Joe Burrow and Herbert and some of these young guys come straight into the league, and the eye test, you can tell that they've got it right, and those teams are going to be set for the next 12, 15 years, with those QBs. So my whole thing is, Trey's development, and if he can capitalize on the roster that we have, the next couple of years with Debo and Kittle and Trent Williams and these guys.
Yeah, Joe Burrow's 25 years old right now. He took his first snap as a rookie at 24 years old. Trey Lance this year, 21. All right. So, the guy's just older, more mature, been 2 different programs, high-level programs, Ohio State and LSU. He's more seasoned right now than Trey Lance. There's no denying
it. You didn't flinch. Shane with the accent. Our boy Dante Wiley on YouTube thinks the accent is fake from Shane. I wouldn't say that. Didn't look
good. It was down under, mate. My kind of guy. Sandbelt guy.
Mate. By the way,
what you know about the Aussies?
What I know is Djokovic did not get allowed into Australia. You're not getting allowed into Australia for the Australian Open. And I'd like to bet on Djokovic. May have to rethink my tennis plans for the Australian Open.
More like Novak's Djokovic, am I right?
Oh.
Wow. That's a good one.
I see what you did.
That's a good one.
I see what you did.
That's a good one. Now, that's how we talk about effective mic use. Your efficiency's through the roof right now.
Wow. Curly, you there? You hear that, Curly? Rob in San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? Look. I got to give Kyle Shanahan a seat. I'm not giving no excuses because of injuries. Look at the Baltimore Ravens. They've been having injuries since the season started. They're still in it. The Green Bay Packers missing their best cornerback. They only shut down cornerback, and they still producing. So at the end of the day, it's about L's and W's, and a lot of Kyle decisions early on, picking off, messing with BA, not giving him the ball, not starting Trey Lance, keeping this Jimmy thing going. And this is why we are where we are right now. So at the end of the day, Kyle's responsible. If we make the playoffs, good. But as of right now, it's a C. It's satisfactory. It's just passing. There's nothing to be scream home about. Should he be on the hot seat? No. But what I like him to be on the hot seat to make him change up things. Yes, he should be. I think Doug Peterson, a Super Bowl winning coach who won a Super Bowl with Nick Foles, who took a rookie halfway to the playoffs and won with a backup quarterback, Nick Foles, I think he could be a hell of a replacement. It's not going to happen, but to say you can replace Kyle Shanahan, he ain't Vince Lombardi. Let's stop that right now. He ain't Vince Lombardi. Anybody can be replaced. Bill Walsh was replaced. Jerry Rice was replaced. So can Kyle.
Talk to him, Rob. I'm listening. You're on the roll. You're the heater.
I personally do not want Doug Peterson over Kyle Shanahan.
Hey, but he is right about Doug Peterson. He won a Super Bowl. They got back to the hold on. They got back to the playoffs for next year, and Alshon Jeffrey dropped the pass in the divisional round against the Saints. Should have won that game. Then the next year, they go in there with Josh McCown in the play a wild card game and almost stole that one. And then he has one bad season. He gets axed. Man, we would die for a successful run like that. We would die for a run out here in San Francisco for that. A Super Bowl, second round, the wait. Man. Rob ain't lying. I mean, I personally wouldn't want Doug Pearson. I wouldn't. But, man, made me think a little bit. Maybe I have to rethink some things. Antonio in Oakland. What is your grade for Kyle Shanahan so far this season?
I give him a C+. For this season, C+. Could have won some games. Should have beat Colt McCoy. Should have beat the Colts. Couldn't even beat the Seahawks when they were at their lowest right now. But at the same time, if he can win, to get us in the playoffs, man, Sean McVay needs to go on that podium just like Pedro Martinez did and say, like when Pedro said, the Yankees are my daddy. Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan is my daddy, and that's it. So I think he's going to get it done. That's what I think on Sunday.
Bonte, do you know what the McVay versus Shanahan overall record is?
I want to say McVay is, I want to guess, 3-6.
He's 3-5 currently. They split it in 2017. Niners won the final game of the year with Jimmy G, and then they lost both of them in 2018. Remember, Todd Gurley came to town and absolutely smashed on the 49ers. And then, obviously, the Niners swept them in 2019 and 2020, and they've got that win again this year in 2021.
So it should be 3-6 right now, right?
They're 5-3 currently. If they were to win this next one, they will. 6-3. They'll be 7-3. They'll be 7-3.
Yeah, McVay's 3-6.
If they can win this one,
like I said, 3-6. And then it'll be 3-7 if they win this one. That'd be impressive. That'd be real impressive.
That'd be ownage. That's not impressive. Admit that's ownage.
And you know what?
That's head-to-head ownage.
Well, let me tell you, the Niners are going to win a division game. They're 1-4 right now in the division.
But that's head-to-head ownage, is it not?
It's ownage. It is ownage.
Okay.
It is ownage. Okay. 707, Comcast Business Text Line, 707. He gets a D for me for disappointing. 510. 510. Cowcats, this is the sex line. He gets a C-. I'm seeing a lot of C's and C- here on YouTube and Twitch.
If they win in, I think if they could pull off a win with Trey Lance down in LA, everybody's bumping it up. Yeah, everybody's bumping it up.
I'm bumping it up.
Everybody's bumping it up. It's how you finish, baby.
I'm bumping it up to a B. Manny and Dumbarton, before we get to Jim Barnett. Manny and Dumbarton, thanks for staying on hold here. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. I just wanted to say I'm going to give good old Kyle a B, solid B, because he had to overcome some adversities throughout the year that held over from last year and even the year before. I just want to say this, though. I'll end with this. I know the last caller, and I know everybody's not comparing coaching in the NFC West to coaching in the NFC Easy. I mean, Doug Peterson had an easy run to the Super Bowl because look at where he played, where he coached. I mean, Kyle has had to go against 3 teams far better than what the Niners fielded. Let's be honest about that for the most part of his career. So I'm going to give this guy a solid B going into the playoffs for the year. It's a good job. Thanks, guys.
Anytime,
it's a great point. The Giants and the Washington football team have been very, I would say, dysfunctional at best at quarterback for the last however many years.
He coached the Eagles to beat.
No, I know.
Bill Belichick. I'm not diminishing. No,
that's one of the all-time great coaching jobs.
They had a hell of a run.
They dropped a zillion points on Belichick.
They won a lot of big games that year on the way to the Super Bowl. Frank in Texas. Frank, what's happening?
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good. Not bad.
Good. Hey, a couple things. The grade I would give Kyle Shanahan is a C+ this year. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I think this year players have lost more games for Kyle Shanahan than Kyle Shanahan got out-schemed. You know, we got the Seahawks game, the Colts game, and here the Tennessee game, where players lost the game for him. That's where I'm happy with winning season. As a fan, I'm happy we have a winning season. I hope we have 15 more winning seasons. Playoffs, good. Let's get to the playoffs. Super Bowls.
Is 9-8 really a winning season? 9-8 doesn't feel like a winning season to me.
It is in 2022, baby.
9-8 feels disgusting. 9-8 feels like the definition of mediocre. 9-8. Hey, we were 9-8. We had a winning season. I don't know. I don't sit well with me. All right, what's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Jim Barnett to get back into the Golden State Warriors. We'll do that here on the roast on 95.7 The Game.
When will the Splash Brothers be reunited?
Curry, quick release, splash! Steph Curry from the left sideline. Thompson sets his feet, lets it fly, splash!
Find out right here on the home of the Warriors, 95.7.
next repair bill hits. Dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone right now and get free roadside assistance, free towing, free car rental, and free oil changes. Dial 800-279-2827 and never pay for car repairs again. Dial 800-279-2827.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Beat never gets old. As I say, good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. Get off your graveyard shift. Roasters on YouTube and Twitch bringing a fire. Also, Shasky and Comcast Business Text Line has been bringing the heat as well. Shanahan and Niners and Trey Lance. All it means, Shasky, is Sunday's going to be fascinating. I can't wait for this game on Sunday. McVay, Niners, Rams, Aaron Donald, Jalen Ramsey barking, Trey Lance. Oh, my gosh, I can't wait. Can we just get to Sunday 125, please?
Do the 49ers create more rage in people than any other team? In terms of just straight up furious outrage?
I think so. It does for me now. It has for my entire life.
Yeah, I think my entire life too.
Yeah, it does. It does. The Warriors, not so much. And we'll get to the Warriors. We'll get back to them. By the way, we're giving out some tickets in the next 15 minutes. Caller number 11, when you hear this sounder.
Ridiculous.
When you hear that sounder, we're giving away some tickets to Sunday's game against the Cleveland Cavaliers, 5:30 p.m., Sunday at Chase Center.
But why is that important?
It could be the return of Klay Thompson. It may be Klay Thompson's first basketball game since June 13th, 2019.
How'd you get these tickets? I mean, they're going for like buco bucks on Ticketmaster right now.
Like Wesley Snipes and White Man Can't Jump. I'm a hustler, baby. Took these tickets away from Matt Naheeg, and our program director said, give me these tickets, dude. I need these tickets. I need to give these away to a lucky roaster. I need to give away 2 tickets. They need to go see Klay Thompson on Sunday at Chase Center. They need to go see him. When he walked off the floor in his pregame routine Monday against the Miami Heat and threw up to 6, I said, oh, it's on and popping. It's on and popping. So Sunday, January 9th, 2022, we're going to have Niners-Rams at 125 at SoFi Stadium. Basically a playoff game. Rams win, they win the NFC West.
No, it is a playoff game.
Niners win, they go to the playoffs. Niners lose, they need to pray that the Falcons show up Sunday at Mercedes-Benz Stadium and beat the Saints. Falcons, last time I checked, were 4.5-point underdogs. Spadoni knows the spread. 4.5-point underdogs. Falcons.
Let me check BetQL.
Check BetQL.
Yeah, I'm on that.
And the phone number. Look at the call. 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. We took the tickets right off the boss's desk. Cavaliers, Warriors, 5:30. That's it. We're going to give them away in the next 15 minutes. 844-999-GAME. Caller number 11 in the next 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 408, Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte, let me shoot a half-court shot for the tickets. Nah, I can't do that, bro. Can't do that.
Okay. So you're asking about what the line is right now.
Falcons,
Atlanta,
Saints.
New Orleans. Yes. Plus 4.5 for the Atlanta Falcons on BetQL.
They're dogs. Live home dogs.
That's what. If you go on BetQL, it'll give you the average of all the different sports books that they partner with. There's like 5-6 different sports books that they partner with. Your boy put in his golf DraftKings lineup, and so obviously Kapalua gets started today. I'm very excited for that. Now, do you want the Niners? What the average line is for the Niners currently?
I'm guessing they are 5.5-point underdogs.
4.5.
Wow,
plus 4.5.
Oh, so they opened at 6.5. That means sharp money. The wise guys, as they call them in the business, Jess.
Okay.
The wise guys, the betting experts.
The good fellas.
They've put a lot of money on the Niners to move that spread down 2 points. Interesting.
You thinking about laying a little cheese?
Oh, I'm not betting on this game at all. Oh, no. I have stayed away. There's enough on the line. I will stay away from this one. But this is a division game. In division games, what did I always say, Shasky? Division games are just different. They're just different.
You know what's interesting? You keep telling me, and you and I had a conversation yesterday, and we were talking with the boss, and we were talking about Sunday, and how big Sunday is going to be for the Bay Area, just as a sports day. It's going to be one of those days that you remember.
Yeah, we're never forgetting it.
William, you got Klay returning, right? And we're always going to remember that particular portion. Like Dave Trevecki returning is something that sticks out in my head. Like I remember that moment. Navarro Bowman's first game on Monday Night Football, I remember that moment very, very well. Mm-hmm. We're going to remember Klay Thompson. But what happens with the 49ers on this particular day is something we're never going to forget. We remember that giant playoff game the night that the 49ers, I believe, played the Seahawks. Was it a Seahawks Thursday night game in 2012 when it was a Giants playoff game and against the Cardinals? And Joe Buck did both?
Yeah. Oh, no, that was a Sunday game. The Niners played the New York Giants. Niners played the New York Giants. They got blown out by the New York Giants. And that was basically
the Antro roll for interception game for Alex Smith.
Well, Antro roll basically said, hey, look, we could just play within a 15-yard box. We don't have to worry about him throwing over our head. And then Joe Buck did the Giants game later that night. Yeah, that was a Sunday.
Like there are certain days that like we happen to have multiple big sporting events. This one feels like a big one. I think it's going to be a day we're never going to forget.
No, we're never going to forget this day. January 9th, 2022. I want to know, how are people enduring this Sports Sunday? How are people going to watch it? Are they going to try to get out to Chase Center for Klay's return? Are they going to wait for the Niners game to be over? Are people going to lock themselves into the house? How are people taking it in on Sunday? Sunday, like, I got to do the Warriors pre- and post-game show. We're starting at 4 o'clock. The game's not even going to be over with the Niners. So I don't even know how I'm going to be able to focus on Warriors pregame live. All I know is I'm getting to Chase Center at 1 o'clock so I can at least be there by kickoff, locked in somewhere, watching the game. So
you're going to be at Chase for that game?
I'll be at Chase Center for that game. And you know,
are you going to be in the suite?
No, during the game, yeah, I'll probably be in the suite. But before the game, I'll be at the media center. No, they said us.
Yeah, I know you're going to do some grazing at the media center food portion, and then
I'll do
work your way to the suite.
And the suite got some good food too. Multiple laptops for Bonte on Sunday. You better believe it. 408 on the Comcast Business text line. There will be laptops, phones going on. I don't know how I'm going to be able to focus. I am just. There may be dead air on television on Sunday. I'm just warning people.
You have. For the hand, I don't know how many Raider fans are still in the Bay Area. You got the Raiders obviously in a playing game.
Oh, Sunday's going to be huge.
Now,
Raiders,
if you're baseball with no movement, going on, pitchers
what?
And catchers are supposed to report in a couple of weeks, and there is nothing. There is nothing from Major League Baseball.
By the way,
I'm telling you, they miss a day, I am going to be furious.
Oh, I told you, I'm already done with baseball. You miss a day, you play with me. Play with me. Major League Baseball, since we're here. Go ahead, Major League Baseball. Go ahead and miss some games. I'm out. You'll be talking.
Did you see?
You'll be talking Giants all by yourself, Shasky. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
Did you see? You and I love the Manning cast, right? We love it. I love the Manning cast. Now it's like how I exclusively watch Monday Night Football when they have the broadcast on. Baseball wants to do the A-Rod cast. Alex Rodriguez. I'm in. I love A-Rod. I'm all in on A-Rod.
There's some people who can't stand A-Rod. Me personally, I love A-Rod. I love his fake laugh. I love his smile. I love how self-deprecating he is. Give me all of A-Rod watching baseball. I'm all in on Alex Rodriguez.
You're all in, the useless information he gives during broadcasts has nothing to do with the play going on.
He is unbelievable.
In the words of Joe Spadoni, who put out a great tweet yesterday, I'm stealing from him, it'll be a juiced up broadcast.
Not bad. E for effort. E for effort, Shasky. E for effort. By the way, Ryan Thibodeau. Ryan, I don't even know who this is.
Bonds, wait, just for a second, though. Bonds can't get into the Hall of Fame. Clemens can't get into the Hall of Fame. A-Rod, Major League Baseball. Let's make him have his own Manning cast, serve the longest suspension in steroid history, in Major League Baseball history, but we'll create a telecast for him. Baseball's telling you what they think about steroids.
Look, with 137 ballots revealed, 35% known. So far, the Hall of Fame ballots. David Ortiz, 82.5%.
Of course he's getting in. Of course.
Barry Bonds, 81%.
Oh, he's in! Over 75.
Roger Clemens, 79.6%.
See, okay, who is voting for Barry and not Roger? So what's going on here?
So that's 137 ballots revealed. That's 35%.
How many are there total?
So there's 65%
that means nothing.
of the ballots left. But right now, Barry Bonds at 81%.
Yeah, all the slimy people that don't want to attach their name to it and are going to go in anonymous are all not voting for Bonds. Come on, you know this.
Let me say this. If Barry Bonds makes the Hall of Fame, that's the only way I'm talking baseball. That's the only thing I'm talking about during baseball season is Barry Bonds going to the Hall of Fame. And we may have to get Stacey Kaufman, our regional director here at Odyssey. We may have to get Matt Nahegan to send the troops out to Cooperstown. We need to go to Cooperstown to go see Barry Bonds get inducted into the Hall of Fame. That needs to happen.
If he does, Bonte, we are going. We are going. Let's make that. We are making that happen. Whether they pay for it or not, I'll broadcast from a hotel.
Yeah, I'll broadcast from the Lucy app. It's all good. But I'm right. Ernie in Concord, 925, Comcast Business Text Line. Need an A-Rod and Big Poppy McCast. I'm all in on A-Rod. I was hearing some people around. I was driving around, heard some radio, heard some stuff nationally, heard some stuff locally where people, A-Rod, he's not likable. He's not going to get guessed.
Oh, he's
Please,
great.
You don't think A-Rod's going to get guessed? They had him on Fox Sports College Football pregame show before the Michigan game, and he was running material. Come on, man. They gave him a Michigan hat.
He's a WWE wrestler.
Dude, he was like, I can't fit this hat. You see how big my head is? And he's like throwing the football around, tight spirals. He's talking about the Miami Hurricanes. I got no problem with the A-Rod cast. Give it to me. No, I'd rather watch that than these boring-ass broadcasts on the national I'm sorry. Yeah. Give me A-Rod, all of A-Rod. Give me more. That's the only way I watch it. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, people better be paying attention because we're going to give out those Warrior tickets very shortly here. So please stay patient. Yeah, so be ready. We're going to give those out any minute. The Klay Thompson return game. Here's the thing, B. Baseball had such a great rejuvenation during COVID. Like the 60-game season, I think even non-diehard baseball fans were like, I'm kind of in on baseball. And then a great year last year with one of the great pennant races of all time between the Dodgers and the Giants. I thought the playoffs were fascinating all the way around, even though I could barely watch it with the Giants getting knocked out by the Dodgers. And you do that great game at the Field of Dreams field. Like that was White awesome. Everybody was in on all that.
Yeah, that was great.
And then you got all of this. I don't know. It's just, God, they're so far behind, man.
Yeah,
it just drives me nuts.
They're idiots. I mean, it's just, again, go ahead and miss the season. Go ahead and miss the first month of the season. Your boy's done. I will cancel my subscription for MLB Pass. I will not partake in fantasy baseball. I will be out off. I'm dead serious. I'm not going through it anymore with baseball. You had me. Yeah. You had me. I will come back. I will come back someday. But this year, I will just take the year off. I'll do a sabbatical. I swear. We'll be talking baseball. You'll be talking baseball all day long by yourself, Shasky, and I'll just take the calls. We'll do it.
All right. Back to the Warriors last night with that game against the Dallas Mavericks. I was very frustrated watching that game for the Warriors as a whole. Steph Curry, we can talk about his slump in a second. Some of the other guys, like Jordan Poole, I needed him to step up last night, and he was out of rhythm. It felt like the offense was out of rhythm. Defensively, they weren't all there. I don't know. It was a clunky game.
I don't know if you heard.
What did you think?
I didn't know. It was very clunky. Very clunky. The Warriors go 5 of 28 from the three-point line yesterday. That's 17.9%.
That's how bad it was?
17.9%.
Is that the worst shooting night of the year?
It definitely was the lowest scoring game of the year for the Warriors.
Yeah.
82 points. Steph Curry.
Half-court offense looked terrible.
Steph Curry, last two nights, 8 of 41. 8 of 41 from the floor, 2 of 19 from the three-point line. Not good. 23 points in total. Not good. He also had 5 turnovers yesterday. Just couldn't find it. Was fighting it. Am I worried about it? No, not at all. I'm not worried about it. But one thing that I think we should be concerned with, and Fitz brought this up on the broadcast, and I did not realize this. Over the last 15 games going into last night, the Warriors were 26th in free throw shooting. 26th in free throw shooting. And outside of Steph Curry and Jordan Poole, the team is struggling to shoot free throws. That concerns me. Andrew Wiggins should be an all-star. But I need a little more than 70% from the free throw line. I need a little more. I just need a little more from Andrew Wiggins from the free throw line. Just a struggle. I think it's an outlier. They're 29-8, tied with the Phoenix Suns for the top record in the Western Conference. I'm not too concerned about Stephen Curry struggling. I'm not.
Did you happen to catch the ESPN article that Fitz was referencing last night regarding Andrew Wiggins?
It was great with KG saying
wasn't that cool?
Kevin Garnett basically said that Wiggins is playing with the MJ of his era. In Stephen Curry? I know Laker fans have fun with that one.
Well, that part I didn't really like trip off of. It was more like when they were doing the height, weight, speed, and all of the small metrics breaking down his athleticism and what they look for in the build of a player. If you were creating a player in a lab based off all the science that they've done in the draft and the pre-draft workouts and all that stuff, like Andrew Wiggins is damn near a perfect player in terms of what they're looking for, height, weight, speed-wise, his vertical leaping, his ability for lateral movement. It was just a really fascinating article on Andrew Wiggins kind of reaching his full potential of who he is this year. And I'm really happy that he seems to be getting the credit that he deserves. I mean, I know we're all freaking out, hyper-ventilating about the Steph Curry struggles. Andrew Wiggins is in the middle of having his banner year. I mean, this is a career year for this guy.
No doubt. By the way, in 4 minutes, when you hear this sound, when you hear it, when you hear that sound, 844-999-GAME. We're giving away 2 tickets to Sunday's game at Chase Center. Klay Thompson, the return against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Chase Center, 5:30. We're giving away 2 tickets. 2 tickets. 2 tickets. Caller number 11.
I've got a golden ticket.
Yeah, this is a golden ticket. It's a big ticket. It's a hot ticket. 2. You see the prices for this game? It's a big ticket. Hot ticket. I like hot tickets. Hot. 844-999-GAME. 844-999-GAME. That's Guru, when he's got the handles and he's crossing you off of that. Steph Curry didn't have.
He's a big man who wants the ball in the post.
Gerald the Guru Johnson, I tell you, he's got some force going in there, but misses the layup.
Finishing at the basket has been the problem.
Finishing at the basket is a problem. I felt bad for Guru after that one. The Chris Haynes Invitational. I actually ran into Chris Haynes last week, and I was like, man, you bring it back to finals, the Chris Haynes Invitational for the finals? Warriors make it, baby. We're going to have it out here. So I would get in shape if I were you, Shasky. Try to play in that game. All media members invited to that one. You can go play.
Would I be allowed with all of those esteemed journalists?
Well, I mean, you're a media member now, right? I mean,
I guess there's a difference between media and journalism because I'm not journalism. I'm media.
You could be radio,
strong
too.
Opinions,
TV, radio, all that stuff.
All right. So I'm thinking a team of me, Mully, D. Wright, you. Let's do this.
Listen, D. Wright and Mully's not playing. All right, they're not going near the gym.
They're my media brethren.
They will not go near the gym, and they will not play with you. They will look at you and laugh. You got to. That dream's over, Shasky. Dream's over.
We're going to get out there on the golf course at some point. Do you think Steph Curry needs a night off tonight? They're playing the New Orleans Pelicans.
I mean, he's gonna.
You don't think he's going to get
the quad? He bruised his quad yesterday. His quad was bruised.
It looked like he banged knees with whoever it was.
He banged a knee. His quad was hurt. Ankle looked like he rolled for a second. I think
Luka rolled the ankle late.
I think he's going to get the night off anyway. You heard Steve Kerr yesterday say after the game, hey, there's a chance that Steph Curry will not play against the Pelicans. Steph Curry said, yeah, we'll see, but it's pretty optimistic he may sit it out. He's probably going to not play tonight. I would expect Steph Curry to sit out against the Pelicans, a team that is 13-25. They're in the 20s in all the rankings. They don't have Zion Williamson. Zion Williamson is rehabbing in Portland, Oregon. He's not even with the team right now. Portland. And I mean, yeah, he's in Portland.
Why is he in Portland?
I have no idea. No idea what's going on with the Pelicans.
I thought he was from Carolina.
He is, but he's rehabbing in Portland. Maybe to get him away from New Orleans and,
maybe
he's put on some pounds, that good old gumbo and po' boy sandwiches.
I am not going to judge people that put on pounds when staying home.
No. In New Orleans, though. Trust me, I went out to New Orleans at the National Association of Black Journalists Convention in 2012. And let me tell you, if my friend, Baby Jesus, we called her Baby Jesus at high school, Natasha Vinsko. What's up, Natasha? But we called her Baby Jesus because,
why Baby Jesus?
Because she was religious. She's always saying, God needs to help you. You need Jesus and all this. But she had a condo, so me and Big Dog City stayed at the condo in New Orleans. If she didn't have a gym in that complex, I would have gained 15 pounds in a week in New Orleans. No joke. Just
deep fried beignets,
dude. The deep fried Cafe Du Monde, unbelievable. 4 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning. We'll give it tickets. Hold on, let me finish the story. Shit, Curly, this is a good story. The po' boy sandwiches that I got at Parkway Tavern.
Is Curly salivating back there?
No, he is freaking out because the lines are already blinking for these tickets. Yeah. Lines are blinking. They're going crazy. Folks want the tickets. Tickets.
It's like him staring at a cold Bud Light.
You know how he
salivating.
I've seen Curly stare at the phone lines when Kenny Smith one time was supposed to be a guest on the show, and he was staring at the phone lines. And every time the phone rang, he snapped the phone, grabbed it, and it wasn't Kenny. Hung it up. Just kept looking. Every 2 seconds, kept snapping his neck. I said, damn, Curly, relax a little bit.
Because he wants a golden ticket to Clay's return.
Dude, Parkway Tavern, Shasky, they had these po' boy sandwiches. I actually complained that there was too much shrimp in the po' boy sandwich.
What?
It was just falling out of bread.
That's sacrilegious.
Dude, it was just, it was so much shrimp. And dude, New Orleans, I'm telling you, man, Zion,
are we talking prawns or shrimp? Because there's a difference.
It was shrimp. Might as well have been prawn. They were big, though. They were fat shrimp, fat, juicy shrimp. And they were just falling out the bread. Parkway Tavern down in New Orleans. Unbelievable.
Ridiculous.
Oh, it's time.
It's time.
Caller number 11. Caller number 11. 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. We took Sunday's tickets right off our boss's desk, folks, just for you roasters. Just for you roasters to go experience history Sunday at 5:30 at Chase Center. And you want to get there early. You don't want to miss the pageantry in case it happens. This game has been flexed on NBA TV. It's now a national TV game. It's going to be on NBC Sports Bay Area. We extended our pregame show 30 minutes. We're starting at 4 o'clock. I wonder why. You don't want to miss it. Caller number 11 right now, 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-GAME. We don't know if Klay's going to play or not. Certainly feels like it. Cavaliers, Warriors. We're giving those tickets out right now. John Curley's on the phone.
I want to find out who wins them.
Yeah, give me the name.
Because I want to talk to that person so that we can talk to him next week after the game.
Yeah, I want to get the name, get the city. And don't forget, if you miss out on these tickets, you can always buy some tickets at Warriors.com. Warriors.com has plenty of tickets available. Man,
look at you.
Spin the cheddar, baby. Let's go. And if you're looking for all the best Warriors content on 95.7 The Game,
I am looking for
Warriors
it. What do I do?
20357. That's Warriors to 20357. And make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. What's coming up? Brought to you by AC Transit. We'll try to catch up with Jim Barnett. If not, we'll get back into the Warriors and the 49ers. I still got some thoughts on the Niners. You got some Steph thoughts too?
Yeah, I'll regurgitate some of my Steph opinions.
Oh, you're a little worried. I could see it on your face.
No, it's not situation critical. It's just drought season right now.
Drought season? All right, drought season. Find a career.
Let the rain go.
Find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators now. Paid training is provided. Join their team and keep the East Bay moving. Apply today at actransit.org/careers.
True Jack in the Box has breakfast all day.
That's why we call it all-day breakfast.
And all night?
Yep.
Early evenings?
You're so close to getting it. All-day breakfast with freshly cracked eggs. Only at Jack in the Box.
Tired of searching for sports updates in different places? The Xfinity Sports Zone gives you the ultimate sports hub experience. Find games, commentary, news, and highlights all in one place. Use the voice remote to get instant access to stats and scores.
I want Iguodala.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
The saga continues, baby. The triumph. Whoo! Spinoni bringing heat, man. In place for Stephen Langford. Nice guy. He'll be back with us soon. Shout out Langford. Shout out Alan Stiles for filling in for him on the pregame show. Did a great job.
Yeah, he was great this morning.
Did a great job. Yeah. First solo show on 95.7 The Game. Came in. Didn't even look like a rook. I said, damn, after one show, I'm ready to give you Rookie of the Year. Charlie Waters last night on Warriors postgame show. Sounded good, man. These rookies, man. Got some hot shots here at 95.7 The Game. Some hot shots. Damn good hiring by the boss, man. He's doing something well tonight. He's doing something well around these parts. That's some good rookies. I mean, we still got Curly around here, but that's all good. It's all good. Let's talk a little Warriors and Steph Curry. Joe Shasky in the building.
Is Curly the JaVale McGee of this station? He had 1 foot out of the league, and then he got onto this show, and we kind of redeemed his career, and now he might be on the dream team.
Dude, and he's won a couple championships, man. We've carried him. I mean, like JaVale McGee, he only played 9 minutes a night for the Warriors. Curly works about 2 hours a day. He's here like 8 hours. He works for about 2 of them.
It's okay. Hey, Curly, if you're McGee, I'll be Alfonso McKinney.
Wow, you don't even stick around. You don't even win a championship if you're Alfonso McKinney. Damn.
I was trying to come up with somebody who was a part of it, but not, and so that's the best I could do.
Dude,
love you, Curly.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Love is a strong word around these parts. It's a strong word. I may like you. I don't know if I love you. No, of course. All right, we're getting weird here. 888-957-9570. Warriors and Pelicans tonight. Tip off at 5 p.m. Of course, you catch that game on 95.7 The Game. Warriors pre and post game on NBC Sports Bay Area. We're starting at 4 o'clock today. 4 o'clock today, 1 hour pre. Of course, Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto will have the pregame show here on 95.7 The Game, getting you ready for Pelicans, and we'll see who's in and who's out. Unlikely Steph Curry's going to play tonight. He has a quad contusion. Said he banged it pretty bad. He also banged his knee. And he's coming off his 2 worst games of the season. Last 2 nights combined, 8 for 41 from the floor. 2 of 19 from the three-point line. Warriors are still 29-8, but he struggled over the last 2, which has people in the uproar. Steph, is he past his prime? Is he tired? Is he fatigued? Does he have heavy legs? Is this... Man, the beginning of the end for Stephen Curry. Well, in the previous 4 games, let me tell you, folks, before the last 2 nights, his last 4, he averaged 33 points, 4.5 assists, 4 rebounds, shot 45.7% from the floor, and nearly 40% from the three-point line. Is he struggling over the last 2? Sure. Having some bad nights. But are we concerned? Long-term? Shasky, you concerned long-term about this guy? I'm not. I don't think you are.
No, I'm not concerned, but I think it would be foolish if I didn't acknowledge what's going on right now. Like, I think one thing that people lose their minds on when it comes to just sports talk radio in general is that we come on here and we assess what's going on right now in real time. And right now, in real time, he just looks a little off. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't mean that he's declining. It doesn't mean that we've seen the best of Steph Curry. I'm not jumping to the other end of the spectrum, but the reality is he looks slightly off, right? And this is the way I would put it. I would say he's in a tiny little, funk, slump, whatever you want to call it. It's not sustainable. It's not something that's going to begin this downward regression into some mediocre player or someone who's not, who's a shell of himself. It's just a little drought. It's a little drought. Didn't the state of California just go through an entire drought season, Yeah. And then what ended up happening? We had 3 weeks of biblical rain, and now drought season is officially over.
Rain? Why do you always say biblical rain, man?
Because
there's nothing
cats
biblical.
And dogs living together.
Dude, it
was hysteria.
Nothing biblical about the rain, man. It was just wet. Just wet.
Atmospheric river, they were calling it, Bonte.
Oh, gosh.
Thank you, Joe Spadoni.
Man.
Thank you. Bonte came in one day. This is about 2 weeks ago. He was like, oh, my God. I was going like 14 miles an hour on the freeway. It was dangerous. And now you're over here slapping down my biblical rain proclamations.
No, I was driving 14 miles an hour because people know how to drive in the rain. We've all forgot how to drive in the rain. I mean, get out the way. True story. Monday, coming back to the studio after our vacation, I got sideswiped on the freeway. Coming from 101, seriously.
Hit?
dude, like the back of I'll show you when you come back to the studio. The back of my right car, little scrape. Not a big scrape, a little scrape. Not a big one, not major, but a guy was like
a little slump.
Yeah, look, guy was just like, didn't even see me in his blind spot, and he's just like in both lanes. I'm like, dude, it was wild. And then when you get off
so
at 280.
What did you do?
I just kept driving. I'm not going to stop on the freeway. We're on the freeway right there when 101 and 280 meets.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm coming from the Candlestick Way, so I keep driving. Next thing you know, I'm getting off right there at 3rd and King, right? You get off, get off that ramp, you're flying off, right? I'm in the left lane.
Well, you shouldn't.
You shouldn't be flying
We're
going about 40 miles an hour. You
you've got the Charger.
Dip. You get the little dip. You're feeling yourself going into the city.
You
seeing
hit
the big
nitrous.
buildings. You know what I'm saying? You're feeling it. You're bumping. You know what I'm saying? Going back to the studio. You're excited to get back on the airwaves. Guy in the left lane, right? We're driving. He just stops. Like, stops before the intersection. It's a green light. He just stops. I'm like, there's no blinkers, no nothing. I veer over to the right. I keep driving. I'm looking. And the guy just makes a right turn on Barry from the left lane, man. I said, this is how the morning's starting? Okay.
Oh, boy.
That's how we do it. By the way, our flex moment of the day is coming up in 14 minutes. We'll bring you the Xfinity flex moment of the show. Stay tuned to find out what we pick as a flex moment of the show. And don't forget the text line. The Comcast business text line is always open at 888-957-9570. 408. I did honk, and I got the hell out of there. I just left. I was just like, you know what? It's too early in the morning. I'm not doing anything. I'm gone. It's dangerous out there.
It does take you to whether it's hydroplaning, almost getting into an accident where you like your heart is thumping and you're like, oh my gosh, and then you're like full awareness while driving for however long you go to your next destination, and then it's almost like you completely forget about it and you just keep it moving.
I didn't tell Lynn until like 7 o'clock at night. She's like, that's not the first thing you told me? You didn't tell me that? I said, dude, I forgot. Like, we did a show. I drove off. I was good. It was good to hood.
I know.
Oh, man. Anyway, let's go to Tamir in Oakland. Our main man, Tamir in Oakland. What's happening? You're on the game.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. I just wanted to call because, like, I hear everybody about this stuff. It's like, it's laughable to me because I played basketball. I didn't play in the NBA, but I played high-level type. And then now I coach it, too. If you notice that Steph got a little bit bulkier, he's focusing more on defense, and he does run a lot off of screens and stuff. Eventually, your shot's going to go. It's been going on since basketball. Before I'm born, I'm 40 years old. So before that, like, players go in slumps. So even the greatest players of all time have gone in slumps. Like, fans are just tripping. We need to just cherish having Steph on this team because when he's gone, we're not even going to be able to talk about stuff like this. We're 28-9, like,
right, top
team in the West. Like, there's nothing wrong. He's just going through a slump. He'll be fine. Klay's coming back. We should be enjoying this. People are panicking over it. So what I hate about Twitter and people that never watched the game or played the game, just panic. We just need to chillax, sit down, watch the game, and enjoy the show.
Yeah, I would be.
Chillax. I forgot that word.
That's a great word.
I used to be the word.
Dude, he revived that one from the dead. Tamir, chillax. Maybe I'll start saying that to Ed. I always say, hey, relax.
Chillax. Don't be a cutter.
And then one thing about women, they hate when you tell them to relax. And I seem to use that word all the time. Relax. It's okay. Relax.
Calm down, Bonte.
Yeah, calm down. Oh, I can't stand that. I hate when people tell me to calm down, Bonte. I am calm down. Why are you frustrated? I'm not frustrated.
Yeah, that's whenever I call customer service. Sir, you're yelling. I'm not yelling. This is how I talk.
You ain't lying, man.
Bro, I wait forever before I finally get a hold of an actual human being on one of these customer service lines. And then by the time I've explained my specific situation 77 times, they finally get on and I'm like, I've had it up to here with this person and this poor individual who has, it's not their fault or whatever it is not their fault. It's the corporation's fault. And I just take it out on them. And then the next thing I know, I got hung up on.
Yeah, no, they do that. They'll just hang up on you. Just boop. Done. Gone. By the way, 650 Comcast Business Text Line. You're lying, Bonte. Baseball comes back and the Giants are in a pennant race. I guarantee you're all in again. Probably. Maybe. Probably not. Probably. 415, is the Warriors giveaway over? Yes, it is over. Curly, who won the tickets? Who won the tickets to Sunday's game, Curly? Spadoni, get in there.
Carson Hyde. Congratulations to Carson Hyde.
Where's he from?
Albany.
Wow. The Burbs.
Nice.
He's from the Burbs.
What?
Yeah, Albany's kind of the Burbs. Yeah.
Is it East Bay?
Yeah, it's like near El Cerrito, Berkeley.
Yeah. There's suburbs in the East Bay, Shasky.
I mean, I know, but I didn't know if it was considered suburbs. I guess. I guess. I don't know.
The bots got the tickets for
the Russian bots, somehow won the tickets.
The bots on the sneaker app. Whenever they buy up all the sneakers, the bots got them. Whenever
and it ends up being the kid from Nike whose mom worked for Nike and had the early access code. Did you see that story?
Oh, that story was incredible. He had a garage full of shoes. He had a garage, and his mom resigned right away. She didn't say, you know what, I'm done. She was like the North American manager of Nike. She was a big shot. She's just like, you know what, we're not even going to investigate it. I'm just gone. I'm going to get out of your life. Don't worry about me anymore. Because I could have gone. Oh, man, I wonder what happened with that. She had to resign.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem I got with the shoe collector people. So like right now, there's a bunch of Jordan brand golf shoes that are being released, Bonte. People that aren't even golfers or people that would never even wear those Jordans are buying them so that they could sell them on the secondary and third markets for all of this profit. And that to me, just I don't know. I don't like that. I get it. It's a business strategy, but like I don't know. I'm not feeling that.
I got something that you are feeling. I guarantee that you're going to be feeling this. According to ABC News, Taco Bell is selling a $10 monthly taco subscription.
What?
Let me repeat that. Taco Lovers Pass.
What?
Taco Bell.
It's like a fast pass for tacos?
Dude, Taco Bell is selling a $10 monthly taco
Prime.
Dude, I was eating quinoa and salad for dinner last night. I don't need to see something like this. Unbelievable.
So
for $10,
give me what the particulars are.
For $10 a month, Taco Bell customers can get one taco per day. Man, the advertisement just popped up. Get out the advertisement. Come on, there we go. For $10 a month, Taco Bell customers can get one taco per day for 30 straight days. The national program called Taco Lovers Pass is available to purchase beginning Thursday for members of its rewards program and have downloaded the Taco Bell app. A variety of tacos are included in a subscription. Soft taco, spicy potato soft taco, crunchy tacos, and Doritos tacos. Once a customer subscribes
Doritos
to
Tacos Locos are off the hook.
A special section within the app is unlocked, and customers can add a taco to their cart during the checkout process. They tested out the program. So damn good. Ooh-wee.
So can we agree here? I love Taco Bell, and I love all fast food. I admit it. I'm a fat guy at heart and in the physical. But if you are part of the Taco Bell's rewards program, seek help.
I don't have the app. I will admit I don't have the app on my phone. I'm not going there. I do need help. I'm not going that far, man.
I'm talking to myself in the mirror, by the way,
because I'm a
when
fat
I say
guy
that
too.
out loud.
And that is tempting, man. And you know what's cold? So when I'm going to NBC Sports Bay Area, I get off the same exit, 3rd and King
the
or whatnot.
Taco Bell is open every single time.
You make that left on 3rd.
Nobody
and there's a Taco
in line.
Bell right there by Lucky Strike. And I may or may have not double parked right there to get a quick bite before I go to NBC Sports Bay Area. I may not have. I may. I don't know.
So here's the hard part. When you got a family and you do go fast food that route, why does the smell linger in the car long beyond past when you've removed all of the packaging? It happens every single time. I get busted every time, Bonte, for getting those secret meals.
Yeah, I know. Oh, my gosh. That's a good... Man, this taco thing got me rattled. Let's go to Gene in Oakland.
You're like sweating.
Dude,
you have
I
the
am
meat
sweating.
Sweats right now.
$10 a month, you get any taco? Dude, you get the Doritos tacos every day. You can have a taco every day.
Hey,
$10.
Taco Supreme's off the hook. I don't care what anyone
the Gordita
says.
Crunch? Oh, my gosh. The
Don't sleep on that Crunchwrap Supreme.
The Crunchwrap Supreme is good.
Oh, it is really good.
That's a good call.
I've stayed
Why
away
does the
from that
lettuce
one.
always hit the spot?
Dude, it does hit the spot with the sour cream.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
the crunchy lettuce hits the spot.
Dude, and I love how the shredded cheese just falls all over your pants.
Oh, yeah, that's the
it
best
gets
part.
all over your car seats. And I'm not mad at it. I'll, pick spots off my car seat. I am that guy, ooh, look at that shredded cheese. Look at that shredded cheese. It looks so juicy. Can't let that one go to waste. Just pop it in your mouth and play the 5-second rule. Oh, my gosh.
This show and food. Spadoni, you fit right in.
Botsy should get an ass whooping for court. I'm not going to read that one. I'm not going to read that. Gene in Oakland, what's happening? I had to stop
Gene.
myself. What's up, Gene?
Hey, guys. Making me hungry here.
Yeah.
Anyways, So watching Curry last night, I had the same feeling I had when I watched Garoppolo in the last game he played. Like, I sensed that, the day after the Tennessee game that there was something wrong with the guy, because otherwise it didn't add up. I mean, 4 days before he played maybe the best game, statistically at least, he'd ever played. 4 days later he plays like the worst game. So I thought maybe there's some little injury, something going on. I called in, talked to Dan and Shamari, and mentioned this, and sure enough, 2 or 3 days later, they say, yeah, he had a sprained thumb. I'm just, watching Curry last night, I'm not sure it's age. I'm not sure it's a slump. I think maybe there's something wrong with him. I mean, I think he jammed his thumb last week. Maybe he's trying to just play through it, and maybe it's not working for him. Maybe it's some personal stuff. I mean, parents divorcing, this whole open marriage thing. I don't know, but I just have that same sense. Something's going on. Anyway,
Gene, let me just explain something. We yesterday talked about the off-court stuff for any athlete, Curry included. I think that stuff for the most part is off limits to talk about. I know me. I know Bonte. I know Curly. I know Langford, Spadoni, whoever it is on our show. We all got stuff going on at home. Every one of us, everyone listening to this show right now has a whole bag. I'm saying we got a whole baggage of crap going on in our life. Well, it's not just relationships. I'm just saying stuff, life. Life just weighs on you. So I don't think it's fair for us to even guess or go down that road. That's my particular opinion. If somebody says something and they want to be truthful or open or put something out there, okay, maybe we can nibble on it a little. But in terms of like where he's at right now, I just think it's a little slump. And he's a little off. That's all. There was a little bunny. He had like a jump, like a tweener layup bunny.
Oh, it was ugly.
And he
didn't know what to do.
And he looked up into the sky like, I'm just off. I'm just off. And that's all I kept thinking was, I'm just a little off.
And by the way, if there is something going on, hypothetically, something going on in his life, and I'm not here to speak about that. We all have something going on, but that's not the reason he's struggling. Because when they get on the basketball court, that's the perfect distraction. When I'm going through something in life, Shasky, coming to this radio station distracts me from everything.
But people grieve differently.
Yeah, they grieve differently. But come on, Curry's a pro.
Or they deal with things differently.
That divorce thing with his parents has been going on for over a year and a half. All right, the guy averaged 37 a game over the last 2 months of the season. Maybe that sparked him to light the league up on fire when he knew his parents was going through that. So I don't want to get into that at all.
Well, I just don't think it's fair for me to try to get inside the head of you, get inside the head of some of our colleagues, other athletes, like the psychological element when it comes to like what they're doing. I think that's unfair. I think it's unfair for us to even speculate. That's my opinion. Others can have theirs, like you talked about earlier today. How you feel is how you feel. I think that stuff should be off limits in my opinion.
Yeah, it is off limits. I want to. No, it's off.
That's
limits.
Just how I operate.
I don't. Yeah, it's, and I don't think even.
No, let's look at on the court.
Hold on,
Shasky.
No, hold on. I don't even think if it was a problem, it's a problem for him on the floor. Basketball is basketball, man. These guys are pros. When people go into work, I know a lot of people, they go into work, and all that stuff.
Thrive.
Dude, they thrive. They perform better. So that stuff is out of control.
Let me give you a little nugget of personal stuff. When my wife and I are very different in terms of how we grieve. When we were going through certain things, this is years back, some very tragic things. I grieved completely different from my wife. My wife stuck her head into her work and poured everything she could into her work, and that's how she kind of detached from all of the normal lifetimes. Me, I'm like a baby. I can't stop thinking about it, and it affects me on how I work. So everyone operates differently, even within inside their own family.
Yeah, no doubt about that. By the way, I'm feeling like Baby D in next Friday.
Why?
She was talking about the new Twinkies coming out. She knew about all the snacks. Remember next Friday? Mm-hmm. Baby D knew about all the snacks. That's how I'm feeling about Taco Bell. Like, man, are they bringing the Mexican pizza back? The Crunch Wrap Supreme? Damn. Oh, man.
What is your go-to order at Taco Bell?
I've been getting Dude, I've been getting that cheesy gordita crunch box. I've been getting that cheesy gordita crunch box. It's like on a secret menu or something like that. You you get the cheesy gordita crunch box.
Are you guys like a fire sauce, hot, mild?
I usually don't go sauce. I don't go sauce. I don't do sauce with the Taco Bell. They always ask me.
I like the bold take, actually. No sauce.
Yeah,
no sauce.
I like the fire sauce.
I don't do the sauce.
So I get the Doritos Locos. I get at least one or two of those, and I get the Taco Supreme 3-pack. And I like that. They have like a steak burrito thingy that I always get. And your boy gets about 3/4 of the way done, and I mix and match how I'm eating it. And I'm just total fat boy status.
Well, I am disappointed that Taco Bell got rid of the double-decker Taco Supreme. I added that on to everything. Double-decker Taco Supreme. You know the cold part is about Taco Bell, KFC, and all these places. What else would you like to order? They always ask you, what else would you like to order? You're like, damn, well, I would like to spend $20 in here, but really I know it's probably not the...
Well, since I'm here, I'll take 3 Egg McMuffins.
Yeah. Dude, they add on. Next thing you know, you're walking out of there spending $15, and they got a $1 value menu, man. So anyway, it's we're going to get to Aaron in just a second in Oakland. Aaron, hang tight. We'll get to you in just a second. But right now, it is time for the flex moment of the show. Brought to you by Xfinity. Hit it, Spadoni!
49ers got the Rams with the playoff at stake. Trey Lance at the center, this ain't give me a break. Watch that boy fake a handoff, hit Debo in stride. The way he run, the way he glide, it's a touchdown slide. We got Big Nick sack, Bosa one-man sack exchange. We talking about a single player that could change the game. Now special teams and secondary, they better come right, or else it's going to be a Red Cup party tonight. So happy New Year's, 49ers. Thanks for a great season. We'll be roasting you on Monday. Don't you give us that reason. Hey, Bonte, Shasky, Wise Guy, Badon, Curly, Niners, come out to play.
Let's
go! Duke.
The Flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
So, I have to share this before we get to Aaron
Duke,
in Oakland.
What a great rap.
Duke making a flex moment of the
tomorrow.
show. Duke making a flex moment of the show. We got to play that all until the Niners season.
Play that over the Bang Bang Niner Gang, just the instrumental.
That was
or
great.
Big Step.
I liked it over that flex beat too. That was pretty good.
Yeah, me too.
So I got to share this real quick before we get to Aaron in Oakland. Before we get you off here, Shasky. I don't want to jack this name up. Matt Shams on Instagram, right? He follows both of us. Sent me a DM. Man, I tried to get the tickets. I guess I got to try harder next time. Show's great, man. So he screenshots me his phone log here, Shasky. Screenshots the phone log. Now,
okay.
He's got some funny things. Phil, the loan officer, I don't know why you call it him. Bernice saying, hey, maybe Bernice is a love. He got the emojis. He sent me the whole log.
Is that person friends with Joan and Payroll?
Dude, I don't know. He sent me the entire call log, man.
What is going on down the line here, by the way? Who is on the phone with us?
I don't know. But look, 95-7 a game contest line from 8:37. He called 101 times. That is dedication. That is dedication. As 101, that is dedication to get those tickets. Matt Shams. I'm
sorry, homie.
Dude, I'm sorry, man. We need to give
101.
The guy needs a T-shirt or something. Called 101 times. I'm just, hey, Matt, man. Who the hell is Phil, the loan officer? I'm looking at the names on here, dude. Bernice is obviously somebody special, man. Bernice is a special lady. Shout out to Bernice. Matt really loves you because I can tell with just the phone log here. It is unbelievable stuff.
I hope he's not cheating, and she is not his significant other.
Why would you say that?
Because you just outed him like D'Angelo Russell.
You're right, dude. I didn't mean to do it. I'm sorry, Matt.
What are you doing?
It's actually
the loan officer. You're getting all his business in the streets.
Dude, my bad. It's not Bernice. It's actually Burma Superstar. Aaron in Oakland.
Okay, now you're the worst liar ever, Pinocchio.
Aaron in Oakland.
All right.
Aaron in Oakland, save us, man. Aaron, what's up?
Man, save you, man. You guys are clowning this morning. It's great. But let me give y'all props. The way you just explained that you wouldn't drag Steph Curry through the mud about off-court stuff, I love y'all for that, because there's a dime a dozen announcers out here that will do that.
Yep.
Y'all get big props for that from me, man. The second thing is, let's just say this. Slump, it's not a slump, man. He's getting older, man. It's not a slump. He's got a couple off games. He'll be back. Plus, Klay coming back takes off the pressure. Curry been carrying the young team, so now he got backup. The other thing, man, when I really want to talk about Curry, he ain't Antonio Brown, man. So we're not even going to go down that route.
Right.
There's going to be some off games, but also knew the season was going to get harder. We talked about this at the beginning of the season when I called in. The season's slowly getting harder after Christmas. It's stepping up. And, of course, if we're going to sit here and if we're going to ding you for a couple games,
Yeah, talk to me after the season's over. We're in position to make a playoff run. I got no complaints, y'all.
Man.
Big props to y'all this morning.
Appreciate you, Aaron, and that's a perfect way to end the show right there. Steph Curry will be fine. Let's stop speculating, please. And, again, before the last 2 nights, his previous 4 games, he was dropping 33, 5, and 4. Shooting 45.5% from the field, which a lot of players will take in the NBA, and 39.3% from the three-point line, which a lot of players will take in the NBA. Ask Luka Doncic, who's shooting 32%. Ask Trae Young, who's in the low 30s. All right? A lot of people, Lobo. I don't know what's more impressive. What's up, Lobo? 707 Concast Business Text Line. I don't know what's more impressive. Steph Curry making 106 threes or the caller trying 101 times. That's impressive. Zucci Man says he called 168 times.
Choke artist.
Oh, don't do that. They're not chokers. It's just a tough ticket, man. Everybody wants to see Klay. Everybody wants to see Klay. And that's happening Sunday. I believe it's happening Sunday. So that is it for us. Good job, Spadoni. Good job running the board. Alan Styles making his debut. John Curley on the phone doing his thing. I guess Whitey and Dibs is next? Wow. Man, they're pulling the old Steiny Guru and Dibs, where one guy was always out. Mark Willard out today. Dibs was out on Monday. What's going on? Anyway, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Warriors and Pelicans tonight. We'll talk more 49ers tomorrow. Shanahan will meet the media a little bit later and have an update on Jimmy Garoppolo. Have a good day, everybody. Whitey and Dibs.
When will the Splash Brothers be reunited?
Curry, quick release, splash! Steph Curry from the left sideline. Thompson sets his feet, lets it fly, splash!
Find out right here on the home of the Warriors. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, Whitey Gleason in for Willard today, so this isn't Willard and Dibs. It's more like Dibs and Friends or Dibs and Company. And Dibs, I know you're not a big fan of the Happy New Year, but how would you feel if I wished you Merry Claysmas, with Claysmas only 3 days away?
It would remind me why I am so endeared to do radio with you for 3 hours every now and again. Because you get me, Whitey. Yeah. You get me. You had me at hell no. And yes, Happy New Year's done. I give you 5 days. Right. We're on day 6, and it's time to move on to the next holiday. And with apologies to MLK Jr.'s birthday coming up a week from Monday, Claysmas does come up before then. Hopefully, it's Sunday. I cannot wait to unwrap those presents that have been under the tree now for 31 months, Whitey, since the man has played.
On the first day of Claysmas, Bob Myers gave to me Wiggins, who now makes a 3. Speaking of the 3, what is the deal here? Thank you. This
I give you
should
3.
be all. Thank you. You know, I got to go to Dibsitration on something that happened Monday, but I'll circle back to that.
Tease it. That's great, because everything gets rated from 0 to 5 crides in honor of our dear brother Mark Kreidler, with whom we once shared these very airwaves when he let us talk. But go ahead, you were saying.
All right, before we get to Steph, and we'll get to Steph in just a second, but now that you gave me 3, look, Monday I'm in for you. And I'm sorry you weren't feeling well. Glad you're feeling better. And the song of the day was something. It was Michael Jackson, gonna be starting something. Because, with Trey Lance, we're starting something. And I said, well, how about Jimmy G? He's not my quarterback. And I just, off the top of my head, I got 2. I got 2 for that.
It's unfortunate, and it's partly because, you get a couple of zygotes and great job, spit down, and Kyle, who Kyle doesn't get it. These guys were born like mid to late 90s, so that's a whole generation. It's a generation sensation that they just simply missed out on, White.
Yeah, I know, but hey, we're talking about quarterbacks and Michael Jackson. Boom, Jimmy G. Oh, you get 2. Anyway, we move on. It should be all merrymaking and holiday festivities here with Claysmas nearly here, but instead, Dibs, all of a sudden now, the Warriors and Steph Curry, it's got to be for the first time in his life probably, right, that all of a sudden he's having trouble shooting the basketball. And I don't mean a little bit of trouble, real trouble. Steph Curry in a deep shooting slump. So how concerned are you?
I'm getting more concerned, but I know that help is on the way, and not only in the form of Klay Thompson, but in the form of, the All-Star break, although he's going to be quite busy. It won't be that restful, but I think you're in a tough spot with the schedule, combined with, we aren't quite yet to the dog days of the NBA season, but we're getting darn near it. Because, Whitey, when you get into February, when the baseball hasn't started and the Super Bowl is over and the NBA players are like, okay, we got the spotlight for the next month, yet you are so taxed. You're 52 into an 82-game slog, and I think we're seeing a little bit of that from Steph. But the one part that is troubling me a little bit is you can see that it's now affecting him and the way he's playing. There was at least 3 occasions last night where he got locked up mentally, where he was in between the 3 and the 2. He didn't drive to the cup. He kind of had a couple of half-hearted shovels from 12.
Yes.
He's not playing with that baby-faced assassin-like mentality right now. And, it's just showing that he's only human.
A lot of it has to do with the defenses they're seeing, right? I thought Dallas did something that Memphis did with great success earlier this year when Memphis came in to chase and they won that game in overtime. I know the last time they were here, the Warriors beat them. But they really defended the three-point line well. They weren't going to let the Warriors beat them from the three-point line. Dallas had the same mindset last night. And Steph, you're right. There were a number of his short floaters. Is like, oh, that just didn't look right. But he took a lot of tough shots last night. Hard shots. And he had to because the offense was struggling. But the concerning thing to me is you don't know exactly what caused it, and you don't know how long it's going to last. But a clue as far as what caused it to me was comments from Steve Kerr, who said every one of his threes last night was just a little short, gets front rim, back rim, and comes out. So if everything's a little short, even a little short, I mean, to me, Dibs, I was never in a major motion picture about basketball like you were, but to me, that speaks to a fatigue factor.
Yeah, absolutely. And, when you're shooting for 12 hours on the set of Flubber, as I was, and by the way, we're coming up on the 25-year anniversary of the filming of that, which makes me want to contact my own next of kin, quite frankly. But,
Special edition coming out? Yeah, big cast reunion and all that?
Unfortunately, with Robin no longer with us, I don't know who else would be showing up to see the Dibber. Dibber Claus is not quite the same draw as my late great co-star Robin Williams, but the legs, women weaken legs, while also playing 82 NBA games across the country back and forth also weakens legs. And I think you're seeing a little bit from Steph, the fatigue, and also Whitey, ever since he was approaching the record. It seemed like opposing defenses now are just hell-bent on not letting him beat you. It's really, to me, akin to the intentional walk syndrome that Barry Bonds faced, where, all right, sorry, Barry, you're not homering off of me. And now these teams, they're selling out for Steph beyond the three-point line, like just on principle. They're not letting Steph beat them or get warmed up at all, and as a result, he's not able to get in that rhythm.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I think that'd be a great bid if you tried to get on your show. It's Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard today. If you tried to get as many cast members from Flubber to come on with you to reminisce, that might be interesting. But Draymond said the same thing you just said. Draymond talked about how teams are selling out now to stop Steph in ways that we've never seen before. And I guess defenses have been focused on him for many, many years now. But you go back to Nick Nurse and the Boxing One in 2019, right? And that's really when things seemed to cross a line. And now it's gotten more and more absurd. So Draymond had some interesting things to say. He says, look, the more defenses focus on him, the more he has the ball. Maybe we should have him play off the ball more. I don't know, but to me, the bottom line here is that it has to have something to do with fatigue. And I also think, Dibs, just the mental burden that he's been carrying this year of you got to become the greatest shooter of all time. And here you go. You're breaking this record, that record. And just think of Steph. He's always been proving people wrong, right? He's always been showing them, I'm not too small. I can play at this level. I can be an MVP. We can win. We can win this way. And now all of a sudden the consensus is you're the greatest shooter of all time. So now what does he have to prove?
He has to prove that he can win another MVP and become a champion again and all that, and realizing what it's going to take, at this point, 33 years old, I think, and, Klay not yet back and still no Wiseman. And last year was kind of a free run. You knew it was going to be a truncated 72-game season, and you knew with the hokey play-in scenario that you didn't have to be absolutely elite to make something happen. So he just kind of got a free run with a young rookie center who ended up getting hurt. Will Poole be better and all the rest of that? Well, this year, they've started out so incredibly hot, and you're getting Klay back. You're the front runner for MVP. You're the virtual favorite for the NBA title, just a whisker behind the Nets. All of a sudden now, these games have a lot more teeth in them early in the year, Whitey, because you got a chance to be the number one overall and home court advantage and all the rest of that. So it's a little bit more of a tough slog this year because these games matter more, and teams are just out to get Steph right now.
Sometimes you go to the store, maybe Kyle Madsen says, hey, I need some kind of fruit drink. You go to the store, you get a fruit drink, and you check it to see what's the percentage of juice. I got this grape drink, but it's only like 5% juice. To your point, a lot of the Warrior games now, because they mean a lot, you're playing for home court, high percentage of juice, right? That game last night, for example, that was at least 75% juice, in part because, the Warriors are playing meaningful games now. They're trying to secure home court. But I also think there's something of a budding rivalry between the Warriors and the Mavericks. We saw it a couple of years ago when Luka got into it with Marquise Chris, who interestingly is now his teammate. I guess where I'm going with this, Dibs, here, and of course we'll circle back to Steph and where he goes from here. I don't like the Mavericks. I don't like Luka. I like watching him play. I think he's a big baby. I think he's a whiny baby type. And I don't like seeing the Warriors get knocked around by the Dallas Mavericks like that.
It's frustrating with Luka for me because I love his game. The guy is like a slow motion version of an elite athlete, yet you can't stop him. He's like James Harden in that way. I'm sorry, James Harden. But when Luka Doncic makes a move, he doesn't explode by you. He doesn't elevate over you. He kind of like Larry Bird in that same way where he just gets a quarter of a shoulder, Jack Sikma on the low block. I mean, these are not the most elite, awe-inspiring athletes, yet his ability to draw contact. And I'm with you, though, on the whining, the palms up. And every single action, he turns and finds the nearest official and droops those eyes and looks longingly and hopefully. That's a part of the game that I think we all want to see, get lessened to a great extent. I don't know how you do it. Actually, I do know how you do it. They'll never do it. But I love his game, but he frustrates me. You go to and you hate this, but you go to a true soccer style card system where you give a guy a yellow card. Now he's on the yellow card. The next time you get the red card and you're gone. You can give these out more readily. You don't have to shoot a free throw. The other team just gets a point. We're going to give you a point on the red card. So that way we just move it along. It's not a tee. We argue. We got to walk to the other end. We got to shoot the free throw. Just pull the card. Okay, you've been warned. Next time you run your material, Luka, you're getting the red.
You keeping the cards over in the scores table, so Zach Zarba has to hold on. He's got to run over and grab. Where's the card? I need a yellow one. No, not that one. Is that kind of the
no, it's in the front pocket. And you should know this, Whitey. The yellow's in the front. Yeah. And the red is in the back. Ooh. That way you don't confuse them, If you want to go red, if you ever see the ref go straight red, you see him go to his pocket. He's not going to his wallet. He's going to the card.
Okay. All right. Do you know that Luka literally this year, this was before Christmas, he didn't like the way a few calls were going, and he said to an official, this is documented, he said, "Why do you hate me?" He actually said that.
No way.
Yes. Look it up. He actually said that during a game. "Why do you hate me?"
But, that's so great.
Yeah, the officials have been letting a lot more go. They've also been letting players talk back to him a lot more, but they have been allowing for more contact. What's your guess here? How much you think that is affecting Steph? I think it's affecting him. I don't think it's a big factor in this slump, but I do think it's a necessary adjustment for him with defenses focusing on him to the degree that they are.
Yeah, I thought he made the adjustment early, though. He was attacking the cup, as we like to say, to sound hip and, well, he's attacking the cup, Whitey, I got to tell you. When he was really getting to the rim earlier in the year, it didn't seem to be bothering him at all. I think right now it's more just a case of fatigue. And, it's a lot of games, and the minutes in which he's playing, these are exertion minutes. So Draymond talked about him playing off the ball more. Well, Steph Curry off the ball is not a J.J. Redick, I'm chilling on the wing until somebody needs the three ball. He's running baselines. He's getting bumped as they bump the cutter. He's running
elevator
through,
play.
Elevate, all that stuff. So it's not exactly going to lessen his physical load. I do think it's just fatigue right now and a little bit of the mental that he knows it. I mean, Steph is one of the most astute athletes we've ever seen as far as, self-awareness, game awareness. He knows he's in. Hey, I got to tell you, he's scuffling right now. He's in a big way. And remember, like this has been a long journey through the desert.
Yeah. So what is Steph now? The official number? What is he? 8 for his last 41. Yeah, 8 for 41. That's obscene. That's just Steph Curry should never be thrown up an 8 for 41. He knows it, and clearly it's affecting his play. Speaking of Clay Smith, which is coming, Last night, Klay's record for 3-pointers in a quarter was approached and nearly matched. So Klay, and I think it was when he scored all those points against Sacramento, he had 9 threes in a quarter. And last night, an NBA player had 8 threes in a quarter. Do you know, Dibs, which NBA player had 8 threes last night in one quarter?
No, I honestly, I would have
former
no
Warrior
idea.
Former Warrior.
I have no guess. I'm guessless.
Yeah. Kelly Oubre Jr. had 8 threes in a quarter last night for the Charlotte Hornets. How about that? That's neither here nor there. I was very surprised to see that today. Kelly Oubre, not really a fan favorite amongst Warrior fans.
No, but good for him for getting that done. 8 threes in a quarter in this NBA is just a guy who maybe is unguarded and gets a little bit hot. That's great. I think you're going to see. Sadly, you're going to see a lot of these records fall. Threes in a quarter, points in a quarter might be in some jeopardy at some point. I mean, Klay with the 37-point quarter, and you watch that and you realize how truly unbelievable it was. But you could see it in a certain scenario with a certain player in a game where you're playing a bad defense or maybe a blowout scenario. You could see that one, I think, getting challenged more so than the Steph career 3 mark.
This is Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today. So really, it's Dibs and Friends. 888-957-9570. The Comcast Business text line is always open. 888-957-9570. You want to participate in the show? We'd love to know right now, 0 to 10, what is your concern level? Your concern level.
Lover. Your concern lover. What is your concern, lover?
Over Steph's shooting slump. I put it, is probably on the higher end right now.
On the slumpometer?
Like 3.8, like a 3.8 to a 4.
Out of 10 or out of 5? Because I can't remember.
Out of 10.
The slumpometer goes to 10, and you've got it at a 3.8.
For Steph, I mean, that's pretty high, right? Most people be like 0.8 at most. But as you said, what concerns me the most is the fact that you could see, the body language and the way he was kind of like bodily steering some of his jump shots the way I am off the tee, Dibs. When you slice one and you're trying to bring it back with your hips, which never works. I actually saw him doing a little bit of that last night. Not a good sign.
No, that's a good uptick. And I don't know if Steph has ever seen the slumpometer go so high to where he's sitting here at a 3.8. I think that's a fair spot for it. I wouldn't put it any higher than, it's not all the way up at a 5, certainly. Now, again, you got a second half of back-to-back tonight, and if we're citing fatigue as one of the reasons why he's been struggling just a little bit, then, the fatigue is not going to be helped by the fact that you got to play again tonight. So I look back to where he did go 30, 30, 46, 33, and that was only 2 weeks ago. So I think the slumpometer right at about a 3.8. I'm going to put it at a 4 because I think I'm slightly more concerned with you.
Wow.
8 for 41 over the last 2, averaging an 11.5 a game. I mean, you'd have to probably go back to, I don't know if he's ever had a 2-game stretch like that, going back to CYO youth basketball.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's got the BQ tonight, it appears, the bruised quad. So he's probably, looks like he's not going to even play tonight, which maybe that's good. I was thinking if I were Steph, I want to get back out there, but maybe that's what he needs is the rest. And with the BQ, doesn't look like we'll see him tonight against the colorful New Orleans Pelicans. And I don't know if Joel Myers is still doing Pelicans games, but if he is, boy, I'm sure that'll be a terrific broadcast. They got Valanciunas and they got Ingram, but Zion ain't walking through that door. So the Warriors should be able to take care of their business even without Steph tonight. I thought, in a way, Dibs, last night, the Warriors missed a real shot maker. I thought they missed Otto Porter. And I understand why he's resting, first of a back-to-back, no Iguodala, but they needed somebody to make shots last night with Steph struggling, and Otto Porter has been that guy of late.
Yeah, you've got a lot of guys who are that guy, and unfortunately last night none of them really showed up to do anything offensively.
GP2 was the only one making shots last night, really. But
it was a ghastly offensive night, and give Dallas some credit defensively. They took away the 3 early. The Warriors never got comfortable. They looked good inside the arc early on and in spots, and then the fourth quarter. Dallas, and you talked a little bit about the Dirk Nowitzki factor and the crowd. I think the crowd really started to help Dallas in that second half in anticipation of the big Dirk ceremony.
Yeah, I know that Kyle Madsen, he wanted us to talk about Dirk's statue with 3 balls, but I think we're better than that. Right now, we move on 888-957-9570 to Chris in Oakland on 95.
I'm sorry, before we go to Chris. Before we go to Chris, I just want to be clear, we're not better than that, and we will be back to Dirk and his superfluous third ball.
3 balls outside.
Don't steal, Kyle.
I figured.
But I'll give you 3.
I figured we would be.
Sticky substance on the balls.
Chris in Oakland, 95.7 The Game. Chris, what is wrong with Steph right now?
Just like Dibs, but not too worried. I think it's systemic, not so much just Steph. It's the lockdown D. We're just asking him to do too much.
Thank you for systemic. I appreciate systemic as well. And, that's where, and Klay Smith is coming up in, 3 days from now, it'll be Merry Klay Smith. I mean, all indications are that he returns on Sunday. And then at what point does Klay play well enough to alleviate some of this this Steph burden, to where Klay is going to get some gravity to pull away from Steph?
On the second day of Klay Smith, Bob Myers gave to me GP2 and a Wiggins, who now makes a 3. It's just going to be a very festive time of year.
Truly?
Yeah, to Chris's point, and to the point you made, and Mully was saying this last night on the post game with Bonte. Once you get Klay back, that's going to open up so much for Steph, right? But then you can see he just doesn't believe the shots going in right now. That's the thing that we've never seen from Steph before.
Yeah, it's not quite the yips. It's not. I wouldn't even say that word on the radio because it's not what we're dealing with. But there were a couple of moments that were yippee-ki-yay, mother father, last night where you could see he was, he got the ball at the 3-point line and made a fake, 2 dribbles, got to about the elbow extended, which is 15 feet, and normally it's either power step to the cup or pull it from there mid-range. And there was a couple where it was like, I don't know what I want to do right now. And I hate myself for that because Steph has never played like that. So just a few little of those yippee-yip moments. And, man, I wish that only happened to me like twice in a 12-year career as opposed to every other tee shot.
Right. Every other. Wow, that's pretty good.
Well, you hit the one that's like, oh, that's the swing every time now. And then it's pew, pew, pew. It's like, good God, the ball's not moving.
I know one of the shots you're talking about, first half, right? And he got to the cup, and it was kind of a semi-floater, and it was a one-handed shot, and he was maybe 6 feet from the basket, and it almost got wedged between the backboard and the rim. Remember that one? It was as we're looking right side of the screen, and he goes up, it's like, oh, my goodness. And then he had one in, I think it was the fourth quarter, from a similar spot at the other end of the floor where you could just see, it was flat, but that's where I thought, okay, something's really wrong. Also, I believe he missed his first free throw last night, Dibs. That's where I started talking about, you don't want to go there, but I started thinking about the Y word.
Yeah, and it's just something that you never want to inject in the conversation as an athlete. Fortunately, I'm not out there trying to do it. He might be DQ'd with the BQ, now that you mentioned that, with the bruised quad. This might be a good time to, and again, the baseball analogy would be, you're giving a guy who's on an 0 for 20 with 11 strikeouts. It's like, we're going to go ahead and give you tomorrow off. If you want to elbow tinge or calf strain, in this case, bruised quad. I'm not saying he doesn't have one because the guy's out there, going hard every night into the paint on the floor. But tonight might be a good night just to give him off. And you know what? If you lose, fine, you lose. All eyes are on Sunday and Klay Smith, and I look forward to the third day of Klay Smith's lyric coming up. Also, Song of the Day, Whitey, just ahead here in moments.
All right, looking forward to that. But the thing is, Dibs, you say, well, if you lose tonight, so what? It's almost Klay Smith. But, I mean, you're looking ahead now to maybe a shot. You got a legitimate shot, it would appear, to win a championship. So aren't all these games, getting back to our juice conversation, all these games, even tonight, there's a level of juice because you're trying to make sure you end up with home court against the likes of Utah.
Right.
Don't sleep on Memphis and those Phoenix Suns.
There's still so much meat left on the bone that you're not, and I hate to steal from Steve Kerr so early, but you're not chasing wins just yet.
Aren't you? Aren't you? A little bit?
I don't think so. And honestly, if you can't beat New Orleans without the chef, then maybe you're not the top seed that we all thought you were because, honestly, New Orleans, you stink. I mean, when are they going to retract New Orleans, the Pelicans, or have the Pelicans fly? Can we get the Pelicans to Seattle? I don't know if Pelicans live in Seattle. I'm sure we'll come up with some medieval sea monster to name the new Seattle team after.
I was just going to ask you before you went there, if you're running the NBA, which I still think you could be someday, if you have to contract franchises, is maybe the New Orleans Pelicans tops on the list? That or Orlando, right?
I also was thinking Charlotte, but as another, can we? I would love to get one back in Vancouver. Seattle certainly needs one. And, there's enough markets out there that could do better than New Orleans. I mean, it's a bad spot. Basketball in the Bayou, and your team is never good.
Mm-hmm. I've been there, and you know that because we were there together, right? We've been to New Orleans together.
Yeah. Boy, was that fun. We painted the town till about 8 o'clock at night. Getting up doing
bed
mornings.
bugs.
Oh, boy.
We didn't get any bed bugs, so that was a win.
We should tell that story on the other side. How we battled the PD over accommodations. We won the battle, but we lost the war. That's coming up on the other side.
Pretty one-sided.
Yeah, Whitey. But first, before we dip to break, in honor of the Warriors and their rampant inaccuracy last night, I present to you, my dear friend, the song of the day.
I'm so sorry. I cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight. I need somebody, and always this sick, strange darkness comes creeping on, so haunting every time. And as I stared, I counted the webs from all the spiders, catching things and eating their insides, like indecision to call you and hear your voice of treason. Will you come home and stop this pain tonight? Stop this pain tonight. Don't waste your time.
Fortunately, the pain eventually ended. Blink 182, Whitey, with I Miss You. And that was a song from the Warriors to the basket last night.
Wow.
This one goes out to you, Rim, that hangs 10 feet above the floor.
Yeah. Also, Dibs subconsciously pining for his partner, Mark Willard. He misses Mark Willard today. Whitey in for Willard. Here's what's coming up. You miss him, right? What does worry the Dubs with another title within their grasp? Also, Dibs and I with our tales of travels to New Orleans. That'll all be sponsored by Grayton Resort and Casino. Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey, shut up.
Win cash and more this month at Grayton Resort and Casino. Play to enter the New Year New Winnings cash giveaway on January 28th. 10 winners of $2,022 at each drawing, and 2 lucky winners get $25,000 cash. Details at GraytonResortCasino.com.
It's gonna be a crazy weekend. Score! It's a win and you're in game for the 49ers.
If you weren't a football player, what would you have been?
A mechanic. I would have worked on cars because I always had this thing about, with my hands. And I started catching balls. I started catching footballs. And my father would take me to work with him during the summer. And, there's that myth about me catching bricks. We used to be up on the scaffold that was about 20 feet in the air. My brother would throw the bricks up and then I would snatch them out of the air. So, they said, well, he learned how to catch footballs from catching bricks. But I think that just taught me about hard work.
Jerry Rice Unplugged is presented by Golden State Lumber and Building Materials, helping builders and contractors succeed since 1954. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed. Who's gonna start for the 49ers? Jimmy G or Trey Lance?
And here goes the rookie around the left side, and then he goes for the touchdown.
Garoppolo hit as he throws, a wobbler down the sideline, and it's caught!
Find out right here on 95.7 The Game. It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Willard and Dibs here, 95.7 The Game. Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason is riding alongside. On a Thursday, coming up in 10 minutes, the 49ers' chances in a huge game on Sunday as they're on the road at Los Angeles. 888-957-9570. The Warriors lose at Dallas 99-82. Dirk Nowitzki's retirement ceremony in the postgame, but the lead story, Steph Curry, really struggling. 5 for 24 from the floor, 1 of 9 from 3, just 14 points. Jordan Poole, normally the number 2 scoring threat out of the backcourt, off the bench, a struggle as well. 24 minutes, just 6 points on 3 of 8. So the Warriors in a little bit of a tight spot. Where do you put Steph Curry right now on the slumpometer? 888-957-9570. The Comcast Business text line is always open at that number. You can give us a call as well as we take a hard look at just where this Golden State Warrior team is ahead of Klay Smith, as we've got just 3 more days until Klay makes his long-awaited return, according to Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN. Sunday is the slated target date for Klay Thompson to make his return. Steph Curry going back a couple of games, 3 for 17 Monday in a home game against Miami, against Utah on the road, 8 of 18, 6 of 12 from 3. Much closer to the kind of performances that Steph has been known for. But from the 3-point line over the last couple of games, 2 for 19 from 3. Is it a bigger case, Whitey, of him pressing? Is it the defensive presence? Is this temporary? How concerned should we be? 888-957-9570.
Good question. Yeah, the Comcast Business text line is always open, 888-957-9570. I was surprised that we agreed, because I know last night we were kicking it around, and you said something along the lines of, and I understand you said, I'll be concerned in April. But that was before we saw the rest of the game. Right. So I have it right now at about a 4, 3.8 to a 4. Sounds like you're right there with me.
Yeah, and it's just a temporary concern. I think if he can get a couple of more Steph-like games, he doesn't have to go for 40 or 50, but a more of a comfortable game where he's knocking down the shots that he usually would. He had a few open looks last night. Those are the ones that we're used to being 80% makes, and they are, but right now those 20% are the ones that are rearing their ugly head. And just the confusion, the self-confusion with the way he was, kind of stuck in between layups and 3-pointers last night. That's what ramped up my concern. But April, to me, honestly, is really the correct answer, because that's when the playoffs hit. And if Steph is in this sort of place come April, well, this team doesn't have a great chance to go as deep as they think they can.
Wow, you just Ken Rosenthal'd me Because I said I'm worried, and you said, well, an even better answer would be April. Ken Rosenthal, who used to be on the show with Dibs and I, and he was, I don't know, what's the word that you just that described his on-air demeanor when he talked to us? Kind of looked down his nose at us a little bit, Dibs?
He would just try to help us be better. An even better way to describe what Kenny Rosenthal did would be to point out that he was just, smarter than us and usually had a better question than we did.
Ken Rosenthal gone. Your buddy Ken Rosenthal fired by MLB Network, apparently, according to reports, for daring to be critical of Commissioner Manfred.
And I think that's it's bad. It's sad news. Kenny Rosenthal likely will land on his feet, but it's just a loss to those of us in the 5'8" and under journalism club. And if you think about the 5'8" and under sports, I don't think that football could touch what baseball has from a reportage standpoint, because you talk about Kenny Rosenthal, sub 5'8", Tim Kirkshin dreams about being 5'8".
I play basketball, but I'm not that tall, Dibs. That's true.
I'll give you 3 for your Kirkshin.
I got 2.
Buster Olney is south of 5'8". I think John Paul Morosi, he might be 5'8". And again, I'm only 5'8" myself on a good day, so I'm not disparaging these people. But you go to other sports like the NBA, forget about it. And again, we're only dealing with the male side. If you wanted to do the female equivalent, you'd have to go to like 5'2", 5'1", and shorter to get the female equivalent of what it's like to be 5'8" as a man.
Candace Parker's on the phone, though.
She's not sub 5'8".
No, she's not.
North of 5'8", kid.
Night.
Yeah, Rebecca Lobo. Hopefully the phone's not ringing. But anyway, Kenny Rosenthal.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Talk to Melvin in Benicia on 95.7 The Game. Melvin, what's your B-Mel, Benicia Mel, what is your level of concern over Steph's slump right now?
Well, he's under a lot of pressure. For one thing, he's under a lot of pressure. I think it's family, part of it. Part of it is the pinball as you go through his progression, trying to get the ball. They're throwing him around, cutting him up, and it takes a lot of energy out of him. So it's a lot of pressure on him. Give him a couple of days off, and he'll be all right.
I like that, Melvin.
You. Yeah.
That's well reasoned from the heart and the seat and heart of all knowledge. In Benicia, Whitey?
Is Benicia 707? I'm not sure, and I apologize. I should know that. Yeah, the seat of all knowledge and wisdom, the 707.
Yeah. And that's very measured, and it's reasonable. It's the pinball effect because he is, the contact rules are definitely making it tougher on everyone not attacking the rim. Even if you do attack the rim, you're not getting the same sort of calls as you used to, which we all enjoy, but it's an adjustment, plus the fatigue. So hopefully, if in fact he does rest tonight, hopefully that good 3-day, 4-day stretch of no hoop will allow him to refresh and restart.
Couple of ways to go about it, right? I know that when I played basketball and would struggle with my shot, which was every quarter of every game, sometimes you feel like, I can't wait for the next game so I can get this going. So there's got to be that going in Steph's mind, but also, hey, it would make sense step away from it a little bit. And with the bruised quad, that decision's kind of out of his hands, right? Look, you sit down, we rest here. We've got it's only January, playing New Orleans. You got a bruised quad, and plus when you come back, Klay's coming back. So a lot of this could just take care of itself.
Absolutely. And I think when you look at the schedule, and I'm not saying he is going to sit tonight, no official word, and when that news does potentially break, we will have it first here on 95.7 The Game, your home of Golden State Warrior basketball. But if you look at the 82-game stack and you figure with Steph, all right, Steph, you're going to play, let's say you're going to play 75 games this year. If everything goes right and we avoid injury, knock on wood, you're going to play 75. Well, tonight would probably be one of those 7 you looked at way back in October and said, that's a likely sit down for Steph. And here we are coming off of this 2-game slump, if we can call it as much. It's a no-brainer to me that he sits tonight.
Right. Yeah, and I know you're a big golf guy, and Tiger would never use the word slump. Tiger, as great as he was, as dominant as he was, there were times when he would struggle. He never used the word slump. And I don't know if Steph's using it or not, but there's no other word for it. I mean, for Steph Curry to, and I know you just broke down the numbers, what is it overall, last 2 games, 8 for 41. That's not just, that shot's not going in, right? That's like, ooh. I'll bet he's never had that maybe since middle school. 888-957-9570. So what is your level of concern here over whatever this is? Certainly it's a slump. How long it's going to last? Who knows? Jonathan in San Francisco on 95.7 The Game. What do you got for us, Jonathan?
Hey, good morning, guys. Steph Curry slump is a minor problem because they have a deep bench and they got a lot of guys to pick up the slack. And a lot of games already showed that, that they could overcome. The problem is D-Lee. And hopefully when Klay comes back, one of the best part about Klay coming back is that they would never, ever have to play D-Lee ever again. That guy is a bad watch. I mean, come on. He's Tasmanian Devil, bad play, out of control. They're on the comeback trail last night. They're down 2 or 4. Until D-Lee went in the game and put everybody out of rhythm. All of a sudden, you see going on a 12-0 run, and that's all she wrote. So, the best part of Klay coming back is Klay's coming back, but another part of that is hopefully D-Lee never plays again. So,
Wow.
Wow. Hey, D-Lee, goodbye.
Man, it's Jonathan in San Francisco. Enjoying some off time, by the way.
That is a flagrant 2. That is unnecessary and excessive.
That's flagrant 1. It was, it wasn't accidental. It was a good hard foul and definite blow to the head. Had it been in closer proximity to D-Lee becoming a father, I mean, he's a good 6 weeks in now, so he's not fair game. Flagrant 1, Whitey.
I got it as a 2. Here's why, and he's right. Jonathan's right. Damian Lee's minutes will all but disappear if Klay comes back and he's healthy and he's able to play major minutes. But Damian Lee, Jonathan's not the only one. There are a few people that we hear from here on 95.7 The Game, Home of the Worst, who are not big D-Lee fans. Take last night. He's a good shooter. He's a really good player to have because he's always ready. And he didn't have a great game last night. He scored 7 points in 18 minutes, hit 2 of 5 shots, hit a 3, made both his free throws, and his plus minus was bad, but you could say that about everybody coming off the bench. He's a really solid player and a useful player to have at the end of your bench because he's always ready. And I don't understand the narrative that he's some sort of, he's the cause of all their problem. You get rid of D-Lee and you're a better team. I just don't know where that's coming from, Dibs.
It's coming from people who don't really have the patience and the perspective of a Whitey and of a Dibs. People who understand that 82 games is a long season, and to have a player like Damian Lee who can stay ready, and be plug and play when you need him to be your 8th or 9th guy. Ideally, he's your 12th man. Like you said, it's going to be D. Lee, it's going to be Chioza, Moses Moody for now, Quindary Weatherspoon, whoever is going to be your third 5. Damian Lee, if all is right, is on your third 5. But when you don't have Iguodala and Wiseman and Klay, and you don't have OPJ, Otto Porter Jr., well, now all of a sudden everybody gets elevated. And for now, you're going to need Damian Lee to play more than you will in a couple of months. So yes, Jonathan, your na-na was a little bit rough for me, but you understand that when you get down to the nitty-gritty, Damian Lee's not going to be in your 8-man rotation. And that's the difference, Whitey, between this year and last year. Last year, they ended the year with 8 guys. He was a key part of the 8, and he helped you go on that great late-season run. So let's not throw out the baby despite the bathwater.
He won some games for him last year early at the Bulls game, Toronto game, and I think he got hurt very late in the year, and they really missed D-Lee. I think both things can be true. I got Jonathan for a flagrant 2 because it was unnecessary and excessive in my mind. You got him a flagrant 1. That said, I'll give him 3.5 for his hey, goodbye, because that was pretty well done. I disagree with the premise, but the performance I thought was pretty good, Dibs.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I give it a 2. It's just a little hackneyed, and you want to talk about "I love the young people." That song's got to be 60 years old now. So
Steam, right? Isn't that Steam did that song, and that was a huge hit in 1970, whatever. And they're like, "This is a great song. We got a tour." Well, we don't actually have a band. They're not. It's like a couple of studio musicians. Well, we'll make a band. And they went out and they were terrible. 888-957-9570. As far as the slump goes, how concerned should we be? Here's what Steve Kerr had to say post-game last night about Steph Curry's shooting slump.
Everyone is throwing everything at him. They're best defenders, double teams. They're trying to make it as difficult as possible. And I thought tonight he pressed a little bit. He was trying hard to get out of it. He had at least 4 shots that were in and out, and it was all the exact same in and out. It was like a half-inch short, grazes the front, the back of the front rim, and then hits the back rim and comes out. All 4 3-point shots. I mean, so it's like he's going to break out of this pretty quickly. He had a bunch of plays that I thought were good looks, good decisions, and the ball just didn't go in, or the play didn't work out well for him. So I'm not worried about Steph, but we can help him on some things as well. But all in all, like I said, I thought Dallas was the aggressor. They played with more force and pace than we did.
The cool thing to me about that, Dibs, is that's a shooter talking about shooting. And great shooters. Steve Kerr was a great shooter. He wasn't a great player, but he was a great shooter. Great shooters know their shots very well. And the benefit of that is when things aren't going right, you can see, wow, everything's missing right, or everything's missing this way. And Steve Kerr's saying every one of his 3-point misses was short. So there's what it is, right? Because I was wondering about that last night, wondering what is it? What is he consistently doing wrong? And I couldn't tell. But if he's short, that speaks to fatigue, and it also speaks to a clue as to how you go about busting him out of this slump.
Yeah, you let him get fresh. Shout out Cool and the Gang. Exciting. It's so inviting to me. Because part of it is, when he goes to the hoop, that takes a lot of effort and energy as well, and he's not really doing that either. So I think fatigue, I would go fatigue is the number 1 answer. The number 2 answer would be the defensive attention that they're paying him. I think I would go fatigue first and the D second, because even when teams were starting to really hound him as he was approaching the record, he still was able to get going at times, and right now he hasn't been able to find that rhythm.
All right, so on the Curry feud, number 1 answer is fatigue. Number 2 is opposing defenses. If I went 3, the mental burden of chasing down Ray Allen, would that even be on the board, or would I get a
Well, it depends on how many answers we're going to put up on the board. I think, like the letdown after he got the record, that would have been a couple weeks ago. So I would say that would be answer 6 or 7. I would say physicality would be number 3 on the board. The physicality that's being allowed now in the league would be number 3. I'll say the travel would be number 4 for me. Just how many games they've had, the spots they've been in. You were down players. Steph has been playing a lot of games consecutively. The last game he didn't play was the trip to Toronto. So I would put that on the board before the other ones.
All right, let's hear what Steph Curry himself had to say last night about the fact that all of a sudden he can't, as Chick Hearn used to say, he can't throw a pea in the ocean. Here's Steph Curry.
Never been reactive in terms of tough shooting nights or whatever, the same process, and just understand the big picture of what we're trying to do and what I'm trying to do, and that it'll come around. So it's hard to remind yourself of that in the middle of a game like tonight where they all felt good. Wasn't it? Like last game, I felt like all of them had no chance from the jump. Tonight was different mentality. Like every one of them felt good. Only one of them goes in, and even inside the arc, it was tough. So just got to stick with the program and live out the line. Like, don't lose confidence.
To me, Dibs, that's worse if you think they're going in and they don't. If you're shooting poorly and when you let it go, it's like, I knew that wasn't going in. That's not as bad to me as, wow, everything felt good, because then you don't know what the answer is, right? If you're shooting the ball well and you think that's a good shot, wow, it didn't go in, then you start to get confused and frustrated a little bit. So hopefully the Warriors can get Steph back on track before that becomes a recurring theme in his mind.
I agree with you, but I think Steph sees it the opposite way. I'm with you, like, especially when it comes to putting. I'm a very good putter, and when you roll the ball, when you hit 4 or 5 putts that you thought were exactly where you aimed in perfect pace and they don't go in, I start doubting myself. But just hearing Steph right there, I think he sees it the other way. The fact that all these shots he thought were going to be going in, I think that gives him confidence, knowing that the shot was good, it was online, and only one of them went in, but I think he feels good about his process as opposed to feeling bad about the result.
Yeah, he has the utmost confidence that if he's shooting the ball properly as he felt he was last night, that they're going to start going in. So we'll see. Probably not tonight. Indications are that Steph is not going to play tonight because of the bruised quad. That's no fun. But should be ready to go for Claysmas, which looks like it's going to be this Sunday against the Cleveland Cavaliers. What a day that's going to be, Dibs. 3 things. You got the 49ers playing the Rams. You got Clay's return. And you got me and Kyle Madsen scheduled to do 3 hours together that day on 95.7 The Game.
Well, again, if we want to do a Sunday feud, survey says, you and Kyle, sadly, even if we did the top 50 answers on the board, now, that's mean-spirited. I'm sorry for that.
No, that's fine.
But yeah, certainly.
It's mean-spirited because you mean it.
Yeah, I get it. I'll give you 4 for that because I do mean it, which makes it mean-spirited.
Yeah.
The real headline is the Tournament of Champions, Kapalua, Whitey. The conclusion, Sunday evening. So I will have the golf on mute and Claysmas. Actually, I'll be watching the golf, but listening to Claysmas right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I've played the Bay course there, Dibs. I've never played the Plantation course. How about you?
No, I actually went to Kaanapali, which is just down the road last April, and I played the 2 Kaanapali courses, but I vowed next time I go to Maui, which is going to be pretty soon here, I will be not only...
Well, that'll be nice. Yeah, that'll be nice heading back to Maui. We lost you for just a moment there, Dibs, but I wanted to ask you, I don't know where you are, you being the listeners here, with your level of concern over Steph, but clearly the Warriors right now, you look at where they are. It was interesting. Draymond this week said, I'm a little surprised by how good we are. So the Warriors are the favorite in the league to win the championship, for what that's worth. It's realistic to think this Warrior, it's not a stretch at all to suggest the Warriors could win another championship. So just looking big picture here, what are your biggest concerns here? And perhaps there are none. Perhaps you feel like, you know what? They got everything dialed here. What are your biggest concerns going forward here for this Warrior team that has a chance to win another freaking championship?
Well, I think one of them is, the defense, or the defensive rebounding, rather. That is an area where I still have some concerns, because when you go with your best lineup late in games, getting close to the playoffs, you're going to be going Steph, Klay, Draymond, Iguodala, and Wiggins. That, to me, is probably your most diverse, let's get small Steve Martin kind of a lineup. And I don't know if that lineup can rebound. Can James Wiseman be a piece? Kevon Looney doesn't really play late in games, so he won't help you on the glass. Juan Toscano-Anderson and Gary Payton II, can they be late game pieces? I'm just a little concerned about the size. As Fitz would tell us, size matters. And
get off Twitter.
Size matters. Exactly.
3's for both of you.
I'll take them. 3's ahoy. So that... Yeah, and also to borrow from Fitz, the free throw shooting, because his team can't shoot free throws.
I know. Yeah. Every game, I try to see what a Lionel Richie song applies to the game the Warriors had, because, Otto Porter Jr. looks like Lionel Richie, and lately from the free throw line, Dibs, it's been a brick house, right? I mean, they're just tossing bricks up there of late.
I'll give you 3. I'll give you 3 for your Commodores. That's pretty good.
888-957-9570. Let's talk to Christopher in Oakland on 95.7 The Game. Hello, Christopher. What's up?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing today? Happy New Year. First-time caller. My concerns is mainly turnovers and free throws, period. Another thing you guys got to take in consideration as fans from Warriors with Steph Curry with his shooting. Basketball is a game of runs, but mainly his defense. Defense take a lot out of you. He's been playing very good on defenses. Nobody has not been talking about defense enough, but their defense prowess is very unique, and I like it. for a small ball to be doing what they're doing, I love it. But that last caller don't know what he's talking about with Damian Lee. He just came back from COVID. So that little protocol, it's going to take some time for him to get it in. But mainly just the free throws, turnovers, and rotations. They need to just make better rotations. I like them, but let's make them better because you got Klay coming back Sunday, and you're going to have Wiseman coming in soon. But I got to go, got to clock in. Y'all have a good day. And then remember, success and happiness is a journey, not a destination. Apply that to everything you do. Have a good day, y'all. Peace.
Have a great day.
Thank you, Christopher. He did kind of commit a faux pas with the Happy New Year, but other than that, Dibs, good call.
Yeah, I gave him a pass just because he came with such beautiful wisdom on the tail end of it. But, you know, it's day 6. We need to get over it, the whole notion. Yes, Happy New Year. No, I want somebody to wish somebody else an unhappy New Year. Happy New Year is about as weak sauce as, hey, how you doing? Nobody gives a crap how I'm doing. Honestly, I mean, if you cared how I was doing, you would have called me when I was out sick on Monday, but my phone didn't ring, so don't ask me how I'm doing. And by the way, take your Happy New Year and stick it.
Yeah. I didn't want to disturb you. I thought my wife said you should call him. I don't want, he might be sleeping or something. So that's why I didn't call. 888-957-9570.
Thanks, Antonio.
Warriors have a shot at another championship. So what are your concerns going forward? Is Steph's shooting slump one of them? 888-957-9570. That's next year with Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on your home of the Warriors, 95.7 The Game.
Who's going to start for the 49ers? Jimmy G or Trey Lance?
And here goes the rookie around the left side, and in he goes for the touchdown.
Garoppolo hit as he throws, a wobbler down the sideline, and it's caught.
Find out right here on 95.7 The Game.
Find what
Wiggins, who now makes the three. Great to be with you and great to be with
I love
Dan
it.
Dibley.
You may have to speed it up, though, because I don't know if we have 9 more rejoins for you to get to 12. You know?
Right.
Shut up.
I don't know that I'm going to be able to
12
come up
Steiny,
with...
Steining, 11 Gurus gooing.
Guru yesterday called me the pride of Vacaville. And I appreciate the effort, but hello, that's ultimately an insult to someone from Vallejo, California.
Yeah, it's another V city in the the greater 9-county Bay Area. Not too many of them, Vallejo, Vacaville among them. I could see it's kind of a ballpark.
Yeah, this segment brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Warriors taking on Nolans tonight. Doesn't appear that Steph Curry will play. He's got a bruised quad. We will see about that. But Steph Curry can't make a shot all of a sudden, Dibs. So the Warriors clearly the favorites to win the NBA title for what that's worth in January. Steph slump, are you concerned about that? How concerned? What does concern you about this Warrior team as they head into the new year, approach Claysmas, and approach potentially another championship trophy?
Well, put aside injuries as a concern because that's a concern for everyone. It's like, if I asked you, Whitey, what are some things you're afraid of? Well, dying. Okay, duh. We'll go ahead
and sharks. Yeah.
Well, yeah. And for me, it's your dog, your menace of a hound. We can get into that later. And also, we still need to pay off the tease about our fateful trip. Hey, brother, to New Orleans with, hey, buddy, how you doing? Our great producer, Mitch Moss, at the time. But my concerns aren't really with Steph and a slump. And I don't think that this is the beginning of the end. I don't think that Steph is going to make 1-3 a game from here on out. This is just a temporary blip. Jordan Poole didn't play great last night. And when your ancillary pieces don't help out a struggling Steph, you're going to lose. This team is not built like, when KD was here with Klay and Steph at the peak of their power. If Steph had these back-to-back games when KD and Klay was healthy and all that, 4 years ago, they win both games anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the fact that Poole didn't shoot the ball well last night, I think that also spoke to how well the Dallas Mavericks defended the three-point line. 888-957-9570. Let's talk to Dirty from Alum Rock on 95.7 The Game. Dirty, sounds like you're not too concerned about anything right now as a Warrior fan.
Good morning, guys. I'm not. This is the stuff that happens when you're so good and actually just excellent that whenever little thing goes wrong with anybody, you got to zero in on it. And we do have to focus and talk about these things because we're not used to seeing it. They're so good this year. It's been such a blessing to watch these guys. I mean, from the bottom of the lineup all the way to the top and all these guys rotating in and all these new faces. Some of these guys, man, I mean, I never heard of them. I would have never gave them a shot. And then you see them and you're like, damn, I was wrong. What I wanted to say, though, about Curry, though, is everything that he does is magnified. I mean, it's just like LeBron James. Any little thing, I mean, we could have problems at home. They don't get magnified like the way his do. And got to give him credit, man. He's not wearing it on his sleeve. The other night, we proved we could win when he has an off night. That's what really was exciting, too. About Klay, this is more to me about his return. I know that he's wanted and loved here in the Bay like none other. And I think, like, I could already picture the standing O, like how long it's going to last. Like, that thing might last a minute, man. But it's more for him, I think, because he knows he's wanted and needed, but I want him to feel it. And right now, I think coming in with Steph in a slump, his first game back, man, we might see some rockets go off, some stuff getting launched, man, some fireworks, So I'm looking forward to that. It's a good build-up. And one quick little story. I won't keep you guys too long. I went to a quotation mark camp one time for 8 months, and the hoop was about 12 feet high. I was in there balling, man. When I got back to the real world, went to the park where I usually hoop at, Flickinger. Shout out to Flickinger Park here in East Side San Jose. So I go to Flickinger, and I'm shooting over the backboard. Took me a whole week to get reacclimated. I'm just saying. But thanks for taking the call, guys. I love the show, man.
Thank you. Good to hear from you, Dirty.
Yeah.
Dibs, there was actually an NBA game, I think in the 50s, where they raised the basket because there were a lot of critics at the time saying, only tall people can play this game. And they actually played a regulation NBA game with an 11-foot basket. Turned out that was a bad idea. But to Dirty's point, it is interesting when you look at all the contributions here. Weatherspoon has actually played well in very limited minutes. And it reminds me a little bit of the San Francisco Giants. The Giants had virtually everybody contributed. Almost everybody who played, even Talkman, who they sent down, he had his moments, a great catch, a grand slam. And the Warriors so far have kind of the same vibe going where just about everybody they've had out there has contributed something, and it's very rare.
Yeah, it's extremely rare, especially when you've had COVID situations and you've had to go deep into your bench. Chioza's made some contributions out of the 15 slot. Maybe everybody but Jeff Doughton have really made impactful actions. In the brief time he was there. So you're right, especially when you look to like the replacement core guys where Oubre Jr.'s out and you got Bielitsa and Otto Porter Jr. in. Gary Payton II, was he going to make the team? What kind of guy would he be? Now he's starting. He's starting, contributing, and playing great. Just the way that Bob Myers and company have found, not reclamation projects, but undervalued players who can thrive in this system. Smart players, guys who are defense first, aren't afraid to get dirty. And I loved, yesterday the loss kind of sucked in the way they got run out of the gym late, but the Juan Toscano-Anderson, Luka Doncic, it's bubbling. It's not a feud, not even with a lowercase f. But when Toscano-Anderson, who, by the way, he took about 7 steps on that dunk, but don't get me started on what's happening to my beloved traveling call.
It's the gather. Come on, Dibs. It's the gather. You're an official. You should know that. You've got the gather for 3 or 4 steps, and then you're layup.
Exactly. The gather. A shout out Gather in Berkeley, by the way, on Oxford. Beautiful restaurant, outstanding patio. Try the wood-fired pizza. But when he dunks last night on Luka, and I've never dunked the ball with that sort of ferocity outside of a Nerf hoop, and you can't really hold on and swing from your Nerf hoop. But the way he kind of grabbed the rim, it seemed almost like he intentionally kind of gave the pull swing to see if he couldn't, give Luka just a little taste of what came his way. And, ooh, Luka, I take umbrage. I take offense. So that one's one to watch.
That was a veteran hang because there was somebody under him. So it's like, hey, there's somebody under me. I'm allowed to hang on. But while I'm up here, I'm going to give Luka a little something. Yeah,
it was like the hang swing. Take some of this. How about I give you a touch of this on my way by? And but like you say, Whitey, it's for my own self-preservation.
Yeah, right. I don't want to turn an ankle. 888-957-9570. Jenny in Alamo joins us. Jenny, what are we to make of Steph's slump? Is he going to bust out of it next opportunity?
Hey guys. Yeah, I think it's wearing on him that there is so much contact against him, and he doesn't get the calls. And it's day in and day out, and day in and day out. And you can see the frustration, and yet he rarely ever says anything. I mean, at the other end, you touch Luka, and if he doesn't get the call, he cries like a little baby. And Steph just takes it and moves on, as do a lot of the players on our team. But I feel like that's got to be wearing on him as well. And what do we do about that? I mean, come on, it's literally ridiculous. He doesn't get room to land half the time, and that's not supposed to be allowed.
Thank you, Jenny. All you can do, Dibs, right, is Steve Kerr has to voice his objections and Steph has to voice his objections, and I think that's part of it. And you made the point earlier, expertly I might add, that you've got all your top scorers in the league are making that adjustment. I think there's more to Steph's slump that has to do with fatigue. I think it's a factor, the officiating, but I don't think it's one of the root causes of the fact that all of a sudden, last 2 games anyway, he hasn't been able to make a basket.
Yeah, it's in the Venn diagram, but it's not absolutely at the epicenter of the problem. I agree. And, the whole Steph doesn't get calls narrative is one that I don't ascribe to very often because I think it's kind of a soft take. But at the same time, he needs to get to the foul line more, and he's in a spot where he's not getting the calls. So This is where it's interesting for me, Whitey, because Steph Curry, the brand, what do we think of when we think about Steph Curry, the brand? We think about an idyllic family, wonderful husband, humanitarian, community activist, all these
Humble.
things. Yeah. So if he goes the other route, which is I need to get a little bit of Draymond in my game, like a couple weeks ago where he gave the ref a technical foul. That's something that we haven't seen from Steph. The outburst. So maybe he needs to go into more outburst mode, but does that run anathema to the brand?
I don't know. I'll have to look up what that word means, but for now I'll just nod like, yeah, of course.
Counter.
Yeah, sure does.
Anathema.
Sure does. Yeah. Steph's shooting slump it's just weird to me above everything else. I don't think it's necessarily something to be really concerned about, but it's just so puzzling, and I can't imagine what it's like for him to be going through that. We've never seen anything like that from any of the game's best shooters. I can't think of anyone else, an outstanding shooter, going through a stretch like that. Perhaps it just wasn't as publicized, but nothing comes to mind. So I'm not as concerned about that. Looking big picture, Dibs, with the Warriors again having a shot here, clearly a legitimate shot to win another championship. I still am maybe, if not concerned, just curious about what they're going to do about their backup big position. Tonight, you've got another game against a big guy without Steph. We'll see how they fare against the lowly Pelicans. But you got Jonas Vanuatu-Ashas, of course, as Charles Barkley called him. And those big guys cause you problems like Gobert and Jokic. So when Wiseman comes back, are you going to have enough heft in the middle and enough size to deal with those teams in a short series? I don't think Wiseman necessarily will be asked to go like 25 minutes against Gobert, but I think he may get more of the minutes that are now going to Bielitsa. Bielitsa cannot guard those big guys. He's having a nice year here and there, but he can't do that. But if Wiseman can give you a few minutes of that, I think you're better in that area. But to me, that's one of the areas of concern that I'm really keeping an eye on going forward.
Especially with a guy like Valanciunas, who you can't really small ball off the floor. He's a guy who can do enough defensively. And Gobert, offensively, even if you just relegate him to the dunker spot, he still is such a good offensive rebounder that he's elite on the defensive end, but offensively, he can get away with enough and to where he's also going to be harder to run off the floor unless you get your three-guard lineup. If Poole, Klay, and Steph are all starting to light it up from three-point land, then you can suffer his twos on the other end if he's beating you from the lob spot. But, for tonight, a little bit concerning. But then again, this one's a freebie for me. If Steph doesn't play, you throw it out there and you see what you can do in New Orleans.
I think you're right. I think the Warrior philosophy here is, look, we can force other bigs off the floor better than other teams' bigs can compromise us because of our relative lack of size. Case in point, was it March? They beat the Jazz twice here last year. In one of those games, Dibs, Gobert went for 24 and 28, and the Warriors still won. So I think, Wiseman can help in that area. I don't think they're going to feel a need necessarily to go out and get another big. And they proved that with Phoenix this year, the Christmas game, and also the second game here, that they can give Ayton more problems than Ayton with his size can give the Warriors. So I think that's how they plan to deal with that. 888-957-9570. Cole's in Pleasant Hill. He joins us on 95.7 The Game. Cole, what are we to make of Steph Curry's shooting slump?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Slumps happen. As a big baseball fan too, slumps just happen, and statistics are there for a reason, and he will get out of this slump. Slumps are funny too because you want them to come. I feel like they're bound to happen, and you want them to come at the right time. Is now the right time? It's really hard to say. We still have a great record. We're a great team. We're going to make the playoffs. When we get there, that's when the slumps are concerning. So it's okay to go through a season slump in the middle of the season right now. I'm totally okay with it. The Warriors got this. Getting Klay back is going to be huge. The big guys I think are going to be the problem. But once we get a healthy team and we continue to make it down the season, there is nothing that we need to worry about whatsoever, except making sure we're on the couch, watching the game, and we're there for the whole thing. So I'm going to go break my birdie slump at the golf course now. Thanks for taking my call.
Well done, nice. Cole. You forgot to mention listening to the games here on 95.7 The Game, but a good call. The problem is, Dibs, you could make the case that before the last two games, Steph was already in a mild slump. If not a slump, we know that his three-point shooting, it is the lowest. The percentage was the lowest it had ever been, and it's gone down from there. So that's what's concerning.
But he's overburdening himself from a field goal attempts per game standpoint. He's shooting more than I think that he even would want to be shooting, and it's because you don't have a lot of help. And think about an offensive team when healthy. Andre Iguodala, not really a scorer. Draymond Green can be reluctant. Kevon Looney, God love him. You're not going to run a lot of sets for him. Andrew Wiggins can go in a hurry on you. So there's 4 guys in your core right there that aren't necessarily always looking to score. Jordan Poole, he's shooting somewhere right now on his way to the game. He's trying to get his, and I love him for that. He's aggressive, but when Klay comes back and he gets back to his 12 shots a night, Steph's efficiency is going to go up because he's not going to have to try and do as much.
By the way, if Wiggins makes the All-Star team, is K-Wiggs, they're gonna have to change their playlist again? Or, I mean, that would be monumental.
Yeah, it's been quietly off the air he's been bringing the noise for the most part. But then again, Spadoni, I'm afraid, and now that it's come up, we have to be completely fair and honest. Yeah, it's normally a bit of a southern twang last night, but I'll tell you what, Steph Curry was having a real god-awful night, but Andrew got his. Good old 7 for 13, 17 smooth, soft points, and a -9 for your box office on a night where everybody kind of lulled you to sleep, Daddy. It's K-Wig.
Hitting the post.
Thank you.
Nice. Yeah. Before this year, Wiggins was the type, correct me if I'm wrong, where if you needed 15, he'd get you 17.
Yes.
If you needed 25, he'd get you 17.
Yeah, and last night, honestly, you needed him to get you 30, and it still probably wouldn't have mattered, and so that was an unnecessary cheap shot. I'm going to give myself a flagrant 1. I think it was necessary, but it was excessive. It wasn't. I don't think it was unnecessary.
I love it.
Yeah, by any stretch. But
he's an all-star this year. I really think he is. And I've been going around, and everyone here says all-star. I think he should be an all-star this year. We've still got a ways to go, though.
A long way to go, and I think when you start to look at the case individually, it all comes down to that popularity thing first and foremost. And I'm just looking at Basketball Reference right now, ranking by win shares, which is just one stat, and he's 40th in the association, so he's not that far down. Steph is, by the way, 8th among all qualifying players.
Yeah, he may be competing for a spot with Dame Lillard, who's been hurt. I mean, maybe Westbrook, but I can't imagine Westbrook being an all-star this year. 888-957-9570. Mike in Berkeley, 95.7 The Game. Mike says slumps are natural. Is that your deal, Mike?
You know what? Like the previous caller said, it is, I feel like, a natural human nature to go through slumps. And I feel like that's a big factor that all of us as fans are not right now.
Mike's phone is in a slump, unfortunately, Dibs. That's not his fault, but he's right. It's natural, and right now Mike's phone in a bit of a slump.
Yeah, actually, my phone had a bit of a slump a few days ago where you go to send a text and you see the thing spin, could not send. So eventually you break out of these slumps and you get back to business as per usual.
Yeah, hopefully it's not a Berkeley thing, because now we go to Chris in Berkeley, 95.7 The Game. Chris, what do you got on Steph's slump?
Thanks, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Love you guys. Slumps are natural. But I'd love to see Steph get nasty with the mid-range game more often. We all know when he takes his few, he's usually hitting. But now he's like, it's either layup or 3. And I would just love to see him go off on the mid-range, hit like 10, 11 in a row, because we know he could do it. I think there's a lot of pressure this year. I think he started off the season red hot. And this is natural. I would think come February, March, he's going to light up the NBA again, and we're all going to be talking about how great he is. So I'm not worried about it, but I'd love to see him hit that mid-range like MJ.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. I think Rip Hamilton must be in the car with Chris because Dibs, the mid-range, it's 3 in the key now, baby, right? That's what the analytics say. And nobody shoots a 3 like Steph. So you don't want Steph Curry taking mid-range shots because 3 and in the key, those are your most efficient shots.
Unless your KD is the end of the age-old limerick, because his mid-range is, it's 3 in the key unless KD. Okay. Yeah, and that's where you can really. And I'll give myself a 3 in the key. 3 crides outside for that one. But
number 3.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Spadone. I think mid-range is absolutely something you don't want, and that's where, as we talk about the slumpometer for Steph Curry, where do you think he is? Last night you saw him get locked up in that mid-range, but you never see, and even the one you mentioned before, where he shot it so oddly and so feebly, it almost got stuck in the crook of the rim, which, of course, as you know, is a jump ball, which they need to do away with the jump ball. They need to bring back the arrow in the association until the final minute of the game. Okay, work with me here. Bring back the arrow, because in a situation like that, he throws it, it gets stuck in the crook. How long does it take between ball retrieval, which for me is I got to get a broomstick because I can't get up there, or from ball retrieval to ball back in play? It's like 3 minutes.
I think if it were me, I would go back to the jump ball at the start of each quarter. Way back when, as you probably know, Dibs, they used to have a jump ball after every made basket. But that was when they were just learning to play the game, and they probably had, 7 makes in a whole game, right? It was like a soccer goal. Hey, you made it. It went in. All right.
Well, plus, you had to get the ladder to get the thing out of the peach basket, and by the time you did that, everyone was cold again. And I think Naismith was just trolling everybody with that. He's a control freak.
Yes, it literally took them 10 years for someone to realize, hey, let's cut a hole in the basket. We don't have to go up and get it. It took them 10 years to figure that out. Hey, you don't have to go up and get it anymore. We'll just put a hole in the basket, and it'll be fine. We got to take a break here in just a moment, Dibs, but I got to get back to, speaking of basketballs here, Dirk Nowitzki and the 3-ball statue. Big ceremony for Dirk last night, retiring his number. Dirk Nowitzki, it's nice to see, because, for years there, he was seen as a guy who's, not tough enough to get it done. Yet he did win that championship there for the Mavs.
Yeah, 2011, and I'm still owed a lunch for an on-air bet made on Sports Radio 957 prior to you and I and Crides, the Cridebot, starting our careers on the station August 1st, 2011, when the station launched. I remember we brought the station to life, the three of us. But prior to that, I made a bet with a fill-in, and I took the Mavs. He took the Heat. LeBron. He may or may not have been swinging from the King, and I'm still owed lunch. So Dirk always will have a soft spot in not my heart, but in my belly.
All right, I'll put that on my to-do list, making sure you get your lunch that's owed to you. Coming up next, more. Yeah. More on the Warriors and Steph's slump, 888-957-9570. Also, pretty big football game this week. So which 49er has the most writing on the outcome of Sunday's game? That's next year with Willard and Dibs.
Great question.
Whitey in for Willard. That's all sponsored by Whole Foods Market.
At Whole Foods Market, save on some of your produce favorites. Get organic Honeycrisp apples for $2.99 a pound through January 11th, while supplies last. Plus, Prime members save an extra 10%. See more on the Whole Foods Market app.
It's gonna be a crazy weekend. Gore! It's a win and you're in game for the 49ers.
Picked off by Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw gonna take it to the house.
and new Artist Series. Punch up your power with Peloton Boxing. Work out to your favorite music with 100+ Artist Series classes. For a limited time, experience it all with a $550 value off the Peloton Bike Plus, including $300 off the Bike Plus and free setup and delivery. A $250 value. Terms apply.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy yours. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses, and I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you have a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it fast, call me at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000, 925-490-2000.
Say it. Say, I'm sorry, sir.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey Gleason in for Willard. So this is really Dibs and Friends today on 95.7 The Game. And what a Sunday it's going to be, of course, with Claysmas coming, presumably. The 49ers trying to nail down a playoff spot against the Rams. And really the cherry on top, I think is how Dibs put it, Kyle Madsen and I will be on here, 95.7 The Game, leading up to the 49er contest. So what a super sports Sunday it's going to be, Dibs.
Yeah, it's stacked with sports activity and, of course, replete with your usual shoulder sports as well. You've got some soccer. We've got some golf from Kapalua. We've got the Joker watch. Novak Djokovic, can he get out of Australian quarantine in time to play in the Aussie Open as he adds his name to the list of unvaccinated elite athletes who have put hurdles in front of their own careers, from the likes of Antonio Brown, fake card, 3-game suspension, Aaron Rodgers, I'm inoculated, or whatever fake word he used to skirt the truth, and now he and Hub Arkush v. Rodgers in the undercard of the next Jake Paul fight. Kyrie Irving can't play home games. Good to have you back. And now Novak, I won't get the shot. And he tried to skirt the rules, and now he's stuck on the quarantine down under. It's just a fascinating time we live in, Whitey.
More like Novak's Djokovic, am I right, guys?
Yes,
Novak's.
you are.
Four Dibbers.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. That's the Comcast Business text line. It's always open. So before we get to the 49ers, Dibs, what do you make of your little COVID corner there? Kyrie, that's not going to work out, right? I mean, the Nets are just asking for trouble, because at some point here, I know yesterday Guru and Steiny were talking about the fact that, hey, if the Nets make it to the finals against the Warriors, let's say, under current guidelines, Kyrie wouldn't be able to play in either building. So, I mean, I think they're just kind of kicking the can down the road here. I don't think it's going to work out for them.
Absolutely kicking it down the road, and I applauded Brooklyn initially for their stance of, look, we don't want Stevie Wonder, part-time lover. We don't want a part-time player here, so I thought they did it right up front, but then they got hit by their own COVID and lost players, and now it's like, we've changed our stance. Well, I would love to have it be Brooklyn and Golden State and watch the Nets try to lobby for, hey, is it okay if our games get moved to, say, Pennsylvania? Can we play in Pittsburgh for the time being? So that would be a fascinating thing. Hopefully by June we'll be beyond this situation, but I'm almost tired of saying that, because as Omicron rears its ugly head, if viruses do have heads to rear, it just seems like we're plunging deeper into it as opposed to coming further out of it.
As far as Aaron Rodgers goes, Hub Arkush, I think we've had him on various shows here. I agree with him, but I don't think that he says what he says. Aaron Rodgers is a jerk. And he used another word he used, which may be true, but I still think, well, that shouldn't affect whether you vote for him for MVP. That's right. How I look at that.
I'm totally with you, and I was mentioning the Baseball Hall of Fame yesterday and the character clause, and I know we used to talk to Mark Kreidler, our former partner, a lot about that. Whether or not it should have been a part of the voting for Baseball's Hall of Fame, that's a separate issue. I don't think it should, and I think actually Kreidler agreed with that, but you utilize the criteria that you're given. Most valuable player in the NFL has never been about quality of guy. That's the Walter Payton Man of the Year, which I don't believe Aaron Rodgers is nominated for.
Yeah. Hey, do you think Barry's going to get in this year, by the way, speaking of the Hall of Fame? Last I saw, the publicly available ballot suggested he's got a real shot.
Yeah, he's got a great shot, but as we know, and shout out Ryan Thibodeau, the legendary A's fan, the Baseball Hall of Fame tracker, he's been doing it for years. Thank you. The public ballots, the ones that we know about, favor the steroid guys much more than the private ballots. The private ballots come usually from the older school guys who aren't as social media dependent, so to speak. So those votes tend to be no on Schilling, Clemens, and Bonds. So it's going to be interesting. I thought going in that he was going to get in. I thought the voting populace would finally throw up their hands and realize there's already juicers in there.
Yes.
Bagwell, Piazza,
no question.
Who knows how many others. Guys who are smeared or not smeared, fingered or not fingered. So at what point do you just realize you got to throw your hands up and say, it's already happened, so why draw the line here? Because Alex Rodriguez, I don't know if he's getting in this year. I haven't seen the numbers, but he'll be getting in. And then Big Papi and all these other guys.
Yeah. Don't you think that's one of the reasons why A-Rod went on MLB Tonight or Sunday Night Baseball? He was rehabbing his image to give him a better shot at getting into the Hall of Fame. It's smart, but it's just a little, I don't know, disingenuous.
Well, imagine that. Alex Rodriguez doing something that's disingenuous. Who could have possibly seen that one coming?
Didn't see that one coming.
It was a loosey-goosey era. I mean, the guy got popped not once, but twice, and yet still the only player to sign 2 contracts of more than $250 million in his career. The guy's unbelievable, but I think you're absolutely right about the image rehab.
Yeah, I would bet money, and we'll get to the 49ers in just a split second here. I would bet money that there are some of the most revered names in baseball. I mean, I'm going way back to the 70s who used some form of steroids. I can't prove that yet. But that's why I think it's wrong for guys like, Barry's not getting in, and I think there are some big, big names that everyone just looks up to. They put them on a pedestal. I bet those people, so that's not fair. That's not fair. But we'll see. Maybe Barry gets in this year.
But just one final tie-in before we pivot here, and we don't have to pivot. We can travel on this program in the NBA. But the whole idea of the jerk angle. Imagine if Barry Bonds was not Tony Gwynn, the nicest guy maybe ever in baseball, but what if he was just like a neutral kind of guy? He would have been in years ago. It wouldn't have been about the steroids as much as it, I think, is for some voters about the jerk factor.
Mm-hmm. That always has been a factor in voting. Kyle's idol is, of course, Ted Williams. And Ted Williams, was it once or twice? He won the Triple Crown and did not win the MVP award because the writers couldn't stand him. He won a Triple Crown, Dibs, and didn't win an MVP award because they didn't think he was a very good guy.
Well, and one of the years was DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak as well, which to me, I get it that year. There's been one 56-game hitting streak. A bunch of people have won the Triple Crown now.
It's overrated.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Kyle. Coming up Sunday, of course, 49ers and the Rams. Dibs, if the 49ers slide in, I don't think it's out of the question that Atlanta rises up and beats the Saints. Not likely, but I think it's possible. If the 49ers lose and they end up 9-8 and they back in, they back into an expanded playoff field. Have they really accomplished anything of note this year?
Yes, they've become one of the 14 remaining teams to have a chance to win the Super Bowl. Even if you go out and you lose that first playoff game, well, you maybe have gotten Trey Lance actual playoff experience if he's your quarterback, and we don't know yet about Jimmy G's thumb. Yeah, I don't need one because I don't have one. But I think that, I think that if that happens, then absolutely there's benefit to it. Now, I don't believe that backing in is something you should apologize for, because 9 teams in your conference aren't going to make the playoffs. 7 of them are. And if you're Kyle Shanahan, you don't want to be the guy who has to worry about how many playoff appearances and how many years you've been on the job. No one's going to look back at this and say, well, that one shouldn't count for Kyle on years he made the playoffs. In is in.
Yeah, but, well, we'll see. Hopefully it won't come to that. To me, if it comes to that, it's a little watered down, and I don't know how much of an accomplishment it would be, but we'll see. I do think Kyle Shanahan is the member of the organization with the most at stake this week. 888-957-9570. Who do you think it is? Maybe it's Trey Lance. Maybe it's, I don't know, George Kittle or Jimmy. But I think Kyle has the most at stake this week, Dibs, because if they do win and get in, then all of a sudden, all right, Kyle's got things headed in the right direction. I was had the privilege of being in for you on Monday. I was talking with Mark Willard about this. You know, the Giants in recent years, you can see how it's kind of linear. They were not very good, then they got better and better. Ooh, look, they got a lot better. Same type of thing with the Warriors going back to Mark Jackson as coach, and then they've had these 2 gap years, and now, ooh, look, they're on their way again. And the 49ers have just been all over the place, which I think if you're a fan and anybody of significance evaluating what Kyle Shanahan has done, it looks like, I'm not sure he knows what he's doing, because it worked. They got to the Super Bowl, but then they never get to the playoffs. They've had all these injuries. So I think for him to actually get this team into the postseason, I think Kyle has more at stake than any other member of the organization this week in terms of reputation. Do you agree with that? You think? Yeah, because you could make the case that perhaps it's Jimmy G. I don't think Jimmy G is going to play. I'll be really surprised, and I hope he plays. I know he said yesterday, had a rather colorful comment, Dibs, when asked whether, how the thumb felt. Can't play that for you. So it's going to be, I understand they're doing him right for once. The 49ers, for once, they're doing the right thing with Jimmy, which is, hey, we'll give you a chance to play. You're the presumptive starter. We'll give you a chance if you feel better to play. I just don't know how realistic that is. And then some of that also is a ruse, right? That old-time coach, the thought process where you don't want the other team to know what you're thinking.
You said for once they did something right with Jimmy?
Yeah.
What is that? I feel like they gave him the starting job at the start of the year. And they've let him hold that job and given him a chance to try and take the team to the postseason.
Right, but they only did that. They did that with a short leash. Like, yeah, you're the quarterback for now.
Short leash? They were 2-5. 3-5.
Short leash. He's gone after this year, Kyle, and you know that as well as anyone. It was like, yeah, you're the guy, but don't get too comfortable. You just give us the best chance to win now, and you're just warming up the seat for Trey Lance. And then not only that, but the way they handled it with, and when we get in the red zone, Jimmy, early in the year, of course. Yeah, you're coming out. So I think this is for once they're actually handling things with Jimmy the right way, Dibs.
Yeah, and it's just going to be interesting to see how it plays out, if the thumb is going to be strong enough to go or not. Either way, this is going to do it. And so to your point about Kyle Shanahan and this being big for him, this whole season was about Jimmy G, get you to the playoffs. This is our playoff window with Jimmy G. And so Garoppolo won't be here next year, so it's all going to fall on Kyle as to the legacy part of whether or not this year was a success or not. Because many people, if you would have told fans, hey, you're going to be around 500, but you're not going to make the playoffs, who do you want to see at quarterback? Well, it probably would have been, let's do Jimmy G for 4 or 5 and then give Trey the rest of the year, had you known how it was going to end. But if you would have told people in the beginning, hey, you're going to go around 500, but you're going to make the playoffs, how do you want it to go? Well, Jimmy G probably gives us the best chance to make that happen, and then we'll spot Trey Lance when we can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 49ers and the Rams this week, with the 49ers trying to get into the postseason for what that's worth. If there's some subterfuge going on here, Dibs, if Jimmy really is not expected to play, but they want to give the Rams something extra to think about, how useful is that really? I mean, do you think Sean McVay's sitting there asking his assistants, hey, who's playing quarterback for him this week? Oh, I don't want to tell him. You tell him. You tell them. Oh, we don't know. They say it could be either one. Well, are you kidding me? Now, what are we supposed to do? I just can't imagine that it's that big of a problem for opposing coaches when they're not sure which guy is going to play, Dibs.
It's not that dramatic, and this is what I was getting into with Mark yesterday, where if I gave you a quiz about Europe, just as far as like countries and the capitals, but I also said, you know what, we're going to throw in Iceland and Greenland as well. They could be potentially on the test. Well, that's kind of what this is. You're preparing for the majority of the Niners, and you know what they are, but if Trey Lance is going to be the quarterback, there's a certain number of plays, the Reykjavik package we'll talk about, that you may have to prepare for because it's not what Jimmy Garoppolo necessarily does. So it just adds a couple of small little additional areas where the coaches have to prepare, and then, it'll filter down to the players a little bit.
Do you think there's a realistic chance that Jimmy Garoppolo plays this week against the Rams?
I mean, what do you consider a realistic chance? The fact that he's at practice throwing the ball around, I would say that gives it at least a chance. I would put his chances of playing based on what he said, and I don't know if we have the audio. Jimmy G working a little bit blue, quite frankly, talking about it bleeping hurts. And the fact that he's coming out and being so frank about it, and the fact that he's out there throwing. Now, he's not taking reps per se, and who knows what his throwing looks like. He might just be shot putting the ball just so they can say, hey, he's throwing it.
Yeah, we saw a little video. I think The Athletic had a little video of it, and it was funny because George Kittle knew cameras were there, and there was one especially nice throw, and George Kittle made a point of saying, oh, nice throw, Jimmy. So he, in workouts and drills yesterday, he was able to throw the ball fairly accurately with no pass rush. Also in The Athletic, there's an interesting picture of the Tennessee lineman or linebacker who actually did the damage to Jimmy's thumb, and it's a really graphic photo because you can see he's got a hold of Jimmy's thumb, and he's kind of using that as a lever by which to bring him down. Here's to your point, Dibs. Here's what Jimmy said yesterday when asked about it. Hey, Jim, how's that thumb feeling?
It hurts. I don't know how else to describe it. It feels like the web in your hand is kind of tearing a little bit. Yeah, that's probably the best way I could describe it, but, it's all good.
D'Amico Autry is the guy who brought him down by the thumb. So I hear that, knowing what little I do know about injuries, and WebMD bookmarked. I just don't think there's a real good chance that Jimmy's able to go this week. Bless him for trying. Bless the 49ers on some level for giving lip service to the chance that he'll play. But I don't see it, Dibs. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see it.
No, I'm with you, and he does need to relatch. And I don't know if you heard the Frankie Goes to Hollywood remix that we had on Tuesday. Relatch, don't do it. Give it to him, Spadone, because it's all about the thumb and the ligament and its ability to relatch, Whitey. And if the thumb and the ligament can't cooperate, then it's going to be Trey Lance. But meanwhile, we hope. Thank you.
Relatch. I think it's more likely to be relanced than it is to be relatched this week.
Agreed.
But we will see.
Dr. Pandya yesterday, as we were in our Cleared to Play segment, courtesy of UCSF Hospitals, he mentioned that it's not going to relatch over this short period of time. It's just not really possible. So it comes down to pain management. And the fact that he's even out there trying shows you that Jimmy Garoppolo has got a very high pain threshold. So if it's just pain, if he can work through that, maybe he can give it a go. So I put it at 25% chance he plays.
I'd put it a little lower, but I think we basically agree on that. I'd put it like 20, but we're in the same football stadium. Jimmy's 5-0 against the Rams, but has he really owned them? Week 10 this year, he was 50-19 for 182 and 2 touchdowns. But you go back to, let's see, 2020 and a 24-16 win. Let's see. He also played well in that game. 23 of 33, 268, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. But overall against the Rams, Dibs, pardon me, Jimmy Garoppolo, 5-0, 8 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. They've had a handful of games where they've won in spite of Jimmy. My point is that he gets the ball out, and Trey Lance would really be challenged to do that against the Rams pass rush. But if Jimmy can't go, I think in some ways Trey gives you a new dimension that maybe makes it a little more difficult for the Rams to snap their slump against you.
Yeah, I think that might be the case, especially from a health standpoint. And Trey Lance, the way he played in the second half, he really started to look a lot more comfortable. Eli Mitchell has been more than just a find for this offense. You didn't even need Jeff Wilson Jr. to carry the ball at all. So maybe you're able to use your 2 different running backs. And ultimately, this offense, Whitey, is predicated on the same thing, which is the ability to run the ball and control the ball, the intermediate, the short passing routes. And if Trey Lance is feeling healthy enough and confident enough to run more of that zone read, and you can keep the Rams off the field, that probably gives you the best chance to win. You don't want Jimmy to throw with the bad thumb, and you're not going to have Trey Lance throw it 30 times. The key would be for Trey Lance to have one of those 14 for 19 kind of games for 185, run a touchdown, throw for another, or maybe throw for 2, and really control this game. That's the Niners recipe always.
Yeah, well, here's the trick, right, Dibs? If you throw Jimmy out there, and let's say Jimmy says, you know what, it hurts, but I'm good to go. And look, you see I'm throwing accurate passes. You don't know when it's going to, quote-unquote, grab, right? You don't know when on a big play, like the Juszczyk play against Tennessee, you don't know when the thumb all of a sudden is going, I don't know what sound effect it would make, probably kind of, you don't know when that's going to happen, and I don't think you want to assume that risk in a game of this magnitude.
You're probably right. Yeah. That's the thing, because I think Trey Lance would feel more comfortable if he knew going in, like starting today, you're going to be the starter. Maybe he knows already. That way you can get into that mindset. As a young player, I don't know if it suits him or anybody to say, hey, if Jimmy's thumb flares up, it's going to be you. And also, Whitey, think about it. If you rest Jimmy a week, let's say Trey goes out, he struggles, you lose, but you still get in. Well, now Jimmy's got another extra week for a possible relatch.
Mm-hmm. But I think isn't it going to take longer than a couple weeks? Isn't it like 5 to 6?
But another week wouldn't hurt. Wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, he should pull a Aaron Rodgers. Jimmy should go RELATCH. Relatch. Huh? Yeah.
Nice.
This is Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. Coming up, the first returns on NBA fan voting are out. Did Steph Curry's slump affect his All-Star votes? That is next. It'll be brought to you by the Exergen Corporation on 95.7 The Game.
Exergen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Who's going to start for the 49ers? Jimmy G.
then to Dallas, and now New Orleans. Second half, back-to-back. Nobody plays all 82 anymore, and if you're going to give Steph between 6 and 10 off nights a year for just DNP rest, coach's decision, this one felt like it would have been, even before the season started. New Orleans, they're struggling. They're having a rough year, and the second half of back-to-back and a huge emotional game coming on Sunday where Steph, Klay, and Draymond are going to be on the court together for the first time since June 13th, 2019. That's something that's going to be very special.
To what extent do you think Steph could benefit from a mental rest?
Probably as much as a physical rest. I mean, the quad contusion, honestly, quad contusion would not keep Steph Curry out of an important game, quote unquote. This is not to dismiss a January tilt against New Orleans, but it is to dismiss a January tilt against New Orleans. This is a game you should win with or without Steph Curry. And so with the quad contusion, a little bit of mental strain over the last couple of nights, and just the adrenaline letdown after you got the record, all the buildup and all the national attention, and you break the record, and then you've got the Christmas game, and then we all have the New Year, and you're dodging Omicron, and now you're in this slog. Just go ahead and take the night off. We don't know for sure yet it's going to happen. I would put that, by the way, at about 90% that he doesn't play tonight as we play percentages.
It's got to be an adjustment for him in a way mentally to have gone from someone who's always constantly been trying to prove everyone else wrong. I'm not too small. I can shoot. We can win this way. I can lead us to championships. And now in recent weeks, it's the consensus, right? Everyone agrees. You're the greatest shooter ever. Okay, well, now what am I going to prove to people? So I'm wondering the extent to which that's an adjustment, just not making shots, struggling mightily over the last 2 games. And so it looks like Steph gets a physical night off tonight. Certainly he could benefit from a mental one. We'll see in just a moment here. Kyle's got some all-star early results here for us. We'll see if Steph's shooting slump has affected his numbers at all. We'll look at, I doubt Wiggins is doing much in the voting. But before we do that, Dibs, just real quickly, and I'll throw it out there, we'll circle back to it or not. Watching the game last night, again, I was stricken by how many players were playing in the game who have fathers who played. Of course, Klay wasn't there, but Wiggins' dad played, and of course, GP2's dad played, Steph's dad played. We had Hardaway Jr. playing last night. If you took all the players in the league whose dads also played, and you formed 2-on-2 teams, and you took both players at full strength. So like Michael Thompson when he was really good with Klay now, who do you think would win that tournament? You'd have Steph and Dell presumably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody Rick, Barry, and I guess Brent probably. I mean, any thoughts
I could
on
not care less. I give myself a 4 for that. I thought I punched it up.
I could not care less.
Steph and Dell would be fun to watch, but I think they would have trouble in a 2-on-2 event. Now,
they'd get destroyed defensively, huh?
Yeah, if you had like a 5-on-5 where you had like 3 fathers and 2 sons, or 3 sons and 2 fathers, kind of a co-ed feel, then that would be a devastating backcourt, Steph and Dell. But in the 2-on-2, they would have a hard time. I like the Michael and Klay.
I do too.
Both can defend, and Michael Thompson more skilled than he was able to showcase based on the teams he was on. But that would be a formidable duo for sure. The Paytons, Gary and his dad, that would, I think, offensively it might be a little bit of a struggle against some teams, but put those 2 up against any other 2 on the defensive end, because GP2. He's 6'6", but he can defend much taller players.
Yeah, and he's not even 6'6". I think he's closer to 6'2" or 3.
Oh wow!
Yeah, but I'm with you, and that's one of the reasons I mentioned it with Klay Smith nearly here. I do. Michael and Klay, I think, would be a really tough out. Again, if you had a father and son tournament, everybody was at full strength here. All right, 888-957-9570. You have any thoughts on that? Kyle Madsen, let's take a look here at the early NBA All-Star voting.
Yeah, hey guys, we're going to play a little game. Early NBA All-Star voting is out. The first updates on the NBA fan voting. I'm going to have you guys start with guards. This is just in the West. Who are the top 5 vote-getting guards? Will alternate picks. Dibs, you guess first.
My first guess will be CP3 Chris Paul.
No, Chris Paul is number 6 with 315,912 votes. I appreciate that you didn't. Go ahead,
Nice
Whitey.
Tick. I'm gonna go. Well, I assume he's at a guard. Maybe he's not. If I say a guy and he's on there but not a guard, I guess I get docked for that, right? Because I'm gonna go LeBron.
No, he is the top vote getter in the front court.
Front court,
with
okay.
2,018,700
I've got one.
votes. Yeah, go ahead, Dibs.
Let me think. I just said that to try to see if I can't get the ball.
Hey,
I'm gonna
he's
go
looking
with,
it up.
No, I'm not. Where is Ja?
Well, I'll tell you where Ja is. He is number 3 on the list, Dibs. 669,000 nice, 33 votes. Ja Morant, number 3 in vote getters among guards in the West. Whitey, take a 3.
I'll go Dame Lillard.
Damian Lillard, no. Damian Lillard, number 8. 211,352 votes. You guys are missing a pretty obvious one, Dibs.
Oh, that's always painful when the host says that and makes you feel, quite frankly, really stupid. How about my name is Luka?
Yeah, Luka Doncic, number 2, 787,690 votes. Number 2 among guards in the West. So you have Luka 2, Ja 3. You guys are missing 1, 4, and 5.
I'm going to go with Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's the big one. 2.5 million votes, the leading vote getter in the West by more than 500,000 votes. The slump not affecting the All-Star voters. So if you have 1 through 3, missing numbers 4 and 5.
I love it. The small sample size not swaying the voters. I'm going to go to Utah, not to the Stifle Tower, but Donovan Mitchell.
Number 7, 217,546. Credit to you guys, though. You guys have not guessed a single player who's not in the top 10. That's the list I have, so credit to you guys.
Give me Devin Booker.
Yeah, you can have him. Number 5, 338,526 votes. Now, number 4 might be a little bit tricky for you guys. He's the only one of the top 5 you don't have.
I'm going to go way off the board with DeJounte Murray.
No, it's a good. I don't want to say it's a good guess. It's a guess, though, for sure.
He's having a nice year.
He's having a nice little year down there in San Antonio. Not drawing a ton of All-Star votes. Whitey.
Yeah. Is PG Paul George? Is he a guard? A forward?
No, he's a front court player. He is the number 3 among front court vote getters in the West. I'm just going to let you guys know because I have a feeling we could sit here all day.
Yeah.
And try and guess this. The number 4 vote getter among guards in the West, Klay Thompson. Number 4 in the fan voting. Having such a great year doing his rehab. He's looked awesome in G League practices and in scrimmages in Utah. And that's been enough to sway the voters, Dibs.
Yeah, I think he's gotten a lot of the nautical vote, quite frankly.
But leading boat getter.
Yeah, that's a 4.
Nice.
That's a 4. It would have been a 5, but you played off my cleverness. So,
I've been riding your coattail since 2011.
Keep it up. You're doing great. We're all doing great.
That was
a fun
with a big surprise payoff. I'm okay with that. The All-Star game, to me, is supposed to be for the fans, right? No matter what the sport, and if fans want to see Klay, why should in any sport, why should a guy have a really good half a season, and that should be enough? Well, he's having a better half season than so-and-so. Why is having a good half season enough to get you into an All-Star game in baseball or basketball? I've just never understood that.
Well, it's not the People's Choice Awards, okay? This is the All-Star, where you're rewarding those people who've had the greatest year. And, if you do it on just and I understand why they do it this way. And, I wonder where Andrew Wiggins is in the front court. He's probably not even in the top 10 because of that very notion of relative popularity.
That's a dynamite segue, Dibs. Where does Andrew Wiggins rank among the top 10 in front court vote getters?
Not my first day part. In the West. Sorry, I stepped on the uptick.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Dibs. You want to fire off a guess at where Andrew Wiggins is?
Now that I'm bit blocking, I might as well. I don't believe he's in the top 10.
I don't either.
But if you only have the top 10 and you're asking where he fell on the list, then that means he must be in the top 10. So I'm going to say number 10.
Whitey, do you have a guess?
Quick buzzer.
So he... All right. So
I guess that's no, he doesn't have a guess.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say no, he's not in the top 10.
Yeah, no, he certainly is. He's actually in the top 5, you guys. Andrew Wiggins, the number 4 vote getter in fan voting in front court players in the West. Draymond Green, number 5. It's LeBron 1, Jokic 2, Paul George 3, and then Wiggins and Draymond ahead of Anthony Davis and Karl Anthony Towns.
Ooh, how about that?
Yeah.
I'm shocked and stunned.
Well,
Thank
it's
you,
the power
Kyle.
of the brand too.
How about that?
Nature, the Warriors brand. Wiggins is having a good year, but I'm surprised that he's getting that much run. Maybe it's the Canadian vote pouring in from north of the border.
From across the border, yeah. That's that's the only explanation. Dibs, I don't know how well you remember like the Showtime Lakers, and I know they're going to have that. Who is it? Somebody's going to have a drama about the Showtime Lakers, and it looks like it's going to be terrible with actors portraying all the great stars of that era. But Wiggins, so far this year, he reminds me in some way with the way he fits in terms of his importance. He reminds me a little bit of James Worthy on those Showtime Lakers teams. And I know James Worthy's a Hall of Famer and Wiggins has a long ways to go, but that was about Kareem and Magic, and Worthy was consistent, same position, but basically Worthy was more of a big. But Wiggins this year, the way he's played, to me, his level of contribution has been close to what James Worthy used to contribute to those great Showtime teams.
That's good. I'm gonna give you a 3.5 on that. Because
I'll take it.
I would like to see Andrew Wiggins consistently be offensively aggressive as James Worthy was. And Worthy, they didn't run a lot of sets for him, but certainly in the open court, you can close your eyes and picture him filling the lane from the left wing with Magic, lollipopping the dribble in a 3-on-2 and then whipping it to Worthy, and it was the one dribble. He would palm it with his right hand and elongate it, and it was a dunk basically every time. But Worthy could score. He was more aggressive. Defensively, who do you think was a better defensive player? Because I think Worthy's defense was somewhat underrated.
It was. Right now, the way Wiggins is playing defense, I'd give him the nod just because it's like an automatic, right? Whoever the other team's top scorer is, Wiggins going to stick his nose in there, and he's going to do a good job. He has not embarrassed himself. That was the first thing I noticed about him in his first possession as a Warrior. The Warriors played their first game with Wiggins. It was one of those Saturday night games on ABC against the Lakers, and he stuck his nose right in there, and LeBron was posting him up, and you could see right away, well, he has every intention here, given everything he has defensively. And I think that's been the foundation of everything that Wiggins has done as a Warrior. I thought last year the Warriors had to be pretty pleased overall with what he contributed. And then this year, whether it's the game against Minnesota and the Karl Anthony Towns dunk, whatever it is, it's like something has clicked here, and this is close to the Wiggins that the Cavs thought they'd get when they picked him number 1 overall. And wouldn't that be something if he makes his first All-Star game in Cleveland, the home of the team that drafted him number 1 overall?
That would be probably ironic and coincidental at the same time.
Yeah, sure.
Because, it's a situation where no one kind of saw this coming. You didn't see Andrew Wiggins making this many strides back toward the player that he was supposed to become. Usually it doesn't take a guy 8 to 10 years to fulfill his promise when he's the number 1 overall. You get guys who are instantly on that star trajectory, or guys who just aren't going to work out, which kind of makes the curiosity of the Zion Williamson situation all the more fascinating because, after the first year and a half of his career, he seemed destined for superstardom, but now he might be getting saddled with more of the Sam Bowie and the Greg Oden if he's unable to overcome this injury problem.
Fingers crossed. I remember when he was with Duke and his shoe exploded. Remember that? And there was a lot of controversy over who made the shoe? How could they make the shoe so poorly? But to me, it just spoke to the incredible amount of torque and power his body was generating. And then he put on, he got a little heavier, so it's no surprise to me. It's unfortunate, but no surprise that his lower extremities may be breaking down. It reminds me also, Dibs, of Yao Ming in a way. And I know they're different, but Yao Ming's lower extremities, they just could not support his weight and his mass.
Yeah, and they've got Zion on Wikipedia at 315, 6'6", 315. I'd like to see him play a little closer to 270 myself, but
I've had over 40 pizzas in the last 30 days.
That ain't right.
That's a lot of pizzas. So hopefully he's able to make it back. He's such a unique, dynamic, fun player and a great personality, but part of this makes me feel a little bit like it's a geography thing as much as it is a health problem. Why do I want to bust my hump to come back to play for this team in this situation? He's already said he wants out, so I wonder what the next iteration is for Zion.
What do you think philosophically of the notion of Klay Thompson being an all-star? We just heard from Kyle he's doing very well in the early vote getting, even though he hasn't played yet. As I said, I'm okay with that because if the fans are saying this is who we want to see play, I'm all right with that. It sounds like you're more of the mind that if you haven't played, you can't be an all-star.
Absolutely. This is one of those things that irks me, and it reminds me why fans get what they get, which is the short end of the stick at every turn. This is why we can't have nice things, because Klay Thompson is not an all-star. He is a beloved individual. He's an all-time favorite Warrior. He's a great guy. He's a captain. He's a dog owner. He's a wonderful, wonderful person, but he's not an all-star. He's not played a basketball game in 31 months. What about that makes you think that he's an all-star? Now, people are able to vote for whomever they want, and I get that, and I encourage you all to dub the vote and vote early and vote often, but I just am not of the mind where you give a guy this accolade. If you want to have him be, Good Guy of the Month award, of course he would win it every month, but he's not an all-star.
But why isn't he? If the majority of fans, and I know the fan vote doesn't absolutely determine who's in, but if fans want to see him and he's healthy, why shouldn't he be an all-star? All you have to be an all-star is you have to be a star. That's the all-star team. They're all stars. It doesn't say the all best first half of the season team in baseball or in basketball. I'm not sure where we decided to hitch our wagon to that notion that, well, you can't be an all-star unless you're having a good first half of the season. There's nothing wrong with that. It should be a factor if a guy is a star player, but I think I remember, Whitey Herzog once saying, Art House hitting 300. You know what? He's not an all-star because by the end of the year, he's going to be hitting 278. So why should I have him as an all-star? I've never forgotten that. And it's the same thing. Why does Klay not deserve to be an all-star if fans want to see him play and if he can play? The game doesn't even count. And they're just, the way they do it now.
Yeah, it counts for the players that have provision in their contract that say if you're an all-star, you get an extra $100,000 or $1 million or whatever. And it's an honor for a guy who maybe isn't the best player in the world if you're having a great season. And what if Klay Thompson prevents a guy like Devin Booker or John Morant, a young star in our league, a budding star, from getting a spot? And I'm not saying Klay would do this, and obviously he would refuse to participate even if he made the team. He's not going to show up and play and take a spot from somebody. He knows that he's not an all-star, and that's where I just disagree with you. The all-star should be about, yes, the big marquee players in the season, in a year, but does Kyrie Irving deserve to be an all-star? Where is he in the voting, by the way, Kyle? Is he
Good question.
among the... Thank you, Kenny. An even better question would be, should Kyrie Irving be an all-star, Whitey?
Well, if the fans want to see him, I wouldn't vote for him. But if fans want to see him and they vote him in, then why should he be,
The answer is
Kyle?
no, Whitey. The answer is no, he's not an all-star.
Okay. He had 8 points last night in his first game. That's pretty good.
Those 8 points were more than where he ranks in the East. He is number 6, 267,929 votes ahead of Derrick Rose, Tyler Hero, Darius Garland, who's having a great year for the Cavs, and Fred VanVleet of your Toronto Raptors.
Who's having an awesome year. If I'm Kyrie and you really want to double down on this whole thing, then you just would appeal to the anti-vaxxers and say, get me in this game, people. And I know that the fan vote is only... a small portion of it. I don't even know these cockamamie formulas anymore. Well, the fans count for a third, and then, the player vote. It's just...
Yeah.
I don't get too wrapped up in it, but the notion of Klay Thompson and Kyrie Irving, and I don't mean to lump the two of them together as similar cases, but guys who aren't playing and aren't playing well, you're not an all-star.
Which Warriors do you think, if they go to you and Dibs, you cover the team, you know what's going on, which Warriors should be all-stars this year? Who are you going with?
I would say Steph, and you'd have to pick between Draymond and Wiggins because I don't think you're going to get both of them. I can't imagine the Warriors are getting 3. Draymond, Steph, and Wiggins. It's a 15-man roster, am I right?
I think it's 14, but I could be wrong.
14, okay.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. I just don't know if you're going to get 3. So that, to me, is the real question. Who do you choose between Draymond and Wiggins? Because they're having pretty similar years on both ends of the floor.
I might be misremembering, but didn't Giants fans do this with Freddie Sanchez the year after? I think it was in 2010. It might have been 2011. But they voted Freddie Sanchez into the All-Star game even though he hadn't played at all. Am I misremembering this?
We'd have to look that up.
Okay.
We'd have to have our producer.
I'll get the producer on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Dibs, I'm getting some information. There are 12 players on the All-Star roster, so we'll have to confirm that conflicting information.
That sounds right
on that. Yeah, and then of course then you got the players selected, and then they are drafted by the captains. Do you like that whole thing?
No, I don't. I like the way that they do the game now, to where with the scoring system, the game is going to, usually come down to having some meaning. And I think the players over the last couple of years have shown a greater desire to actually go out and compete and make it entertaining. I've always thought the basketball all-star game is the best of the big 3.
Yeah. You're talking about, I think, the Elam ending where you have a target score. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah,
The
I
Elam
like
ending.
that too. Yeah, named for, of course, Elam, who of course famously came up with it.
But
where at the end of
It's Jason Elam, the former Broncos kicker, who had targets that he would try and hit between the goalposts when he was kicking, ergo the Elam ending the target score.
Okay, I'm hoping that wasn't on the air, but you never know. Thank you, Kyle.
Real quick, 2012 All-Star game, Freddie Sanchez received the fourth most votes of any second baseman in the National League, despite having not played an MLB game in over a year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go.
Well, and you said Klay is where in the voting, Kyle?
Fourth among backcourt players.
Yeah, so he's not going to get voted in either. So the point is probably moot. And on the Warriors go tonight to take on the New Orleans Pelicans. Steph Curry not expected to play, and so he gets a night off to rest his bruised quad. Otto Porter should be back. Dibs, I know that you're feeling like, if you don't win this game, so what? I'm more of the mind that you're trying to get home court here. I don't want to let one slip away. If Steph doesn't play, fine, I get that, but I don't want to let one slip away to the lowly Pelicans.
Of course not. And you're not entering the game with the mindset that you are going to let one slip away. My only point was this is a classic Steve Kerr, we're not chasing wins ball game where you're probably not going to play Steph Curry. I look at the spread right now, and it seems like Vegas is telling you Steph's not playing. The Warriors are favored by 3 at New Orleans right now. If Steph were in there, even on the second half of back-to-back, you'd imagine that line would probably be closer to 12. So that, I think, is indicative of what's going to happen tonight.
So this has to be one of those Wiggins games, right? You look at the roster, and we've seen that before this year. I think it was in Detroit where Wiggins and Poole, quote-unquote, stepped up, but your boy Andrew Wiggins, the Maple Jordan, this is clearly one of those nights in which the Warriors need him to carry a pretty heavy offensive load.
It's a Jordan Poole also from my viewpoint, because you go back 2 games ago in Miami where Steph really struggled. Poole was 12 of 17. He gave you 32. You beat a good Heat team at home. The night before that, Poole with 10. He had 19 in the win over the Knicks. You beat the Pacers, and he had 8 points. So there's been, in his last 5 games, he's had 2 offensive clunkers, and the game at Utah, he didn't really play that well either. So I think you need a Jordan Poole and a Wiggins, those 2 combining tonight for 55. If they actually, I'll give you 50. Wiggins and Poole get you 50. You beat New Orleans.
And the shot maker Otto Porter Jr., huh? Oh, man, I thought they missed him last night. Understand why he didn't play, but he's become a big-time shot maker, Dibs.
If you can get 60 from Porter Jr., Bielitsa, Looney, Draymond, JTA, GP2, maybe a little Chiosa, Kuminga, of course. If you can get 60 from the rest, 50 from Poole and Wiggins, 60 from the rest, you get yourself some gumbo and a win in New Orleans.
We're going to see chorizo.
That's a 3. I give you a 3 for that, Spadone.
All right, up next, is there really a chance Jimmy G can play on Sunday? It's Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard, and that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Steph Curry is in a slump. Over the past 2 games, he's shot 20% from the field, has hit just 2 3-pointers, and scored a combined 23 points after losing to the Mavs last night. The Warriors are on the road.
ones who get it done.
The Harlem Globetrotters are coming to Oakland Arena, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Listen to Steiny and Guru all week at around 1:30 each day for your chance to win tickets. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Comcast Business Text Line is always open, 888-957-9570. Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason in for Willard today. May need your help with something dog-related. But before we get to that, Dibs, we have an update on who will and who won't be available for the Warriors tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans. Steph Curry, as we all expected, Steph Curry out tonight with a quad injury. Draymond Green out tonight because of an issue with his left hip. And, Draymond didn't look like his old self last night. He played 31 minutes, but he wasn't that productive. And Juan Toscano-Anderson also out tonight because of an issue with his left ankle. That all according to our 95.7 The Game Warrior insider, Anthony Slater. So tonight, Warriors against New Orleans. No Steph, no Dre, no JTA.
And the spread still sitting at 3. It hasn't really moved, so obviously that news was known when the line moved that significantly. So that gives you some indication about the quality of the Pelicans at 13 and 25. You're not going to have 3 of your core 12 guys on the Warriors tonight, and yet you're still sitting as a significant favorite. So I think that speaks even more to my Poole and Wiggins necessity. You need to get 50. Maybe you need 55 from that duo without the trio of guys you're going to have.
The only thing that worries me about the Pelicans, if you look at what they do well, and there's really only one thing that as a team they do well, and they have some nice pieces. They're a pretty good rebounding team, especially without Draymond. That could be an issue for the Warriors tonight against the lowly Pelicans. But we will see, and of course you can hear the game here on 95.7 The Game. Real quick, my question, if I may, before we get to Jimmy, and I know we got Pick Your Battles coming up. Friend of mine, Dibs, you're kind of a cat person, right? I mean, you probably relate more to cats than dogs.
Yes, I like the independence of a cat as opposed to the neediness of the dog.
My friend, let's say my friend has a dog. Dog, being a dog, doesn't like cats. And my friend was in his backyard recently doing some cleanup, and he found what appeared to be a cat collar. It was very small. I guess it could have been the collar of a small dog, but it seemed like a cat collar, and it had a name on it, Miss Hazelnut. No sign of the cat. And there's a phone number there for you to call if you find Miss Hazelnut. My friend didn't find Miss Hazelnut, but did find the collar. Again, looks like it had been there a long time. Not a stretch to suggest that perhaps my friend's dog may have had something to do with the absence or the disappearance of Miss Hazelnut. So should my friend call the number or not?
Is this friend of yours, does the dog's name rhyme with Roby?
Toby. Yeah, Toby's the dog's name. My friend's
okay, cool. That's good to know. And is this a case where you found other forensic evidence along with the collar, such as balls of fur, cat blood, whiskers?
No forensic evidence and no forensic evidence either, for that matter.
Thank you. I'll give you 4 for that. Yeah. So I think it might be a case where there wasn't a crime committed, that maybe the cat just slipped out of the collar. Was the collar broken at all? Was the collar... Yeah, so
I had found it a long time ago, and I kind of forgot about it. My friend. What am I saying? And then I rediscovered it. So I do. My friend does remember his dog maybe had caught a cat at one time, but to me, and I'm not a referee like you, but to me, this is a play on. No harm, no foul. There's just not enough there to. I don't think my friend should call the number, and then what would my friend say? I found the cat's collar, but I don't know where Miss Hazelnut is. Probably better just to let sleeping cats lie wherever they ended up.
And that's where I have to draw the line, because cats, as you know, with 9 lives, and you may be able to get to Miss Hazeltine and be able to at least give her some closure as to what happened to the cat, because if she's missing her cat, maybe she's not.
Miss Hazelnut is the cat, though, I think. Miss Hazelnut, not the person you'd call, but that's the name of the cat.
You don't know that. You don't know that until you call, and maybe the cat will answer the phone herself as Miss Hazelnut. So,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So I think you do call the number, and then that way you'll give some cat closure to Miss Hazelnut, because it'll either be, oh yeah, she's right here, sweetie, on my lap. She lost that collar a long time ago, or she'll say, oh, thank you for helping bring closure. I didn't know what had happened to her. Now I know that your monster dog was responsible for Miss Hazeltine's demise.
My friend doesn't know that. We don't know, and that's it. I can't offer closure because I don't know what happened, and I think it's better to assume that, like you say, maybe somebody took off the cat's collar and threw it over the fence. Who knows what happened? Right. I think it's better if my friend just said, "Yeah, we'll just let this one. Ride."
What would you want though if it was your pet that was missing, potentially missing? What would you want that person to do?
First of all, I would never, if I had a cat, and I've never had a cat. My parents used to have one. I like cats fine. I like dogs better. But if I had one, I would never name it Miss Hazelnut. I think that's an important clue here. I mean, what kind of name is that for a cat? So I think if you name your cat something like that, there are certain rights as a pet owner that perhaps you forfeit. And I'm sorry, but that's just the way I feel about it.
Well, I mean, you a guy who named his dog after a whale, so I mean, you could talk about how whack that is. Whether it's So I don't know if you're really one to be throwing the first stone in this discussion.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't know. You really think it'd be better to call the people and just say, "Hey, I found this collar." Not me, my friend. I'm just
of course. I mean, we do have an open segment at 11:45. I mean, we could do this live on the air and just settle it right here. You know,
I don't think we need to go that far. Interesting.
Guys, I have a line on Miss Hazelnut. I can book her for 11:45. I'm in. You talk about cats. I'm in.
Mm-hmm. Just wanted your opinion. I appreciate your views, Dibs. As a cat owner, I will tell my friend about that. I don't think Miss Hazelnut has a chance of taking the field, anytime soon. But do you honestly think that James Richard Garoppolo, has a legitimate chance? I think you said earlier you think maybe 25% chance against the Rams. I think it's all, as I said Monday, I think it's all a charade, and I'm not buying any of it.
Yeah, you don't have to buy it, and the Rams don't have to necessarily buy it. If they're even distracted by it, then you win. It's no harm, no foul. I don't think that inside the building there's any uncertainty as far as what their plan is going to be. They know right now whether or not that they're just putting Jimmy out there for show or if he's got a legitimate chance to go. I think they know that inside the building. Now, can his thumb get good enough? Can he be tough enough to play through it? I think that's a real possibility. I mean, one thing that I've come to know about football players versus me, they're tougher than me. Every single last solitary one of them, they're all tougher than I am. And you were talking about, when we played the sound about Jimmy G and the web, it's like having the web of your finger rip every time. Just go ahead and take your thumb right now and try to bend it in some different directions. I can't bend it more than a couple of inches without it hurting, let alone this guy's going to go out with a dangling ligament and be able to throw. So I've learned to not downplay or count out these pro football players and their ability to play through pain. Maybe he can get the needle. Maybe he can give it a go. So I'm going to keep it at 25%.
I don't think it is a matter of pain management. And again, they haven't let me examine Jimmy. I agree with you. I have no doubt that if it was just a matter of how I have. Yeah. They don't even take my calls anymore. Click. Hey, it's what click. But if it were just a matter of how much pain can you tolerate, I'm sure he could play. But the thumb is structurally damaged. And it's been interesting, the little clues along the way where Kyle said last week, Jimmy doesn't need surgery right now. And a lot of people heard that and thought that, no, seriously, that's what he said, right? And a lot of people, he doesn't need surgery. He must be fine. No, the 49ers have decided they're not going to give him surgery right now because the thumb needs to be structurally repaired. That's the only way. I know you talked about the bone healing, but still you've got the torn tendon that's not just going to magically overnight, hey, guys, my thumb's good. So I think that compromises his ability to throw the football. And in a game that's this important, I don't think you can have a Jimmy Garoppolo with a compromised thumb, especially given the fact that even a healthy Jimmy G, every so often, and I'm a fan of the guy, Dibs, but every so often, boo, he throws it for no apparent reason to the wrong team.
And he airmails it, and that's where a lack of thumb control on the football, it's going to be hard to finish the throw. That's where, if you're able to throw the ball downhill, quote unquote, you need the thumb, and he has the ball sail on him even with a healthy thumb. I don't think he's going to play, but the reason why I'm keeping it at 25% is just the very nature of what these guys do, what they go through pain-wise, what they're able to endure to go out there and play. And I think you're right, though, about the context clues about he doesn't need surgery right now, quote unquote. And Dr. Pandya joined us yesterday about this time, and he broke down the fact that he will need surgery. Structurally, he can get back to being healthy, but that takes surgery, a reattaching of the tendon, and then time and rehab. You can't do that over the course of a week or two, but I do think that it gives the 49ers a tiny sliver of an advantage that the Rams have to at least ponder that possibility.
Mm-hmm. And we know the 49ers have dominated the Rams, so does that really give them a continued advantage into this week? That is coming up next. Also, pick your battles coming up. I understand Mark Willard's pick is in, so unfortunately I won't be able to pick for him, but pick your battles is coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game.
It's a new year, and for businesses, that means a new start. Whatever the year ahead holds, now Comcast Business is making it easy to get going with the Ready, Set, Save sale. Get started with fast and reliable internet and voice for $64.99 a month.
an excellent chance of pulling out the victory tonight.
Yes, and that's why you feel good about, resting Steph Curry with a contusion, a thigh contusion, Draymond Green with a bit of a hip, and Juan Toscano Anderson. You're going to give some guys a breather, knowing that you still should be able to win this game. Otto Porter Jr. coming back, Iguodala expected to go, and, it's just next man up. And that's part of the luxury, I think, for this team of having a guy like Jonathan Kuminga and, to a slightly lesser extent, Moses Moody, young players who you can G League, and then when you're going to need them, it's go ahead and go out there and play. And I think this becomes somewhat of a Kuminga game where he's going to get a chance to do more than just go out there and be an energy guy and play a role. He's going to have a chance to get loose and really contribute more.
Steph Curry in a bad slump, perhaps having a day off. Certainly he'll benefit physically, perhaps mentally, and perhaps after this he'll be ready to go after, 8 of 41. 8 makes in his last 41 tries, so no Steph tonight. But looking at the West, Dibs, I think one of the reasons the Warriors are where they are right now is because you got so many teams in the West that are kind of where the Warriors have been the last 2 years. The Warriors went through the last 2 years, the gap years, and they're kind of like Andy Dufresne going through the sewage to get out of Shawshank, right? They end up in Mexico, and we'll see if the Warriors end up all the way down in Mexico in the sunshine. But there are so many teams right now, like the Lakers are a good example, and of course things haven't worked out the way they wanted. Denver dealing with injuries, Clippers still waiting for Kawhi to come back. The Warriors are benefiting from the fact that they have everything coming together now at a time when so many other teams in the West are trying to get their teams together and dealing with some pretty significant injuries.
Yeah, and it's COVID and it's injuries. And it's just such a long year, and I think the Warriors can kind of look at tonight as a chance to really start getting right, because you're 37 of the way through an 82-game slog, and you're going to get some help in Klay Thompson, but it's not going to be a ton of help right away. But to get him back is going to help shore up the rotation a little bit. James Wiseman, before too long, you would figure. We talked to the doc yesterday, Dr. Pandya, about that, and he said it's smart that they're continuing to really slow play his return, but you got to figure at some point when he comes back, that'll help elongate everybody a little bit more.
Yeah, last year the Warriors were in the play-in thing. If the play-in started today, which let me check, it does not. But if it started today, you'd have Denver 7, they're 18-18. Clippers 8, 19-19. 9, Minnesota, they're 18-20. And just getting in as a 10 seed, the San Antonio Spurs at 15-22, and they would be in the play-in thing if it started today, Dibs. Ugh.
Gross. And that's why I hate this play-in tournament. 15-22, you don't deserve even a sniff at the possibility. It's like having an injured guy be voted onto an all-star team.
It's like backing into the NFL playoffs at
9-8. Yeah,
9-8, right? Yeah. Same thing.
Yeah, speaking of backing in, as we pivot to pick your battles, we got somebody among us who is backpedaling so much he looks like Deion Sanders in his prime. It's time for Pick Your Battles, America's favorite pick'em contest. But Whitey, before we go to the picks and the records, we got a bit of a controversy because Mark Willard has submitted his pick via the text thread, and I will quote, "Love y'all. Gimme Suns minus 10.5 tonight." Not so fast, my friend. The picks come on the air. Mark's not on the air. I feel like your pick on the air should be his pick. So are you comfortable making a selection, Whitey, pending a review tomorrow?
I'm 100% ready for that. I'm flattered and honored, and I don't know if I'll do my best, but I'll do it. Yeah, absolutely.
I love it. You did me wrong. As we go to the scoreboard for the week, Spadonut's leading the way. He got the green check mark yesterday. He is 3-0. I technically am 2-0, but I got your pick on Monday. I love you. You screwed me, so I'm sitting at 2-1. Mark Willard off today, also 2-1, but the man who's backing the truck up, whew, like a cement mixer, Kyle Madsen at 0-3.
Whoa.
Kyle, You need to explain yourself. I'll say these things. Kyle, welcome to the bit.
Yeah, hey, thanks so much, guys. This may or may not be my final day in the bit. What I'm going to start doing is I'm going to fade myself. I'm going to do this pick and then put money against it. So that's what I'm doing. I'm 0-7. I'm bound to get one right eventually, right? So I'm going to the ice. The NHL has been pretty friendly to me this year. The Buffalo Sabres, they stink. They've won 2 out of their last 13 games. The San Jose Sharks, your San Jose Sharks, Dibs, hit the road. They head to Buffalo on the money line. San Jose is -118. I like the Sharks to take down the Sabres on the road tonight.
I love it. So, Kyle, go Sharks. And homage to Ralph Barbieri, rest in peace.
Dropping a hundo on the Sabres +102.
Crispy. I like it. Next up would be Willard, but Willard out. White tee, wearing a somewhat fuchsia-looking sweatshirt.
It's red.
I'm colorblind.
Red.
All right? I just wanted to get fuchsia in the program.
That's
Whitey
magenta
Gleason.
at best.
I was thinking this chartreuse, possibly. But Willard is 2-1. Whitey, our guest picker for Willard, pending text to Trace on whether or not Willard's pick will stand.
Unfortunately, Dibs, I picked for you Monday. I had the Warriors and what they were given 11 against the Heat. And the reason that stunk was because Willard, that was his pick. I didn't know it. He was going to pick that game if I hadn't. So my apologies to you. I'm going with the under tonight on behalf of Mark Willard. 209 is the under I have. Your mileage may vary. The Boston Celtics losers to the Spurs last night against the New York Knicks, over under 209. I am taking, on behalf of Mark Willard, the under in that game. Boston at New York, 209.
I love it. Pending review. Mark, of course, taking the Suns, giving the 10.5. That may or may not count, pending a full review tomorrow. I'm rolling with college basketball, Whitey. I was 2-1 yesterday on my college hoops picks. Southeast Missouri State plays at one of the fastest tempos in the nation, and they also have one of the worst defenses in the nation. They're going up against Belmont, a very good, likely tournament team. The over-under is 164, which is astronomical for college basketball. We're going over the 164. Southeast Missouri State loves to give up 100. We're going over 164, Southeast Missouri State and Belmont. Now to the undefeated Joe Spadonuts. Can you stay hot, Spadone?
I was very disappointed because I was going to take a Serie A pick today, AC Milan and Roma over, but that game, Dibs, it already happened 3 hours ago. So let's go to the hard floor NCAA men's basketball. We got Long Beach State at UCLA.
Yeah.
26.5 is a lot of points. And I think the Long Beach State's going to cover. So I'm going plus 26.5. Long Beach State at number 5, UCLA.
I love it. Good luck to everyone. It's pick number 4 of a 3-week journey, Whitey, for donuts that no one's ever going to collect because I'm never going to see you fools again.
I'm doing
Thank you very much, Dibs.
Dibs, I'm running a parlay here. I'm riding Spadoni, who's 3-0. I'm fading myself, who's 0-3. So I'm going Long Beach State plus 26.5 and the Buffalo Sabres plus 102 on the parlay.
Sounds great. Best of luck to you and yours.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Spadone. Thanks, Dan Dibley. Thank you for listening. Really interested to hear what Steiny has to say about Steph's slump, because Steiny's been in a Jockparty slump, Dib, since what, 2012? Something like that?
Yeah, thereabouts.
Yeah. So Matt Steinmetz and the Pride of Livermore Guru are next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Tap Plastics.
in the rim. Kalina talked about it a few times on the broadcast. Steiny, he went up a couple times like, are you going to shoot? Or remember the pass he threw out of bounds when he was right by the bucket and we thought he was going to, go up and shoot because we're accustomed to that? I sent out a tweet. Nobody cares, Steiny. But it was odd watching the chef last night. It was odd. It's just not about the ball going in the hoop. It's odd. His mannerisms. I feel like there's a slight labor when he's moving. Steiny, he ain't moving with fluidity that I'm accustomed to. So this is the first time, if we want to call it a slump, we could call it a slump, but shoot. And then I'm walking into the lab, and he's out tonight with Draymond. And I'm thinking, okay, if this just is about, the ball going in the basket and you're playing a downtrodden Pelican team, I would think he would want to be out there. But to your point, Steiny, it was odd. He went up a couple times like, I'm going to shoot, I'm going to pass. And I'm like, that ain't the Steph I know. And it's not just you saying that, Steiny. A lot of people are just having the conversation like it is odd.
Well, it's something we've never seen from Steph Curry in his entire career with the Golden State Warriors. And
what do you call it that we've never? What word? If you had one word, your wordsmith, what do you call it?
Well, different people are pinpointing different times when they think whatever this is started. And a lot of people are pointing to 16 games ago. I think he had a 4 for 21 against Portland or something like that. And from that moment to the present, his numbers are not very good for Steph Curry. I actually think it's been a season-long issue that has really come to a head right now. For whatever reason, he's not finishing at the rim like he has in years past. That's been something that's going on all season long. And the other reality to this is if he's going to shoot 13-plus three-pointers a game, his overall percentage will come down. It's just natural. So that's another part of it because he's shooting more threes now than he's ever taken in his career. I think some of the threes he's taken this year, maybe he's not getting that hair of separation he's used to. Maybe the contest on the shot is just a little closer to his release point. Maybe his shots are just a little bit tougher. And I don't know what it is, and I fully expect him to bounce back. And what I said the other day, and I'll stick to it, right now he's shooting 38-8 from three-point range and 42% from overall. I would bet that those numbers will finish at the end of the season. Those numbers will rise. In other words, he's not going to shoot 42% or lower from the field, and those numbers are going to go up, is what I'm saying. Now, to what degree, I don't know. And the kind of the point is that at this point of the season, almost halfway through, it's really, really, really going to be tough for him to kind of push those numbers up to what we're used to. So there will be a decline of some sort in terms of his percentages. It's just a matter of what degree. Now, the good news is they're 29-8.
There you go.
They're 29-8. But I don't know what the answer is, Goo, but I think even the most steadfast Steph Curry fans and the true Warrior fans right now have to acknowledge we're seeing a Steph Curry that we've never seen before, and it's hard to wrap your head around because he's the greatest shooter of all time.
No doubt. And, some can make the argument Steiny the best point guard. But you said something, and you said it was just an option, that the defense is out on him. They're closer to his release point. Steiny, I got the game up in the lab right now, and this has been constant the last 15 to 18 games. I don't believe that to be the case. And also, he's getting by his man, so it's not somebody in his space or comfort zone when he's going to the rack, but he's even missing the bunnies. So I wonder, with Klay Thompson coming back, does that remedy what we're seeing that's kind of peculiar? I'm curious to see, but at the end of the day, it's a make or miss league. And from my vantage point, Steiny, and to the listeners, it's 84% of the shots are he looks like the regular Steph. The ball's just not going in.
Yeah,
so I don't want to give the defense credit.
Well, I think that's foolish. To be honest, and the reason I think it's foolish is because he is almost 34 years old. And here's the reality. I was thinking. Let's say if we're going to acknowledge Steph Curry changed the game, all right, and I'm willing to meet you down that avenue. So now Steph's been in the league 12 or 13 years, and back in the championship years, I remember having talks with John Dickinson about. I still cannot believe how the league doesn't understand how far Steph Curry can shoot from the basket and still be accurate. I couldn't believe the fact that so many teams would let their big men go out and die trying to cover him 35 feet from the basket. And so I really do think there's something to, you know what? Maybe it's taken 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, but opposing teams, can we agree, are defending Steph Curry probably better now than they ever have in Curry's career, simply because they've got more experience playing against the Warriors and Steph Curry now than they had 8-9 years ago. I definitely believe there's something to the defenses over time have gotten more in tune with trying to defend the three-point shot and Steph Curry's three-point shot when the Warriors play in particular.
You know what? I don't want to disrespect any defense. And you are right, Steiny, but what's made this guy and the greats like him amazing is the cat's out the bag. You try to give him all your full undivided attention, and you still can't stop him. So my question to you and the listeners is, this just happened 2 to 3 weeks ago.
Well, according
so
to
did he get out of bed?
No, I mean you can say people can say that. People can say that, but I noticed it. I don't think his whole year has been right. I mean, the first game of the year he was 5 for 21. He's had more bad shooting nights in 37. Listen to this. I mean, he's had more bad shooting nights this year in 37, 38 games than he has in any singular season where he's played 80 games. So do I think he's going to come out of it? Of course he's going to come out of it.
So do
he's
I.
Steph Curry.
Okay.
But to what degree is he going to come out of it? And how far can he dig out of this in terms of, let's say, personal stats or what his numbers end up looking like? Which to me is secondary, but go ahead.
Yeah. Is it wrong of me to be focused and honed in on what, like, let's define it. Is it a slump? Steiny, I'm going here right now because I haven't said this, and it didn't bother me, but I was like, when Steph missed a bunny, he was on the ground, they were going to a timeout, and his guys extended the hand, but he needed a moment. He just sat there, hands on his knees, kind of gazing, like he tapped into, I know this is not me. And now I want to say, Steiny, and I'm not being nosy, but we don't know what's going on in any guy or gal's personal life or things off the court. But I'm ready now to say what I saw last night. And again, he was right at the basket and threw the ball to the three-point line, which went out of bounds. And I'm saying now, maybe something's going on off the court that is what we are trying to find out what is it, as opposed to giving credit to opposing defenses.
Well,
I'll give you some of the. Hey, Steiny, they're sending two at him and they're blitzing him. I give you that, no excuse. But this is super odd. Before it was like, now I'm at super odd, Steiny.
I mean, I'd also like to know if Warrior fans believe that the defense has nothing to do with where he's at right now.
That's where I watched that game like he's getting open. That's Steph shot.
Your difference of being open and mine must be different. Here's the other thing, and Ray Ratto brought this up yesterday when I did Warriors Live with him. Here's the other thing about Steph. There's no doubt he's missing a few more open shots than he has in the past. Can we all agree on that?
Oh, I'm a hand up.
Yeah, well, guess what Ray said? And it's simple. He's almost 34 years old. 34-year-olds tend to miss more open shots than players at 28. It just is.
It's bothering me. Yeah.
Well, I get it because we've never seen it before. And what you said, what would I term it? Yeah, I'd say that Steph Curry this year is in a shooting slump. And it's been about half the season. That's what I would say. And you know what? Let me be more precise. Steph Curry's in a shooting slump for Steph Curry.
Okay. All right. People would give their right arm for his numbers.
Well, and here's the other thing I'm going to make clear. Steph Curry is not having a bad year. He's having a bad shooting year for Steph Curry. The only thing he's not doing well this year is shooting the ball. His defense is, and that's the other. That's the other thing.
Something to do with it if he's exerting.
It has to.
Yep.
Guru, if it's true that Steph Curry is playing the best defense of his career, if that's true, there's only one way that's occurring. And it's because he's expending more effort at the defensive end. There's no other explanation to Steph Curry improving as a defender without giving more effort. So clearly, if he's giving more effort on the defensive end, that may impact his shot on the offensive end.
And guess what? We're having a moment, Steiny. Not too many times we agree, my friend. And I'll go with Ratto. At age 34, you're exerting all this energy now. Not that you were half-assing before. You got to pay the piper somewhere. And I keep talking about, well, the cologne of Klay Thompson will give him more open looks. He's missing open shots. So if this doesn't get fixed or he doesn't have a code to fix it, Steiny, this could compound it. You know, like I wanted him to play tonight. Is that being selfish? Or is it bigger than who you're playing tonight? He just needs some rest.
I think it's a combination of that. And, you know, he got a quad. He got a quad.
Yeah, quad contusion.
You know, that to me sounds like the old-fashioned Charlie horse. And those are a pain. And those
can look at it like
those
not
can be
something
debilitating.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think what they wanted to do was beat Dallas and then do this. So, you know, now they're flirting a little bit with a loss tonight without Curry and without Draymond Green. So 888-957-957 if you want to join the conversation. We got a great show today. I can't wait to get into it. 1 o'clock, Ross Tucker. So we are absolutely positively talking San Francisco 49ers at 1 o'clock. And will Jimmy play or won't he play? We'll get into it. I think signs are pointing in one direction.
Yeah.
At 1:30, Brian Scalabrine, 95.7 NBA Odyssey insider. We'll get his thoughts. He knows Steph Curry as well as anybody. He coached when Mark Jackson was here at the beginning of this thing. So I'm looking forward to talking to Brian Scalabrine. 888-957-9570 is the number. And that's either a phone call or it's the Comcast business text line, which is always open for business. Let's take a couple calls here. Let's start out with Randy. Randy in Morgan Hill. What's up, Randy? How you doing, man?
Hey, real good. Love your show. It was really stimulating my brain listening as I was driving into to work. But at first I was thinking to myself, and I'm a Christian, and I know Steph is a committed Christian, and I was thinking maybe there's some spiritual issue going on. And, of course, that's on another level. It's kind of hard to combine that with, what we're seeing. But it's just, somebody we've grown to love over the last, whatever it's been, 10 years, 12 years. And so, we hurt for the guy when he's not doing well and wonder, his folks are going through their challenges, right, with their relationship. But anyway, all those things that you guys were saying about his effort on defense and the way teams are attacking him differently, it's it all could be affecting him. But to me, I was wondering, what do you think of, Kerr's role in this, where at one point I was thinking, well, why don't they let somebody else bring the ball up? Why don't they let Draymond or Poole and take the pressure off Steph?
Well, I'll tell you what, Randy. A couple things there that I'll jump on, and I'll also throw it to Guru. One is, and I haven't even mentioned that. I mean, Bob Fitzgerald referred to it as the donut substitution system, where Curry starts a quarter, gets taken out in the middle, and then finishes a quarter. I mean, Steph Curry's playing a different rotation of minutes than he's ever played since early in his career. That may have something to do with it. The other thing about Curry is because he's so great off the ball, you really have two ways to try to figure it out. One is put the ball in his hands a certain amount, and two is take the ball out of his hands a certain amount. So they'll figure this out. But, yeah, Guru, go ahead, man. We lose Goo? Uh-oh.
No,
All right.
sorry. I went Ratto. I had the mic off. My bad. Getting used to this. Hey, what makes him so unique is the fact that he has the ability. He's a walking shot taker when he dribbles the ball. So when he has the ball, normally, okay, this guy's going to make a pass. I mean, this guy can shoot off the dribble better than anybody we've ever seen. Steiny, I'm asking you, if you're Kerr and company behind closed doors, don't you go over the multiple choices of what could be the issue and what we could tinker with the donut substitution? Or do you think this is nothing's up as of yet?
I think his rotation's going to change when Klay gets back. I think he's going back to the old way, starting Sunday, if Klay comes back Sunday. That's what I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I could see Steve Kerr, who thinks about the big picture a lot, maybe went to that rotation this year.
It's over, though.
Steph Curry / Warrior fans want you to bring him back at 10. Steve Kerr pushes every game to try to make it to 4 or 5 minutes, and then it's usually somewhere in between. But that issue will come back in a hurry.
But aren't they deeper now? Like tonight.
They are.
No Dre, no Steph. I'm as excited as I was if they're playing. I'm going to get more pool, more Jeep. I'm just saying, Steiny, they are deep. So I'm wondering if that's still the issue if they do go back to the old way where the guys can hold down the fort.
Well, if they're so deep, how come Steph Curry's playing more minutes than he's ever played before? That kind of... I mean, you're right. They are deeper than they were last year. So I think it's a fair question. Let's go to Anthony. Anthony's in the city. What's going on, Anthony? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, fellas. How y'all doing today? Happy New Year.
Thank you.
I hope you and the family are doing safe and well amongst these raging outbreaks as well. But I think it's crazy, Sonny. I was sitting on the call and you started taking some of the words out of my mouth. First thing, though, Guru, I don't think it's anything off the court, my man. You know that Steph Curry's basis is on the basketball court. And Steiny, you bring up a great point about the defense. But I think what you actually really validated is I think this is Steve Kerr being a tinkerer like he likes to be in the first half of the season and really trying to set a precedent for Steph and these other rotational players. And the point that I think y'all were making even a week ago is this is the highest volume of three-pointers we've probably seen Steph Curry shoot in his career.
Yes.
And so naturally to see him slip below 40%, which, again, every other NBA player would give his arm to have Steph Curry's numbers here, we're going to have these bad shooting nights. And the instant Klay Thompson comes back this Sunday, like you were just saying, the minutes are going to begin to change. And that gravitational pool that we saw the best shooting duo in NBA history have is going to commence a year. So, I'm really excited, and I offer this question to both of you. Would you rather have Steph Curry playing at an all-time high on defense and in the shooting slump with the record we have, or do you want to go back to last season where Steph Curry's, almost a 50, 40, 90 player MVP, but we're fighting. So, I appreciate y'all taking the call and offer that question to you because there's trade-offs here, and I think we're going to see him come out this slump very quickly, especially after the All-Star break.
Yeah, I'm taking 29-8 any day of the week.
We're both taking 29-8. Yeah, and I think Curry would take 29-8. But the guy is taking the amount of three-pointers, Steiny, because he feels like he can, and he's mastered it. So it's not like you're adding weight on a weight bench and you're not strong enough to do the new weight that you want to get to. He's been to the mountaintop and back. I just watched that game yesterday. Like, every time I watch him, I think it's going to stop. And it didn't stop yesterday. And now we're talking about, to the caller's point, the Cinnamons, the Bunnies. Steiny, he's missing the layups.
All season. All season he's been below average for his standards in the paint. That's usually one of his bread and butter.
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Well, the whistle may have something to do with it because there's no doubt they're letting him play more. And in fairness, we should point out that there are a lot of players who are down a tick or a hair. Although I looked at Durant's numbers lately.
Was it down?
Not really.
How about your boy Kyrie? Welcome back.
Yeah, exactly. All right, hey, the Warriors, they're on the road tonight at the Smoothie King Center on the back end of a back-to-back, Brandon Ingram and the Pelicans. Tip-off's at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starts at 3:30. It's all presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Who's going to start for the 49ers?
Yeah.
Jimmy G or Trey Lance?
And here goes the rookie around the left side, and in he goes for the touchdown.
Garoppolo hit as he throws, a wobbler down the sideline, and it's caught!
Find out right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Matt Steinmetz here, and I want to tell you about my buddy Sherrod. He's the owner of Trade up with Sherrod and sell your home by creating demand and multiple offers. You can also trade down with Sherrod to capture your equity with cash in hand and stay in your home until Sherrod helps you find your new dream home. Sherrod is a guy that I'm getting to know, and he's been unbelievable in terms of what he's trying to do. It's the next It's one of those
There
where
we go.
you can.
Hey, Happy New Year.
A Happy New Year on January. Wow. And interesting to me, Goo, is he's playing defense a little better, and so he's not shooting it nearly.
There's no doubt and that's what you want. We're talking about Dynasty Part 2, possibly. And if your only problem is Curry's not up to his computer standards and you got the best record in the league, Steiny, you just walked it off. This is the best thing that could happen to the Warriors.
But they cannot win it with him shooting like this. I don't think.
Well, again, he closed to me. He hit the daggers against Phoenix on Christmas. We saw him. Who else did he take out, Steiny? It was a big game not too long ago to where, okay, if he goes 5 for 14 from 3, when are you going to hit the 5? Like, they can be those type of things. So this record is not fluke. The depth is not fluke. And I think he's going to work his way out of this.
Well, I'm sure he's going to work his way out of it.
But they can win it if he stayed like this. He's not the reason they lost last night. Oh, God, where was the offense, Donnie? He was part of it. He wasn't the only reason. Nobody else showed up.
Well, he was the biggest reason they lost last night.
Well, he wasn't the only reason.
No, but he was 5 for 24.
That's not good.
It's...
Where was my boy JP at? He didn't have his normal.
No, he wasn't.
Hey, I'm here to save the day. Not blaming him. Just they were all off collectively.
Yeah, but Curry's the leader, and here's
okay. You got.
Let's go to Jordan in Oakland. What's up, Jordan? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
I think what we're seeing with Steph is a combination of mental pressure and expectation. And nobody thought we were going to be this good this year. And now we got guys like Stephen A. Smith leading the charge, saying we're the overwhelming title favorites. And Steiny brought it up just now that Steph played a lot better last year. And there were no expectations last year, and the team wasn't very good. Now it's a totally different year with totally different expectations. And just his body language, and he just looks like he's wearing it on his face.
Thanks for the call, Jordan. Appreciate it. And see, this is the correlation I'll make. And he's just had more really bad nights this year than he's ever had. So I'm just looking at the game. Opening night, he was 5 for 21 against the Lakers. They won that game.
All right.
But then, to me, it gets interesting. He had an 11 for 29 against Memphis. They lost that game. He had a 7 for 22 against Charlotte.
That's not his standards.
They lost that game.
Right.
He had a 4 for 21 against Phoenix. They lost that game. He had a 6 for 20 against Philly. They lost that game. He had a 3 for 17 against Miami. They won that game. And then last night he was 5 for 24. They lost that game. So that's why I don't think, and I'm not saying he's going to have a bad shooting night every night, but when he doesn't have a good shooting night, they are in a lot of trouble. They scored 82 points last night.
Yeah, that was. Hey, but that third quarter, I was like, oh, they got it right. They're about to run away with this, and then kind of ran out of gas. Let me give you where I'm leaning, because the caller brought up last year. Steiny, he was so phenomenal last year, averaging 32 points per game. I don't want to say it has anything to do with pressure, but you know what happened the year before that year? He got to rest. And now I'm just wondering, is fatigue setting in, and now he's just a tad bit tired, and that's why he's off, even on the bunnies, the layups, because when you're tired, you're going to miss anything. And I wonder if he spent so much energy and didn't have a year to recoup. And now we're just seeing the residue from last year as he went hard all year. Like, is there anything wrong with bringing that up or trying to come up with that hypothesis? I don't know. I don't think so.
No, everything's fair to try to figure it out. And I don't think it's one thing. I think it's probably a combination of a ton of things. And the question is, what does it look like when he comes out of this? I mean, Steve Kerr seems to think that it's going to be pretty soon. Let's say, before he comes out of it. Let's real quick take a listen to what Steve Kerr said after last night's 5 for 24 from Steph Curry.
Everyone is throwing everything at him. They're best defenders, double teams. They're trying to make it as difficult as possible. And I thought tonight he pressed a little bit. He was trying hard to get out of it. He had at least 4 shots that were in and out, and it was all the exact same in and out. It was like a half-inch short, grazes the front, the back of the front rim, and then hits the back rim and comes out. All 4 3-point shots. I mean, so it's like he's going to break out of this pretty quickly. He had a bunch of plays that I thought were good looks, good decisions, and the ball just didn't go in, or the play didn't work out well for him. So I'm not worried about Steph, but we can help him on some things as well. But all in all, like I said, I thought Dallas was the aggressor. They played with more force and pace than we did.
So Steve Kerr basically talking about the effort that Dallas was putting into their defense as a reason. And then he said Steph pressing a little, and then you know what? He had a couple in and outs.
Yeah, he did. Animal style. I'll say this about Jason Kidd and the Mavericks, Donnie. He's got them playing defense. I don't know if that was their best defensive effort, but my gosh, they were throwing haymakers. And one thing about Luka, #random, Steiny, as great as he is, he's only 30% from 3. And I used to look at Luka like that's all he was. That dude's body control and ability to go to the paint and hit the fadeaways. I mean, why did I limit him to just a guy that bombs threes? Your boy, when he gets in shape, and now he plays the game at a pace that's just I can appreciate, man.
Slow motion.
Slow motion. I love that. Slow motion. I like that, Steiny.
408. Steiny, you guys are both acting like Curry is the reason they're not playing well. They have the best record in the league. What seems to be the problem? No, Curry's not there. First of all, they are playing well. They're 29-8. And even if you categorize Steph Curry's slump as the last 16 games, which is a good place to start if you look at his game-by-game numbers. They're 11-5. So they are playing terrific. But I think, if we're talking about winning a title, which we are now, we're talking about winning a title after what we've seen for the first half of the year. He's going to have to shoot the ball better. But I'm not saying anything that people don't know.
You surprised he's off tonight?
Not really. Not after he got hurt last night.
Contusion.
John Dickinson, man, he gave me a hypothetical that blew me away.
I'm bracing my. What do you got?
You know what? I'm going to tease that.
You save it. Okay,
I'm going to tease that. He gave me. People are sometimes hypotheticals. Why are we talking about a hypothetical? Well, to me, they're fun. But secondly, he gave me a hypothetical where I was like, oh boy, that's a good one.
Tim Roy.
Don't let me forget. That's all I'll say.
Okay. Speaking of which, hypothetical, Steiny, I live life with my heart, and sometimes it gets me in trouble. But I'm your partner, man. The fact that you hear Harbaugh reports coming back, your guy told you that was going to happen, and I'm just waiting
for it to be
announced to come back to the NFL. The Raiders. He's probably going to be the Raiders' next coach, but I told you that way before it got trendy. Give me some love.
If he gets hired, I'll give you love. You don't get love for a rumor on the internet.
It's more than a rumor. He's coming to the Raiders.
Is he?
Okay.
I don't have Spadoni here to confirm, so. You can, there's time. There's time there. Let's go to.
We'll wait.
Let's go to. Austin is in San Jose. What's going on, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, how you guys doing? Steiny Guru.
All right.
I got your back as always, man. Hey, listen, this whole thing with Steph, I think right now, with all the Steph's giving us, it's a good time for the fans to rally behind him. You know what I mean? Everybody's talking about what he's not doing and all that. And yeah, he's going through a little bit of a slump, but we won 73 games once upon a time and didn't win a title. So if he's going to go through a slump, I think it's a good time to have a slump because I'd rather have him correct it down the stretch. You know what I'm saying? So because we're going to need those points down the stretch. I do think too that it kind of points to a problem last night with having a go-to person. I remember when KD was here, he was always the guy that could go get us a bucket. And last night it was obvious that we didn't have that guy. I thought Wiggins would be that guy. He did for a while. But I think we need to have somebody in the middle that can go get us a bucket when we're in trouble, get to the foul line, slow down the game, and then get Steph back on track, maybe get him the ball off a cut and so on. So I think this is good. I mean, a few losses right now are good. It lets the team, lets us see where we have to go and what we need to correct. I do think, last thing, guys, I do think that I've been saying this for a while. I don't know if you agree, but I do think the roster would need to be tweaked down the stretch. I know we're winning, but in order to get a title, that big man position has to be addressed. And we don't have that answer right now, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong. Thanks, fellas.
Well, I mean, obviously the answer is Wiseman if all works out well. And, I don't think they need a big man to play 25 minutes a night. I think they need a big man to play around the edges, and they're holding out hope that Wiseman can be that guy. I also think this is kind of the malaise before Klay comes back. And we might see this thing start to go in the other direction once Klay. I'm talking about Curry shooting in the other direction once Klay comes back.
But Steiny, here we go. I'm a little, and I got something for you. This would be the second malaise because I didn't totally agree with, the record is, he's pressing. I kind of didn't give credence to that. But now here we go. No, I mean,
you don't think he pressed a little the 3 to 5 games before the record? You don't think like he was a little bit out of sorts?
I just don't, because that's how highly I think of him. And this is where I'm going. I'm looking at his numbers, Steiny. He's 27, 5, and 6. Now, we know he's the greatest shooter, and if you don't want to limit him on those credentials, some could say they prefer him as he's one of the greatest point guards. My question to you is, the beautiful thing about basketball is they have a thing called volume shooter. Allen Iverson's in the Hall of Fame. Russell Westbrook, back when he was good, they didn't shoot for percentages, but they still were valued. They still would put up numbers. And you're right. You started this whole conversation by saying, Goo, he's not having a bad season, but to his standards, the metrics, they're down. But yet, Steiny, if if I don't want to say if you're a basketball simpleton, he's averaging 27, 5, and 6. So how many guys would give up their limbs to have those numbers? So that kind of just puts it in perspective of they could still win it if this.
I disagree. I disagree, and I'll tell you why. You just compared him, and interestingly, to two players who have never won it, Iverson or Westbrook. And the bottom line is this. Curry's a level better than them.
Right.
He's a tier above them. So if he starts shooting more like those two, then he's dropped a notch. That's because he is a greater player than both those guys in my mind, and it's a legitimate tier above them.
But with what they have around, now, especially with Klay, I think that could be enough.
Yeah,
well, obviously wasn't last night, but
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. But hopefully the Warriors won't have to find out. Jeff's in Louisiana. What's going on, Jeff? How you doing, man?
Enjoying the show, man. We talking about Steph, and we're talking about him being in the slump. I just want to say this. Before we were talking about the record, right? And everybody said as soon as he comes out of this slump, getting the record, he's going to come out of the slump. Now, I really think that he wants that MVP. I think that's the other thing that's in his head. I think it's social media. I think it's a lot of things. I think if Michael Jordan was born in this era, you would see how human he was. He's human, you guys. I mean, come on, give him the slump. He can get a slump.
Thank you.
But understand that he is Steph Curry. And calm down. We're so spoiled. If Curry is not making 45, 55 points, he's a slump. 25 points in a slump, bro. Or 20 in a slump. Seriously? Y'all need to chill out and relax. We'll be okay. Curry is Curry. We're fine. We're still in first place. I do think that he's an emotional guy. I think that social media, he's chasing this MVP. Everybody tells him he's the next Jordan. Come on now.
All right.
About that too.
Thanks, Jeff. I mean, the funny thing is,
in the bayou.
I'm gonna push back a little. It's like, what do you mean chill out? We shouldn't even point this out that he's not shooting well. I'm just pointing out he hasn't shot well all season, and he certainly hasn't shot well the last 16 games. I'm pointing it out, and we're halfway into the season, and I'm not saying he stinks. I'm not saying he's done, but it's a fact.
You can't ignore it. And listen to Fitz and Kalina last night. It's something that's apparent. So, Jeff, nobody's panicking or jumping off buildings. We're just we're talking about something that, if you're honest and not lying to yourself, you see it. And you know what? Did you catch his post-game presser, Steiny? He spoke about it. And he says he's going to keep attacking, paraphrasing, and doing the same thing, and it too shall pass. But for people to sit up here and act like we're calling for him to go to the G League, that's my material I'm running, Steiny. I mean, it's ridiculous. Kalina and Fitz did a great job last night, and they talked about when he would go in traffic and miss bunnies. It's apparent, and Steph knows it.
Let's listen to Steph. This is from last night.
Never been reactive in terms of tough shooting nights or whatever, the same process, and just understand the big picture of what we're trying to do and what I'm trying to do, and that it'll come around. So it's hard to remind yourself of that in the middle of a game like tonight, where they all felt good. Wasn't like last game, I felt like all of them had no chance from the jump. Tonight was different mentality. Like every one of them felt good. Only one of them goes in, and even inside the arc, it was tough. So just got to stick with the program and live out the line. Don't lose confidence.
This is from the 510. It just doesn't look like Steph is having fun right now. He needs to have fun again. Well, that's the chicken or the egg right there. Is he not having fun because he can't buy a bucket?
They're winning. That's fun.
Yeah, they're 29-8. 29-8. Let's go to Mark. Mark's in San Jose. What's going on, Mark? How you doing, man?
Not too bad, guys. Great show as always. Thanks, Steiny and Guru. Love listening to you guys.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, just wanted to say, man, you guys are touching on all the points. The only thing I don't think you guys have talked about is Steph Curry and making it to the free throw line. They're not blowing the whistle, obviously, with the rule changes at the beginning of the year. But as a basketball coach and a guy who used to play pretty good basketball, when I'm struggling from the floor, what's coach always tell you to do?
Get to the line.
Well, if the ref's not blowing the whistle, how are you going to get to the line? How are you going to fix that? How are you going to slow the game down, catch your breath? Yeah, he's playing solid defense, maybe he needs a breather. A foul's not coming. They're not blowing the whistle. He's not getting that love. And he's got to be the most disrespected superstar of all time as far as the whistle goes. I've never seen anybody go through so much motion, get touched, get hit, get run into. I mean, Luka, you could breathe on him heavy last night and he was getting a whistle. Steph, I mean, he's getting tackled and not getting any calls. So you can see where the frustration starts to set in and the fatigue like you guys talked about.
Appreciate it, man.
I love that.
I'll let it go.
Steiny,
I'll let it go.
I'll say this. If you and I were ever in a radio box and they said ding, ding, and we come at each other, the subject matter would be Steph and the whistle. I mean, just look at his arm. And I talked about it, Steiny. He looks like the Incredible Hulk. Guys are scratching and clawing on him. And I'm not saying that's what's going on here, but I've said it and I've been consistent about the last 2 years. Your boy goes to the floor a whole lot, and they just don't blow it. And he made a good point. Example with Luka. Can't breathe on him.
Well, it also has something to do with the size of the player. You know, Bird,
but
Magic.
You think a smaller guy, you would be more inclined to blow it.
Well, bigger guys can take more contact than smaller guys and finish through that for the most part. I'm not going there. Fillmore Mike. What's going on, Fillmore Mike? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Hey, man. Y'all sounding good.
Thank you.
Random note, though. Random note.
Yeah.
Kyle Guy is a Warrior killer. Y'all be talking about Warrior killers. Kyle Guy be lighting the Warriors up.
They beat
Sacramento. Don't forget Sac.
Yeah, but Miami lost. The Warriors beat Miami.
No, we beat him, but he's still a Warrior killer, though. He up there with Barton. He up there with Terrence Ross. They be killing the Warriors. I don't know what it is. You know, one of the callers said we need to make a tweak. Well, I don't think we need to make a tweak, but we do need a selfish player. Now, Poole is the closest thing we got to that, but he needs to be a little bit more selfish sometimes to, like, I'm trying to think, Maurice Spates type of selfish, where he go off, he's selfish, but everybody want him to be selfish. We need that Nick Young. We need
all right.
Player.
Thanks.
I love
Phil
that,
Moore.
though, Mike.
You guys
I think Jordan Poole is what he's talking about, Steiny.
You guys are new back there. Anytime Nick Young gets mentioned, you cut the caller off.
Steiny, Mike was on.
Useless
I think
player.
Jordan Poole has that license. They want him to cast it.
I think you're right.
But
all
you do need something inside.
All right, we got to switch the football on the other side, and then we'll come back to the Warriors. We got plenty of time. Who's starting for the San Francisco 49ers on Sunday? We'll talk about it with Ross Tucker on the other side, and it's all sponsored by the Exergen Corporation.
Exergen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Learn more at Exergen.com.
It's gonna be a crazy weekend. Gore! It's a win and you're in game for the 49ers.
Picked off by Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw gonna take it to the house. Waves goodbye for the touchdown.
And the potential return of Klay Thompson.
You look so happy, Klay.
I'm happy. I scored 43 points.
We're getting you ready for it all.
Yep.
On
and the Saints kind of leeway. I think it's a difference between a short leash and a long.
It's just stupid to say that it's a bigger game than the Super Bowl. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's just like holy name logic. Twice, but I don't think anybody really thinks they're going anywhere if they make the playoffs. I think what really matters is how well they play next year. So I don't agree with you. Look, I think it's a big game. I think it'd be nice, certainly, if they made the playoffs. But I don't think it changes the perception of him or how important next year is that much. I think either way, next year is kind of a put up or shut up year for Kyle Shanahan, and just barely getting the playoffs as the 6th or 7th seed isn't going to cut it.
Ross, we haven't spoken since the Tennessee game. I keep living in the past, and that guy, had they won that game, this game wouldn't mean diddly squat. But they didn't. Jimmy got hurt. You played the game. Talk to us about the dynamics of. Do you think the players want Trey? Jimmy's 4-0. Kyle owns the Rams. But if you were on the Niners, would you go up to Jimmy like, how you really, really feeling? Because I told Steiny, I'm so selfish. If I were Jimmy, even if I was 20%, Ross, I'd say I'm 79. I mean, what are the dynamics in play here about who gets to start? Because this is a playoff game.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I don't know, man. Based on everything I've read and heard, and if Kyle Shanahan is telling the truth, that it's a grade 3 for Jimmy Garoppolo, I'd be really surprised if he plays. Now, you have to tell me, did he practice today? But I read Dr. Chow, who was the team orthopedic surgeon for the Chargers for like 15 years, and he's made it pretty clear he thinks Garoppolo's season is essentially over, and he'd be very surprised if Garoppolo is able to play. If, in fact, it's a grade 3. Now, who knows? Maybe it's not a grade 3, right? Maybe
he was throwing yesterday, Ross, and the ball had some zip on it.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I guess I feel like I would be surprised if he plays, but I'm not a doctor. I'm just going by what the doctor on the internet tells me.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, I'm going to try to skin this cat another way. So the San Francisco 49ers come into this season as Super Bowl contenders. At least that's what Vegas says. Not just playoff contenders, but Super Bowl contenders. They move up in the draft to get Trey Lance. Everybody wants Trey Lance to play, but Kyle Shanahan says, no, he's not ready. And Jimmy Garoppolo gives us the best chance to make a playoff run. He doesn't play Trey Lance all season, except for 2 games because of injury. And Garoppolo essentially doesn't get him to the playoffs. So now, to me, that's a year wasted, because if you weren't going to make the playoffs, you may as well have played Trey Lance.
Now we're talking, Steiny.
All right.
Now we're using some good logic, because you're right. You're 100% right. Now, refresh my memory. Didn't Lance get hurt at some point? Wasn't that part of the factor?
He started a game and then got hurt in that game, but he finished it, and then Jimmy Garoppolo came back.
Right. So that's part of the equation as well. But I think that's pretty well stated. You draft a guy, you don't develop him, and you still might not make the playoffs. The way I look at it, though, it's really simple. The starting quarterback for the 49ers next year is Trey Lance.
Right.
If Trey Lance plays well and they are good, Kyle Shanahan stays. If Trey Lance does not play well and they are not good, I think that might be the end of an era in San Francisco. So I go back to your first question, which is essentially I don't think this game is as impactful or the biggest of his career. I think all that matters really is how Trey Lance plays next year and how the team plays next year with him.
Fair enough.
Wow. Hey, Ross, I was going to ask you another Niner question, but I got to get this off my chest because it's been weighing on my heart. So Sunday I'm watching the Rams game, had some chicken on it, and I see Jalen Ramsey on the field, Ross, sock another teammate. And that stayed with me I didn't even tell Steiny how much it bothered me, but being a former player, how do you get – I'm just telling you about myself, Ross, and you haven't asked. If Steiny did that to me on the field, we'll finish the game, but best believe, even if you knock me out, you are going to see me as soon as we get in the locker room. How does Jalen Ramsey get away with doing what he did to his teammate on national TV?
Yeah, and I thought it was a lot different than the Washington situation where – those guys were clearly frustrated, and the one guy pointed at the other guy, and then the other guy swung. It was almost like I don't want to say the natural progression or the natural evolution of an escalation, but that's kind of what it felt like in Washington. Whereas, I don't know, Steiny, you'd have to tell me, or Guru, I'm sorry, you'd have to tell me, I didn't really see what precipitated it. I just saw the clip where the guy's in the huddle, and all of a sudden, here comes Jalen Ramsey's fist. And
the receiver got about 10 to 12-yard reception.
A really bad look.
Yeah, they had gave up a reception, and Ramsey just comes over like it's your fault and just swings on the dude. I was just like, oh, my God, it's just Steiny. He didn't know this. It's bothering me. But, Ross, I don't know how the locker room politics work, and I saw the rest of the game. Some were trying to keep the guy that got hit, the cornerback, trying to keep him simmer, but he was hot. And I'm just like, I wouldn't like to be a teammate of Ramsey's. I can already tell.
No, I probably agree with you there, although you know what? I'm a lineman. He wouldn't mess with me, and he's pretty good, man. He's pretty good. But no, I was not a real fan of that. I think you guys have by far the game of the day, and I'm going to be in Vegas. I want to be in Vegas calling the Raiders-Chargers Sunday night to win in your in game, which is an awesome game. But I still think your game is just bigger and better. The Rams, trying to secure the division, which is huge compared to being a wild card. The Niners trying to get in the playoffs. I've got a bunch of Niners fans that listen to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, and they are losing their mind right now that the Niners are ahead of the Eagles, and the Niners beat the Eagles.
Yeah, I know.
Yet the Eagles already clinched, and the Niners, like they can't. I've explained to them 10 times about the tiebreakers and the Eagles beat the Saints. They don't want to hear it. It makes no sense to them.
Well, it didn't make sense to me on the surface until I dug a little deeper, but it still gave me problems explaining it. Let's put it that way. Hey, I got two things I wanted to ask you about, so I'm going to let you pick which one you want to address, if any. Antonio Brown walking off the field and now saying it's because Arians wanted him to play hurt. You can address that. Or media member Hub Arkish, based out of Chicago, saying, I'm not voting for Aaron Rodgers as the MVP, essentially because he's a jerk.
Yeah, so I can touch on both quickly. Hub Arkish said the quiet part out loud. A lot of voters have biases, and to be honest with you, some of them are conscious, some of them are subconscious. They don't even realize they have biases against some of these guys. That happens all the time. Why do you think it took T.O. so long to get into the Hall of Fame? Because he's a jerk, and a lot of the voters didn't like him. It's not that complicated. They've got some power, and they want to use their power. So that solves that issue, or at least that's my answer to that one. And I don't know if they can go around and start removing guys as voters. I think they could do that, but then there's other guys that feel the same way. They just don't say it out loud. So that's number one. And then as it relates to the Antonio Brown situation, it's really sad, man. I mean, the only reason why he got on the last two teams is Tom Brady. Now he turns on Tom Brady. I mean, that tells you all you need to know about Antonio Brown. And I'm sure his ankle was bothering him, but, man, the way he left the field, like almost like doing jumping jacks and jumping in the end zone, it wasn't bothering him that much, guys. I mean, Steiny, you played hoops. You've had a sprained ankle before. Guru, you've played stuff. You know what it's like when your ankle hurts? You're not doing jumping jacks in the end zone, right? So the problem with Antonio Brown is, even if everything he's saying is totally correct, right, he's kind of lost the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
He's kind of lost, he's had so many issues, and you guys know when he was out there in Oakland that it's just like, it's hard to really believe him or take what he says at face value. And it's a good lesson for everybody out there. Don't be the little boy that cried wolf. Don't be having all these other issues with your helmet and this and that, because then when you have something serious, people might just not believe you.
Hey, you explained the hell out of that. Hey, we'll get you out of here on this one, Ross. You said we got the game of the day. I feel it. Give us a prediction. What's your gut say about the Niners-Rams?
Yeah, I think Trey Lance plays. I think it's a good game. I think the Rams win. I was not overly impressed by the Niners against the Texans, although I do think Lance settled in there in the second half and played better, and they kind of figured out a little bit how to play with him. They didn't run him as much as I thought they were going to run him. But and I know the Niners have had the Rams number, but I think the Rams win the game. I'll still show more faith in Stafford late than Trey Lance. I think it's a one-score game. Stafford's been around a long time. He's thrown some bad picks recently, but he was really good in the second half against the Ravens when they had to have it. I'll take the Rams like 24-20.
All right, Ross Tucker. Thanks, my man. Appreciate it.
See you, dudes.
All right. That was
New Year.
Odyssey NFL Insider Ross Tucker. All Odyssey Insider calls are presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real, proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Thinks the Rams are going to win. He also thinks Trey Lance is going to play. You know what? Let me just throw this out there. Because, remember yesterday, I think we were on the text line and people were saying, who's going to play, meaning it's going to be Trey Lance. If I had a bet right now, I think I'd bet that Garoppolo's playing.
And I'm right with you.
But I admit I don't know, but I think Garoppolo's starting. 888-957-9570. No, that's my fault.
I was overzealous in telling you could he grip the ball. Did you see yesterday? Kittle saying, oh, that was a damn good ball. He's throwing it, and then he said, F, it hurts. But then he said it's like the webbing between the thumb and your index finger, Steiny. He feels like that's separating, like it's off. But he was throwing the ball. He's getting a start. I want to see Trey, but Jimmy's starting, Steiny.
Here was Jimmy Garoppolo from yesterday after the 49ers practice.
It hurts. I don't know how else to describe it. It feels like the web in your hand is kind of tearing a little bit. Yeah, that's probably the best way I could describe it. But it's all good.
It's all good.
He's going out on. He's quarterbacking his last games. There's no way he threw that ball yesterday and won't be ready Sunday. I bet on Garoppolo.
Here's a little more from Garoppolo from yesterday.
Basically, what we're trying to do is let the bone reattach to the other bone. So it's just a process. It takes time. I don't know. We've been doing everything we can to speed it up, but it's just you gotta let nature do its thing and let your bones heal up. But at the end of the day, I know it's not going to be 100%. I'm realistic about that, but we're doing everything we can to get it as close as we can to that.
Relax. Not 100%.
Did he say bone attached to the what? Oh, my. Steiny, your boy wouldn't be playing. I'd be like, hey, go ahead, Trey.
510 says,
get this stuff right.
510 says, I'll bet Guru's house that Trey will play. Well, that's different than Trey will start. Because I do think 408 said Garoppolo will start, but Trey will finish. I do think that's a possibility, more so than at any point this season. I do think that.
I can't wait. And of all the coaches in the world, Steiny, you know Kyle's going to milk this. We won't even know Sunday morning who's starting. It'll be one of those things before kickoff, whoever the sideline reporter is. I'm telling you, that's how he's going to milk this thing.
Well, let's take a listen to how he's starting to milk this thing. This is Shanahan on what else? Jimmy Garoppolo.
I think we got to be careful. I think waiting to where we did definitely helped getting him to this point. But, I mean, I think each day is a new experience with it. So it's going to be mainly on Jimmy, at Jimmy's pace, and just talking to him and making sure he doesn't push it too hard to give him a chance for Sunday.
So it's the old Stephen A. Smith, you better be careful.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a 2.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, that was good.
Thank you. And here's whether he's made a decision or not.
I haven't made it now, which is the truth, and probably will make it before the game starts, and I will not tell you guys when I do that.
There you go.
Thanks, Kyle.
So
yeah.
he's just acknowledging you being right in that he will milk this. So you're right on the money there.
I asked Ross about his gut feeling. What's your gut feeling, Steiny? Like, I've prepared 2 scenarios, Trey or Jimmy. I just don't see them going down. Like, the streak of the Rams finally comes to an end, and it's going to cost them their season. Oh, you mean whether the Saints are beating Atlanta?
Wait, do you mean who do I think's going to start, or how do I think the game?
No, who's going to win the game? Win the game.
I don't know.
I got him losing twice, Donnie, with Jimmy starting and Trey starting. That's just too big of an ask. And the Rams are tired of Kyle owning them. I just really believe that. Stafford's been shaky, though.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's just put the rat on the table. You have to bet. I'm making you bet $100. I'm making you bet. What's the line? 3.5?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm making you bet $100. You don't have a. Actually, you know what? You're a big baller. I'm making you bet $1,000. You have to bet. You have no choice.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I'm betting the Rams.
To win by 4 or more.
4 or more. And the reason is the ownage that comes to, you know how you don't like to play a team in the NFL 3 times when you sweep them that 3rd time? Steiny, I just don't like this, man. And now they don't have any continuity. They don't know. Well, Jimmy's going to be in there. Steiny, you got to see that video. I think it was Matt Barrows. He posted it on his Twitter. Your boy was throwing the ball. And he's a tough SOB. You know
who else was throwing the ball? Trey Lance during training camp. He was also throwing the ball, and he couldn't get onto the field.
Shasky and Bonte told you what they saw at that practice, Steiny. It was a thing.
All right.
I lose you?
No. I just measuring my words. I'm measuring my words. That's
Those
all.
are your brothers?
That's why I'm measuring my words.
Kyle will never admit how close that thing was. And your boy went on a radio station talking about Lynch, just revisionist history. Hey, he's really pushing Jimmy. I'll just leave that there. If that was a lie, I'll leave it alone.
All right. Well, he may not. I mean, this kid may not get on the field Sunday when Jimmy Garoppolo is acknowledging he's not 100%. Yikes. But I'll tell you what, if I had a bet, I'm betting the Niners to cover.
Think they pull this out?
Yeah, and I actually think you don't beat a team 5 times in a row unless you have something on them. And I think what the 49ers have on the Rams is psychological, and the psychological part relates to the physical part. They think they can just – they think they are stronger and tougher than the Rams. And it's been – and they've proven it the last 2 years. So I think the 49ers – I actually do think they're going to win the game.
That's interesting because I put it all –
and I'm going to go – I think they're going to win the game regardless of who quarterbacks. How about that?
No, you might be right. And I'm going to say this. Up into that Monday night game, it's shame on me. I put the reasons that the Niners had the Rams number, I put it at the feet of Jared Goff, and I was wrong. It was bigger than that. It was what you just said, physicality. The fact that the Niners are running it down the Rams' throats, Steiny. So that had nothing to do with Stafford. And what did Stafford do? Wet the bed Monday night against the Niners.
The text line is saying 510, can you ask Guru to please liquidate all assets on the Rams? On the Rams. So it must be a 49er fan there, Gu.
Yeah, I'll do it. Tell him it's done. I just can't wait, man. How you waking up Sunday morning?
Well, first
you
of
watch
all,
the pregame shows?
No, I don't think so.
I do.
I mean,
I'm up at like 6:30.
When you say you can't wait for Sunday, I don't know. I live a little bit differently than you, Goo. I'm looking forward to 3 o'clock today. And then I'm looking forward to a little break before the Warrior game. Then I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to the Warriors game tonight.
Okay.
So
I'm looking at that line.
I'm not getting ahead of myself here. Sunday will come soon enough. Sunday's going to come after a day of golf on Saturday. But yeah, Sunday I've cleared my schedule, and I will probably not. No, I'm not a pregame guy. I'll go over to my buddy's house if he's having anybody over.
Mimosa
socially
stuff?
distanced.
Yeah.
No. It'll be one.
I'm going to have them. Yeah.
12:30, 1 o'clock. You can start drinking beer then on a Sunday.
By the way, guys, I'm seeing the line 4 and 4.5, depending on where you look. So
okay,
I got it at 3.5.
I got it at 3.5 on ShanahAndTheDem.com. So
yeah,
that
was good.
That's what I. That's the bet. That's the bet I made.
Hey, can I give you a hashtag random before we hit the break, Steiny?
I wish you would. We got about 2 minutes.
Sure. I thought of you last night.
Thank you.
It was kind of strange.
Uh-oh.
But I'm watching the game, the Kings-Atlanta Hawk game, after the Warriors with Lil Daryl. Trae Young scores 56 points, and the next game he's in street clothes.
He got hurt.
What are we doing here? You just scored 56. You couldn't have been that hurt? No. What you mean he got hurt?
He had got injured.
He got a little boo-boo? Come on. He wasn't hurt enough for you to drop 50.
Why don't you criticize Steph Curry tonight for not playing?
Excuse me. That's different.
No,
I want
how's
Steph
it different?
to play.
How's it different? Curry's coming off a horrible game.
He ain't at the top of his game. Get back in there and get it fixed. You know, you got the Pelicans. I can't even name you 4 Pelicans, Steiny. I got your boy, baby KD.
How
and
dare
that's
you
it.
question a guy's injury?
It wasn't good optics. How about that?
The guys get hurt. Juan Toscano-Anderson's not playing tonight. He got hurt last night. Get on Juan Toscano-Anderson. He's the 11th man on a team.
Dude, did you see that dunk? Did you see his dunk off of Verts? Toscano-Anderson. Now, that was a dunk. Oh, my God. He may make the dunk contest.
Help me, people. Help me. I don't.
JTA hops. I couldn't believe it. He jumped out the gym.
I don't even remember the play. Let me guess. It was on one of those fake handoffs.
Yeah,
right?
Draymond tried.
Of course it was.
Somebody came and swatted that ball from him.
By the way, Draymond. We got to talk about Draymond because he went off. He went off on the officials again last night. He went off on an official who called a technical foul.
Oh.
We're going to get into the Draymond sound. We're going to get into the Draymond sound because he kind of went off after the game. But on the other side, we're going to talk to Brian Scalabrine, and then we're going to get into this Draymond issue because once again, Draymond is asking for criticism. We'll take a listen to what he said and whether he's got any real point to make. Hey, the Warriors, they play tonight, 5 o'clock. New Orleans Pelicans. And Warriors Live starts at 3:30. 3:30, it's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
We're all waiting for the return of number 11.
Lead to Curry. Curry's got Thompson on his left. Dribbles in, stops. You better get it to him. Gets it to Klay. Klay in the corner, shoots. It's good. He turned and just shot it. He was off balance. It had no business going in, but it did.
Klay Thompson and the Golden State Warriors live here.
Have you ever? That was just sick.
On 95.7 The Game.
Spread game is what the Harlem Globetrotters do best. Basketball wizardry, ankle-breaking moves, jaw-dropping swag, and the new drip. When the Globetrotters dunk, they rattle the rim with soul. It's time to laugh so hard that your stomach hurts during the show. Grab the family and get your tickets. The Spread Game Tour is coming. Don't miss the Globetrotters.
from like 26, 27?
I don't think you can compare that. That's not a fair comparison.
No. I just mean,
for the last 4 years, I played like 5 minutes a game. You can't do that.
But like, could you have played at 34, or was it your choice?
No. I mean, very rare. It's very rare. I think the best comparison, Steve Nash. You saw that he got to his 30s and he won MVP 2 times in Phoenix. So he was good in Dallas, and he went to another level. And then when I watch Steph, it's just, it's a lot of wear and tear for his size and what he has to do. But I don't think the shooting slump has to do with his age. It's just like, teams are adapting. It's weird, you're just right now is a weird sense of the dog days of the NBA because everyone's just trying to get through what's currently happening out there with the COVID and who we playing with. Guys are in. Draymond Green was just out a bunch of games, so I know he played last night, but that's just I'm not going to say it's Steph Curry just really struggling shooting the ball, and I know he's shooting more threes this year than any other year. So it's almost better to look at his effective field goal percentage. And I know, like, lately, a couple games he's been in a slump. But if you're going to look on the season, look at his effective field goal percentage more so than his field goal percentage. So you can look at the threes, but the amount, the volume that he's taking, it's odd for a guy to shoot over 40% with that much volume.
You do realize I was trying to put respect on your name, as the kids say.
Yeah. I'm not going down that road. Yeah. If when I say, me and Steph, we felt a little bit. No, I'm not going there either.
Hey, I got to ask you this, Scal, because I told Steiny about Wiggins when he first came to town. I honestly felt like I said, this guy has all the talent in the world. He just needs to be more aggressive, maybe even be selfish. But now all of a sudden, man, the guy is on both sides of the court. He's balling. I told Steiny he should be an all-star, and now his teammates and coach are talking about it. Has your opinion of Wiggins changed since he's come to Golden State?
100%, and more this year than even last year. I thought the IQ of the team was low last year. For a Golden State Warrior team with Steph and Draymond, right? And no, man, I'm really impressed. His talent is starting to shine. Like, he is 6'9", long, athletic, and he's like playing with more fire. I don't think he'll ever play with the fire that I think that he should play with. Or like, well, I'll throw a guy out there that I'm sure you probably like is Anthony Edwards. You ever see Anthony Edwards play? Like, he plays with like an edge and a fire. I would love to see, and Wiggins is better than Anthony Edwards this year, but I do think that if he played with that edge and fire, like, he would be an unstoppable force. But I am completely impressed with what Wiggins was able to do. You have to say, like, think about that trade.
Yeah,
he traded and got a pick, and like, Wiggins is better than D'Angelo Russell. So that's phenomenal. Shout out to the entire coaching staff there, and even maybe the leadership there to get what they're getting out of him. That ended up. Wiggins is right now. You have to ask. Everyone was saying Wiggins should be traded for this guy. Wiggins should be traded for that guy. Right now, you have to really ask yourself, like, do you think it's an upgrade when you have to trade a couple young guys in Wiggins for another NBA superstar?
Brian Scalabrine joining us on 95.7 The Game. I was thinking about this last night, Scal, as I was watching the Dallas Warriors game. When the Warriors were at their best, they always succeeded against kind of ball-dominant players. And I'm thinking back to their first title when Cleveland just had LeBron and Iguodala ended up winning the MVP of that series. And I know LeBron had monster numbers, but they kind of turned him into a volume guy. Whether it was Westbrook or Harden, they played Trae Young well. They usually handle Dallas. Is there something about the Warriors that makes them suited to defend those kind of players and teams, or is it just what great overall defenses will do when a team's centered around one guy?
I think I've said this with Draymond. He's the best help defender I've ever seen. And I've been around Garnett, and Kenyon Martin was a phenomenal defender back in the day. Draymond's like sense and feel of what a guy is doing and when he's going to get rid of it and when he's going to attack, like his overall defensive instincts are next level. And I think you bring up Iguodala. He's got great hands. I remember playing Iguodala one-on-one. I could not even turn and shoot. Every time I turned, he would slap the ball away, and he would tell me, like, "Don't show me that ball, whack! Don't show me that ball, whack!" It was so frustrating playing him, and he always like nicked the front of the ball, almost like in a sense, not to knock it out of your hand, but just to kind of throw you off. And but yeah, they have guys that can do that. But I will always remember the first time watching Draymond Green in a drill and how he just moved faster than everybody else, and he just read the gather better than anybody else. So my only guess with if you're thinking about that, to me it has to do with probably Draymond Green lurking in the background and able to guard the rim the way he does or step up. Or he's just phenomenal. His defensive instincts are phenomenal.
Scal, let's talk Klay Thompson, because it looks like, by all accounts, he may be back Sunday. But with the special season the Warriors are having without him, and you just hearing he's coming back, does that automatically, do you say, oh, just pencil them in to the Western Conference Finals or the chip? What does Klay Thompson coming back do to this version of the Warriors that you've seen without him?
Yeah, you know what? I'm curious to see it. Klay has the personality to do it, but there's going to be, and maybe this team could stay above this, right? There's going to be 2 or 3 guys at a point in time where they might be a little bit salty, just a little bit. Like even everyone, and by the way, NBA players are like this on purpose. Like that's what drives them to be who they are, right? So like Gary Payton has been playing well. You can go Jordan Poole might get, less shots or whatever it is, right? But I think everyone, and they seem to be having a special season. I think long term, not like in the dog days of the NBA or right now, but I'm saying like as you start getting closer to basically March, April, and even playoffs, I think everyone's going to start to realize like the role of Klay Thompson and what he does. And I do think they're unbeatable if he's anywhere close to what he was back in. Like I don't know how long that's going to take, but I look at the Warriors and their basketball IQ and the way that they move the ball and the way that they do things right now. I don't know if a lot of teams can beat them. They check every single box. They have supernova levels that they can go to. But if Klay Thompson is 95% of what he was, good luck. Like they just have so much spacing out there and so much shooting and so many good decision makers. So I think ultimately to raise a banner, you got to get Klay Thompson getting back to 90% or 95% of what he was. And I'm not even asking for first round, maybe by second or even conference finals.
Thanks, Cal. Appreciate it, buddy.
All right, guys. See ya. All
righty. That was Brian Scalabrine. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Brian Scalabrine.
Steve Brown, analytical guy. And I learned from you. I'm sure you learned from me. Wink, wink. But what did he mean by effective field goal percentage?
Just efficiency. For example, I think I have Steph's numbers up here.
Wow, I'm looking at it like, okay, go ahead before you tell me. I'm like, there's another metric that we could gauge.
Well, what it is if, let's say, Steph Curry shoots 50 for 100.
Okay.
Well, but he had no 3-pointers. Then his effective field goal percentage would be 50. But let's say he had 10 3-pointers. So he'd have 50, but then he gets an extra point. So it would be his effective field goal percentage would be 60 at that point. So let me look at what his effective is this year.
So basically you get a bonus for hitting a 3.
Exactly. Wow. So in 17-18, Steph's effective field goal percentage was .618. In 18-19, it was .604. In 2021, it was .605, and this year it's 54.5. So it's come down.
Wow.
6 plus points. He'll have a chance.
Who's going to be salty, Steiny? We tried to figure it. Not salty in a bad way, but I'm watching the game yesterday. Like, where are those minutes coming from?
They're coming from Gary Payton II and Juan Toscano Anderson and Damian Lee. And just
what if you're playing somebody and you need defense, Steiny, and Iggy can't do it. I don't know if that's for certain that they're going to lose minutes. It might be Looney. I mean, some from Looney. Looney's going to be out there, and I know he don't play a lot, but, I mean, Steiny.
Yeah. Steiny what?
There's no name that's not going to lose minutes is what I'm saying. Everybody's a candidate.
I don't know. Like
outside of Steph and Dre.
Well, I don't know that Looney's going to miss a lot of minutes.
Well, you told me yesterday, Goo, he don't even finish games a lot. So
no, but he plays 20 a night. So to me, Wiseman will affect him more, but I don't even know if Wiseman's going to impact Looney's minutes, to tell you the truth. But to me, the other thing they do is like Otto Porter. He didn't play last night, so
they missed him. Yeah,
those minutes are available on nights that they rest players like Iguodala or Otto Porter Jr. All right, I want to get into this Draymond Green sound. We talked a lot about Steph and his shooting struggles last night, the night before, all season. But Draymond Green got a technical foul last night. And
what?
Here's what he said afterwards, and then we got to get into it.
I got a technical for a referee walking away from me and then coming back to talk to me, and I walked away. That's why I got a technical. I think I got 8 or 9 texts this year. 5 or 6 of them are super questionable. And as I said to the ref, it's unbelievable that you would walk away from me in very disrespectful mid-sentence when we're having a normal conversation. And if I walked away from you, when you were talking to me, you give me a text. He continued to walk away from me, then walked up to me and said, all right, what do you have to say? And I said, it, it's cool. I don't even want to talk no more. It's all right. And walked away and got a text. So you tell me where the tech is at. This ain't the same world we used to live in. And you can't treat people like that. That's bull. If I walk away, I get a tech. If I walk to you, I get a tech. I have a normal conversation with you, I get a tech. I'm not going to stop talking. So I don't know if the tech is supposed to stop me from talking. I'm not going to stop talking. And I shouldn't have to stop talking if I come to you and have a respectable conversation with you. I'm a grown man with my own children. So I won't be treated as someone else's child that probably don't even have as many children as I have. It's garbage. So, like I said, there's been quite a few of them like that this year. And, I don't really make any noise about it because at this point in my career, I really don't care about getting attacked. And so it kind of is what it is, but it is a shame, and that's for certain.
All right, now I've talked about how Draymond is having a great season. And I even talked about how something about this year, I'm liking him a lot. He's wrong. He's flat out wrong. He just is. I'm not going to stop talking, and I shouldn't have to stop talking. Okay, how many times have we seen an official, regardless of the way you're addressing him, say, that's enough. I don't want to hear any more. They do that all the time. Now, here's the other thing. If you watched that game last night with the volume on, you'll know that during a foul shot from the Dallas, he was on the baseline getting the rebound, and he was or lining up for the free throw, and he was essentially yelling at the official for 30 to 40 seconds.
I heard it.
Just on the official relentlessly. So I'm not going to really speak. And the other thing is, you know what? So if Draymond and the official, whether he likes it or not, the official has power over him. That's one of the dynamics of officiating. And so, unfortunately, that's just the way it is. When a referee starts to walk away from a player, it's because he's trying to de-escalate the situation. All right? But if he then walks back and says, all right, what do you got? That doesn't mean Draymond's got the right to be disrespectful to him. So I just think he's completely in the wrong here. And unfortunately for him, yes, the official does have the right to say, stop talking. And it has nothing to do with how many kids Draymond Green has. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in. Now, Goo, before I'm sorry to kind of monopolize.
I got something for you.
And you know what? I mean, here's the other thing we learned about Draymond Green. This isn't that big of a deal. He's going to keep playing. He's going to keep getting technical fouls. And nothing really is going to change. So I'm just saying, okay, here it is again. Draymond talking about the officials. I think he's wrong. And I think he's out of line. But, okay, we move on. On to New Orleans.
I'll say this. If I had $1 for every NBA player that barks at the ref, I'd be the new Steve Austin, the $1 million man. But I'm siding with Dre on this, Steiny, because you used the word, shout out to Stars, you talked about power. No referee should have the power over any player. It's a new era. And why I like what Draymond said, what I agreed with is, if we're having a discussion, who the hell are you to walk away from me mid-sentence and then double back? And I said this before last year, Steiny, when all the protests were going on. Guys like Draymond, and I'm not saying he's right, they need antagonists. And a lot of times these athletes in all sports use the referee as that instead of the opponent. But in this instance, you know, Draymond said he just walked off, Steiny. Like who?
Well, that's his. His interpretation, and it's just like Antonio Brown. Before we heard Antonio Brown's side, now all of a sudden we hear Antonio Brown's side, and I'm thinking, well, there was clearly more to it than that. And I'm sorry, just because Draymond says this is the way I saw it, doesn't necessarily make it the way it was. It's the way he interpreted it.
What about that word power, Steiny?
Well,
no, let me finish my thought. Let me say this. I told you the refs have become, and you're going to say, Guru, come on. The refs have become the new police. And that's the type of volatile relationship I see these guys having with the refs. And I'm sitting back like, is it that damn serious? But for you to say, when the ref doubles back, hey, Dre, now I feel like talking, I can see how a grown-ass man will be like, what Dre just said, to hell with you now when you just walked away from me mid-sentence when we were having a conversation.
Let's just be honest here. Draymond complains more than 98% of the players in the league.
No doubt.
Plain and simple. And when you complain as much as Draymond Green, referees eventually will say, shut up! Stop it!
Right.
And you know what? I don't know if you call it power. I don't know what you call it. But every ref has said that at one time or another to a player or a coach. So that's just the way it is. And I'm sorry, Draymond. I'm really sorry. But yes, you will have to stop talking eventually. That's the nature of the way the rules have been set up. And it's the nature of the way officials are asked to referee a game. All right. The Comcast Business text line, always open at 888-957-9570. Or if you want to join the show via phone line, you can do it. It's the same number at 888-957-9570. I don't know. We've just seen
I've got to tell you this. I'm Team Dre,
all
Steiny.
Season. I mean, all career. It is what it is.
You don't think he could have got fined for that?
He might.
And I'm Team Dre, but if I'm Adam Silver and I'm hearing him say, I'm like, man, that might cost you some chicken. I'm not advocating for that, but Dre went in, and Steiny, again, I know you said the word. And we know some of these referees, they get caught up with the fact that they, in a sense, have control over the game, and they abuse that word you use, power.
Please,
no, Steiny, we
refs don't go into games thinking that. Refs do not go into the game thinking I'm gonna use my power tonight. Refs go into a game thinking they're going to officiate it, and then something happens where Draymond Green elevates his anger and his voice, and then stuff happens. I do not believe officials go into a game saying, I'm looking to exert power tonight. Can't wait to exert power. I don't think so.
Well, some of it kind of, I won't say it's to that degree, Steiny, but I'm just saying kind of, the heat of the moment. But LeBron, Iggy, there's all kind of guys that bark at the rest, but none. Draymond is the leader in the clubhouse.
Thank you.
But when he said, Steiny, this is what I don't like. And why I said, you know what, I feel you. I feel that, Dre. When he said a guy, I don't care what we're doing, walks away from me mid-sentence like I'm I'm above you, and then comes back, I could see him having that reaction. Because he did say that happened. And, Steiny, I'm asking you, does a ref have the license to be, I won't call him a prick, to be able to do that? and then come back just because he's got the stripes on?
Listen, I don't think it's that. Listen, referees are taught to walk away from an inflammatory player. Plain and simple, especially after the first technical foul. Now, do I see a scenario in which last night, Draymond Green is in the guy's face, and eventually the official does not want to call a technical foul on Draymond Green. So he begins to walk away to spare Draymond Green. And then maybe he gets 5 or 6 steps away and says, you know what? I'm going to let this guy say his piece one last time. And so he goes back to address Draymond Green. But at that point, Draymond, instead of addressing him in a respectful manner, is saying, well, you know what? F this. I don't even want to talk to you. Of course I could see a ref saying, boom, that's a technical foul. And I'm not saying that's exactly right, but I could easily see it. And that's where Draymond, and, we're talking about Antonio Brown, doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. Neither does Draymond at this point. And he made that bed.
And when you put it like that, that very well may be why the ref walked off. But I didn't look at it like that. I just looked like the ref was walking off because, I got something else to do. But I will say this, Steiny, and you tell me if you agree. Right or wrong, some guys like Draymond need that. They need that.
Sure. And that's why, I'm not mad, or I'm not saying, here's a problem here. It's just this happens 4 times a year. And as far as I'm concerned, Draymond's wrong most of the time on these things, because I think he expects different treatment than everybody else in the league from the officials when he's done the least to earn that fair treatment.
Or, real quick, Steiny, we seen him not dress down his teammates and give orders in front of everybody where we're like, hey, that's foul. You don't do that to GP to 2. Maybe it's just, I don't want to call it a character flaw, but it's a trait. It's just who he is. And he ain't changing for nobody.
Yeah, hey, Goo, speaking of hoops, what do we got going on with the Globetrotters?
Steiny, the Harlem Globetrotters are coming to the Bay Area January 14th through 16th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Right now, we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Oakland Arena game January 15th. Caller number 3 at 844-999-GAME. That's caller number 3 at 844-999-4263 will win a pair of tickets to see the Globetrotters. If you're interested in catching the game, get your tickets right now at harlemglobetrotters.com/Bay Area, and tune in tomorrow, Steiny, at 2 p.m. all week, and we'll give you another chance to win.
All right, I see the calls. Terrell and Mark, you want to jump into the conversation? 888-957-9570. We'll be back in a second.
Win, and you're in.
Garoppolo over the middle. Let's go. Check, and he get in. Yes, he can. Touchdown, San Francisco.
The 49ers have a date with destiny against the Rams.
Pause play, Mitchell with a flag down into the secondary, breaks a tackle, and Mitchell all the way for the touchdown.
Keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Did you know your ugly, cracked, stained, embarrassing driveway, patio, or walkway can actually earn you money? I'm Larry Green, CEO of System Pavers, America's #1 designer and installer of elegant outdoor living systems. This season, love your home again and turn your old hardscapes into big savings with our free demolition and instant recycling cash credit. Call System Pavers today at 888-PAVE-002 and you'll save like never before, because we'll demolish and remove your old, ugly concrete or asphalt for free and give you an instant recycling cash credit toward our beautiful interlocking pavers, SP Turf, custom-built in barbecues, fire pits, and wonderful outdoor lighting. This could add up to hundreds, even thousands in savings, but you must call now at 888-PAVE-002. 888-PAVE-002, 888-PAVE-002, or systempavers.com.
All orders must be placed by January 31st and must commence within 60 days of purchase. See website for full details. Contractor's license 661575.
In the time before AT&T Fiber Internet.
What? What are you doing in me dungeon?
It's the only place where the bloody Wi-Fi works.
Oh, and you don't mind the spiders?
Spiders? What spiders? Oh no, they're everywhere! Oh!
In
the time after AT&T Fiber Internet.
It's nice having fast, reliable Wi-Fi in the whole house. For sure.
The dawn of a better internet era with AT&T Fiber.
Limited availability in select areas. Check eligibility at att.com/getfiber. AT&T Smart Wi-Fi extenders may be required. Sold separately. Restrictions apply.
Joe Shasky here, and I wanted to share a little trick I recently discovered. If you're anything like me, you love a great cocktail. Okay, maybe several cocktails, but we've all hit in that point in the night where we've had enough alcohol, but I still want to stay in the game to keep drinking delicious, exciting cocktails. Well, that's where Free Spirits non-alcoholic spirits comes in. Available at Bay Area Safeway locations. To find one closest to you, go to drinkfreespirits.com. And if you buy online, use the code SHASKY20 for 20% off at discount. Offer only available through January 31st, 2022.
Get ready to kick off football season with a winning tailgate party. Chef's Toys is the #1 kitchen and restaurant supply store in California, and it's open to the public. Shop commercial-grade product for your kitchen, home, or restaurant. Be the champion of your backyard grill or tailgate this season with all the barbecue and cooking accessories from Chef's Toys. With years of food service experience, their team is ready to elevate your game day parties. Visit one of 3 Northern California stores, Oakland, San Francisco, and Sacramento, or shop online at chefstoys.com with free shipping available.
Want to pay off your 30-year mortgage in half the time? Network Capital is offering a low 15-year fixed rate at 1.875% with a 2.15 APR. Start off your new year with a lower rate and half the payments. If you're looking to lower your interest rate, pay your home off sooner, or pull out some cash, don't miss this opportunity. You'll never have to worry about refinancing again with rates this low. Our 15-year fixed rate is 1.875% with a 2.15 APR. It's not often to get such an amazing second chance to refinance and forget it. That's a 15-year fixed at 1.875%. Yes, 1.875% with a 2.15 APR.
Facebook.com/957thegame and YouTube.com/957thegame to subscribe for all the latest content. And finally, remember the Comcast Business text line is always open at 888-957-9570. Talking about Draymond Green, picked up another technical last night. I don't know how many that is. He says 8 or 9. He's always among the league leaders. It's not a big deal, except when he compounds it, which he usually does.
I love how he threw in he's a father, but more than once. I love that. You know, that's proud, Steiny, when you bring that up. I'm a daddy.
Yeah, I'm not sure that had a place in it, but I'm not. Again, I thought he was wrong last night in many of the things he was saying, but I still like Draymond, and he's gonna get more technical fouls this year, and this is gonna happen more. I mean, this is just old Draymond, but the fact is, it happened, and we're a sports talk show, and that's how I'm weighing in.
And that was the first technical I think we didn't get to see because it happened when they came back to the game.
I know. It's a great point.
Draymond was I said, what?
I know.
That's the first one I think we didn't see.
Let's go to Terrell. Terrell is in Richmond. I hope I'm saying that right. What's going on, man?
Hey, I agree with you, Steiny. I really do. Draymond has to understand that it's a parental child type relationship. The refs have all the authority. But as soon as you have something to say and you try to show him up, then it's embarrassing. But if he allows you to talk and speak, he wants to hear what you have to say. He has to know that and understand that.
I mean,
he needs to get their respect. He needs to get their respect. Not they need to fear him, but if he turns around and say, F it, I don't want to hear what you have to say. Yes, that's embarrassing. You're trying to show him up. That means you didn't have anything to say in the first place.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you, Terrell. I'm with you. And unfortunately, it's like, I mean, I know I'm harping on his one line, but no, the refs can tell you to stop talking. We see it frequently in NBA games. We've seen officials, stop a game here and there and address both coaches and say, that's enough. I don't want to hear another word because everybody's been complaining this entire first half.
So Terrell agrees with you, and, he used the word authority instead of power. So I guess I'm talking to you and Terrell, Steiny. What about Draymond? Because he's not the ref and a player, the fact that the ref walked away mid-sentence, that gives you the authority to do that because that's how Draymond took, at least Draymond voiced, F it, I ain't talking to you, because he took the ref's action as departing from the conversation without saying anything, like he said that.
I mean, to me, the issue is not the specific of what happened. It's how Draymond handled explaining what happened. And when he says a ref can't tell me not to talk, you're wrong. Yes, they can. And they'll tell every player not to talk. Now, what I suspect happened is Draymond was giving this guy an earful. The official did what he is taught and trained to do, which was begin to walk away. Now I'm envisioning him walking away and Draymond saying, okay, like, really, you're going to walk away from me. And at that point, I think the ref probably thought, you know what? I'm going to go back and hear Draymond out. You know what? And he might have gone back to talk to Draymond because he had more respect for Draymond than some rookie player who's saying, you can't do that to me. Okay, so now the official goes back to Draymond Green and says, all right, let me hear your piece. And Draymond says, F it, I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Okay, I actually get that, why that might be a technical foul. That's just me. Let's go to Mark. Mark's, you can jump in, Goo. I don't mean to cut you
when
off.
you put it that way, I kind of get it too.
Mark's in Oakland. What's going on, Mark? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You guys doing well. Love the show. I'm glad you took Terrell's call before mine because part of what I think is going on is a generational issue and the ref issue. And that's why Terrell sides with you, Steiny. He's probably more in line with your age group. No offense, Terrell, just from the sound of your voice, no offense. But he's probably more in line in your age group. And your age group, kind of from what, how you sound, you're looking at Draymond as a kid, as a player, as in the ref as the authority figure. But that's not the case. These are both grown men. Whether Draymond's 31, 32, however old he is, he's a grown man. And if you entertain the conversation, if he's coming off demonstrative, but you entertain it initially, it is disrespectful to just blatantly walk away. Even if Draymond, you feel you're being you entertained it, you opened up for the conversation. So to just walk away as if the guy means nothing, as if he is a kid just playing AAU basketball, and then you come back and say whatever you say, and Draymond says, "Fuck it, I don't want to talk no more."
Yeah, here's the but to me, the referee is walking away and Draymond is chirping. So I actually think the referee turned around to talk to Draymond because he said, "You know what? I'll give him his opportunity." Like, he was almost doing Draymond a favor. He could have walked to the far end of the court, which they're supposed to do, and disengage completely from the conversation. And you know what? People may be considering that disrespectful, but that's what the refs are taught to do. In situations where it's escalating, walk away. So the mere act of walking away and what officials are taught to do is then the very act of disrespecting somebody.
Well, you know what? The rat on the table too, Steiny. I love that guy's call because the generational aspect of it is, if you were to ask Draymond Green right now, are referees authority figures for 48 minutes? I don't think you'll get a yes.
But
and
why
maybe that's
not?
why we get some of the, maybe that's the whistles. Like I keep making the cop reference, man. For me, it just adds up. And I'm not happy that it does to me, but that's how these relationships look. I mean, I'm like, how are these players getting so mad at these refs trying to control the game? But Steiny, it's really something to that caller's point about, I don't think they look at like they did in the 70s and 80s. This guy's just got a job to do. I don't even think we would hear Draymond say, "Oh yeah, that's an authority figure because he has the license over me for 48 minutes." And maybe that's part of the problem. But I definitely understand these young cats, older cats, middle-aged cats, not looking at it like they used to do back in the day.
I hear you. Let's go to AP. AP is in Hayward. What's going on, AP?
My issue isn't if Draymond is right or wrong. The issue is that you would put him in the same sentence with Antonio Brown. And that, to me, is disrespectful. I think that Draymond is the heart and soul, and any team in the NBA, barking or not, would want to take him. And for you to keep putting Antonio with Draymond, that's more disrespectful than him being disrespected by authority figures. And that's what I have to say about it. I think that that's wrong on your part, and you should address that because
I will.
Groups are in the same.
Yeah, I'll address that, AP. I'll address that, AP. I'll go right from the beginning. Ross Tucker was asked about Antonio Brown and what he did, and he said, Antonio Brown can be right, but the fact of the matter is he doesn't have the benefit of the doubt anymore because of his past. And I'll just keep the past general. Draymond Green, similarly, does not get the benefit of the doubt, and here's where I'll be more specific, from the officials because he complains all the time. And he does always is among the leaders in technical fouls. And he basically, frankly, is more of a pain in the behind to officiate than 98% of the players. So, yes, I'm going to stick by that neither of them get the benefit of the doubt, but I will clarify for those different reasons.
Yeah.
Rhonda, Dr. Rhonda. What's going on, Dr. Rhonda? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Hey.
We talked about the last time I called. We talked about the same thing. and that is, let me take you on speaker so I can hear. That is, this whole technical foul thing, I mean, the referees are there for a reason. They're authority figures. I've been playing basketball my entire life and still play. And this generation, and I'm a youth ambassador, but this generation doesn't have does not have respect for authority. So what happens is now they're on TV, and when they act out like that, I'm looking at two ways. First of all, I think we should go one step further. Anytime, I'm the biggest Curry fan in the world, anytime they call foul on Steph or Draymond and they put their hands like, what are you talking about? We should add a whole another level. When authority speaks, we should listen to authority. If we want to add an extra, hey, let's look back at it and, now they feel what do they do? They can review it? Fine, add another review. But we're wasting too much time talking to a player after I call a foul. I didn't wake up this morning and say, I'm going to call foul on Draymond. I called as I see it. So them putting their hands out like, I didn't do anything. I didn't review it. He slapped his horn. We're just wasting time. The game would go faster if we didn't allow the players to talk.
Thanks, Ron. You're breaking up a little bit there at the end.
I got her point, though.
408, Steiny, you know good and well you would be hot if Guru walked away from you mid-sentence if you confronted him about something. Yes, I would. But that's not the complete way I understand the story. The way I understand the story is Guru and me would be having words, and as Guru is having words with me, I walk away. So Guru, yes. Should he be PO'd? Yeah. But my understanding of the situation is after I walk 5 steps, I think to myself, I can't do this. I turn around and I'm like, all right, Goo, give it to me. And then at that point, Goo says, no, I'm not, F off.
Yeah.
So that's the way I understood the story. And so I could kind of see how it all happened.
But I'll say this, even Jordan, even Magic, I don't want to say Bird because I can't remember him right now. Isaiah, I get the generational, the usage of that word, but this goes back to the history of the game because let's be honest, the right on the table is, Steiny, a foul is an error. And a lot of these guys know the camera's on them more so now than ever before, and maybe they're playing to the camera, to the crowd, but the joke is no player's ever committed a foul.
Right about that. You're right about that. I remember back in the day when you found somebody, you had to raise your hand over to the scorer's table.
Hey, Steiny, I think that was the Chuck Taylor era.
And if you didn't, that would be a technical foul. You'd get a warning, and then you'd get a technical foul. Hey, the Comcast business text line always open at 888-957-9570. The phone line also open at 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into this Draymond Green conversation. Here's what we're talking about. Draymond Green got a technical foul last night, and he did not like it. And here was his explanation of what happened last night in Dallas. Take a listen, and we'll talk about it.
I got a technical for a referee walking away from me and then coming back to talk to me, and I walk away. That's why I got a text. I think I got 8 or 9 texts this year. 5 or 6 of them are super questionable. And as I said to the ref, it's unbelievable that you would walk away from me in very disrespectful mid-sentence when we're having a normal conversation. And if I walked away from you, when you were talking to me, you give me a text. He continued to walk away from me, then walked up to me and said, all right, what do you have to say? And I said, it, it's cool. I don't even want to talk no more. It's all right. And walked away and got a text. So you tell me where the tech is at. This ain't the same world we used to live in. And you can't treat people like that. That's bull. If I walk away, I get a text. If I walk to you, I get a text. I have a normal conversation with you, I get a text. I'm not going to stop talking. So I don't know if the tech is supposed to stop me from talking. I'm not going to stop talking. And I shouldn't have to stop talking if I come to you and have a respectable conversation with you. I'm a grown man with my own children, so I won't be treated as someone else's child that probably don't even have as many children as I have. It's garbage. So, like I said, there's been quite a few of them like that this year. And, I don't really make any noise about it because at this point in my career, I really don't care about getting attacked. And so it kind of is what it is, but it is a shame, and that's for certain.
Yeah.
I agree with them when I hear it.
It's funny, after hearing that story, he did deserve a technical foul for that.
For the profanity?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because clearly when the ref came back and said, all right, say your piece. If Draymond said, you know what, man, I'm done. I don't want to get into it anymore, and turned around, I don't think he would have gotten a T. But when he said, when you dropping a couple F-bombs.
But also, too, though, Steiny, when he says when he talks about how the dynamics of if I go to you, I get a tech, and I walk away.
I'm not
just saying, when you put it like that, Steiny, you ain't got to buy it. I'm just saying it kind of he's telling you his thought process.
Did you hear him yelling at the official for 30 seconds when the teams were lined up for the free throw?
It's not the first time, though, Steiny.
But
it's not the first time.
Why is he the only player in the league that gets to talk to refs like that? Nobody else does that. Or
you would have to ask an official.
Exactly.
I get it. Yeah.
Exactly.
And I'm going to say this. I told you this before, Steiny, and I mean this. They giving him more rope than a little bit.
I think so, too. But
well, maybe that's part of the problem.
Maybe. Let's go to Slugger. Slugger's in Oaktown. What's up, Slugger? How you doing, man? I think you're going to disagree with me, aren't you?
Hey, guys, I love y'all, man.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm going to say this. I'm going to make y'all laugh. First off, man, I listen to all the shows all the way up to y'all, but when Ratto comes on, I'm gone. But anyway.
Don't do that. He's an acquired taste.
That's our guy.
He's the man.
He's funny sometimes, you know. No, that's my dude. He's funny sometimes, but sometimes I just be like, geez.
All right.
But no, anyway, like, I put it like this. You know, I see both sides of the story, you know what I'm saying? I feel like this. If the ref walks away and you turn around and you walk back, now you committed yourself. So I look at it like this. When you walk back, you should be expecting anything. You know, anything might be said, and especially if it's Draymond. I'm not, giving them a pass on it, but if you're going to commit yourself to going back, then, okay, whatever goes on, whatever was said, I'm a grown man. I need to take, not take it, but I'm a grown man, and that's just what it is. But on the flip side, like, with the F-bomb, be like, now if he said F you, or, you know what I'm saying, but he said F it, I'm gone, I'm cool. He didn't, like, really direct it at him or, nothing like that. So I feel like, I feel like he was getting at him.
Right.
F you, but he's like, F it.
Thanks, Slugger. Appreciate it. Thanks. Appreciate it. The other thing is I could see the ref feeling like Draymond then shows him up after he returns to talk to him. Listen, again, I'm less interested in the specific incident than I am when Draymond says, I shouldn't have to stop talking. That's my big, huge, monstrous problem with his minute and 11-second diatribe last night after the game. Yes, you should have to stop talking. Refs do that all the time. Tell teams and players enough, even if you say it in a relatively calm manner.
It's Rodney Dangerfield, Steiny. It's about respect. And forget whatever walk of life. People want that respect. And for you to tell me, and I'm just throwing this out there, if I'm a ref, the last thing I'm concerned with is showing me up to who, Steiny? If the ref is focused on the greater good of the game and not playing to what it looks like, how's Draymond or any player going to show him up? And then that's when it boils down to respect and power and authority. How dare you show me up? Well, and I would just hate for a ref to really have that kind of thought process as to, are you really getting shown up?
What's the difference between what Draymond essentially said, which is, you know what, F it, I don't even want to talk about it now. What's the difference between that and a player who waves off the official? Like, that's a joke call.
That's they get a tech to me.
Exactly.
That's a tech.
Yeah, guess what? And they're both the same thing in my mind. What he did.
But I guess the part that Draymond did, Steiny, that the way you say it is you're forgetting the first part. And that's what I keep harping on. The first part was now Draymond didn't know his intentions or he was trying to de-escalate it. But when you walk off and Dre's already feeling disrespected, that's all, Steiny. There's a two-part to that.
Is this? I'm sorry. I didn't realize Draymond Green was playing in his was making his professional debut last night. I didn't realize that he doesn't understand that officials often de-escalate a situation by walking away. Huh. Welcome to the league, Draymond. Mike in Daly City. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey. Yeah, I like the way this discussion's going. It's probably generational, too. I agree with the callers.
I do, too.
That. Yeah. But I think the league has to step in and do some additional training based on whether it's generational or, star players or however you want to draw the lines, and say the referees, okay, whenever you're doing something that we've now seen on film, on tape, whatever, that appears to agitate players, you need to say something before you walk away, not after you come back, to de-escalate the situation. Or whatever the rule, I'm not the person to make that solution up, because I'm in the wrong generation. But,
appreciate it.
60s generation. But
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Look, and it's no secret where I'm coming from. If it's a generational thing, well, it's obvious what side of that fence I'm on. And also, I'm the son of a basketball official. So obviously that steers my way of thinking. And they're just some referees are referees. They're the people that make the calls and officiate a game. And whether you like it or not, yes, they do have control over you. Whether you like it or not, yes, they can call fouls on you and maybe get some wrong. And yes, they can tell you to hit the pike when your conduct is detrimental to the game itself. So that's where
Man, when you put it that way, Stein, I know we're up against it. It just sounds like, okay, with you saying that, are they perfect and can't make an error?
Who?
The refs.
Of course not. Of course they make errors.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. So maybe it's not the end of the world for them to hear about it if guys feel like, okay,
well, no,
you missed that call.
Okay, but no, that's what I'm acknowledging. I'm not acknowledging it because I don't think it's true. But what I'm saying is I'm willing to say that there may be cases out there where Draymond Green does not deserve a technical foul that he got. And I'll leave it. Last night, let's pretend he didn't deserve the technical foul. Okay, well, he can be right about that, and I can still say, yes, Draymond, you should have to stop talking when the ref says, hey, guys, it's time to stop talking. All right, 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into this conversation, you can either do it through the phone line or the text line. But it's not just any text line. It's the Comcast Business text line, and it's always open at 888-957-9570.
Has this ever happened to you? I wasn't feeling great, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable ads. I hate feeling like my personal information is being bought and sold. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download.
I feel like I should say I'm sorry to you. I feel like I've dominated the mic today.
Then that makes me feel like a simp. Because,
no,
I've dominated. I would let you know. I'm getting my shots in. Shaq and Kobe.
If there's a day where you have more to say on stuff than I do, I don't mind if you talk more than me. But I feel like I've been.
I never count, Steiny, so I didn't feel like you.
I don't either. And
maybe you feeling some type of way.
Maybe it's 50-50, and I just think it's the other way around. But
all right, Russell.
I also, you know what? I forgot about this. I was going to say I'm sorry for something else too. Back on Monday, remember we're talking about Garoppolo, and I said or Shanahan, and I was like, man, this game's going to be really important. And you were like, I don't know, Steiny. I feel like he's going to get a clean slate next year. And then we went on the air, and I felt like I was being antagonistic towards you to get you to say.
That's every day.
No, not like Monday. Well, you know what? I apologize for every day, and I double apologize for Monday.
I did the Barry Sanders to Rod Woodson. You remember when Barry tore his knee up trying to tackle Barry? Because that threw you off. You just knew I was coming in one way, and I kind of slipped and dipped on you.
Yeah, you ad-libbed, and I forgot my lines. Let's put it that way. All right, we're talking about Draymond Green. Let me set it up for you. He Well, you know what? Should I do the hypothetical right now? I'm going to do the hypothetical right now because it will.
We're all waiting.
It will, because then people can comment if they want to. So I'm talking to JD, and this is acknowledged hypothetical, but he's like, what if Curry's quad is actually just a little more serious than we think, and he can't play Sunday against the Cavaliers? Would that impact Klay coming back?
Wouldn't you? I mean, that's just amazing. And let's be honest, Steiny, it's not about sales. It's about you want it to feel right. So to me, but then they go on the road after Cleveland, right?
Exactly. Then they play 4 on the road, and they said he's not going to open up. His first game won't be on the road. So, I could see Klay saying, you know what, I want to come back when Steph's there. But then I could also see Klay saying, well, wait a minute, I'm ready to go. I got to wait a week and a half.
Wow.
See,
let's hope that's not the. I love to think it. I'm going to tell JD, but let's hope that's not the case.
You're right. Let's hope that's not the case. But here's what else. Let's hope it's not the case that Steph normally would take that Sunday off because it's not 100%, but he does play because he knows it's Klay's first game back. See, I actually think that if this hypothetical were to turn true and look, Steph Curry cannot play Sunday against the Cavaliers.
Cavs, yeah.
At that point, but he'll play the first game of the road trip. At that point, I would bring Klay back on the road.
Did you hear your boy Van Gundy go off on us making a big deal like Klay? Well, okay, he's been in the NBA how long? Did you hear him last night? You know, he was saying we're making a big deal of him coming back. Why does it have to be at home? And I think it was material, but it was kind of funny.
I didn't hear that. Well, I agree with him because I wish I knew one team they were playing on this road trip coming up. But it's a pretty good road. Who is it? They got the Bulls, I think. Okay, if
I let you down, I wanted to know the teams, I looked at it.
But anyway, let's just say it's the Bulls. Let's say Klay Thompson comes back and plays against the Bulls in Chicago. Okay. That is not going to lessen any of the enthusiasm for when Klay makes his Chase Center return. It's still going to be every bit the zoo and the special. So that's why. Man, the 510, I appreciate that. Or JD does. JD has the best hypotheticals ever. He really does.
By the way, the road trip, Grizzlies, Bucks, Bulls, Timberwolves.
Ooh, that's tricky.
Not hard. I mean, not easy.
No, that's a tricky trip.
And you said, real quick, you came down, I let you out the hook yesterday, but it really wasn't the hook. You beat me up not too long ago before Christmas about my infatuation with Cat. And you were meow. And then yesterday you just threw him in the All-Star game. I thought of that after the show was over.
Well,
but he's made an impression on you. You react to new information. He's been balling.
I mean, they're having a good year, too, for them.
I love me some Edwards.
If it comes down to... I don't know. I don't even want. We don't have to. All right, we're talking Draymond Green. He got a technical foul last night, and then after the game, I don't know what went on one about the officiating. I'm going to play it one more time, and then we'll grab some calls at 888-957-9570.
I got a technical for a referee walking away from me, and then coming back to talk to me, and I walk away. That's why I got a technical. I think I got 8 or 9 texts this year. 5 or 6 of them are super questionable. And as I said to the ref, it's unbelievable that you walk away from me in very disrespectful mid-sentence when we're having a normal conversation. And if I walked away from you, when you were talking to me, you give me a text. He continued to walk away from me, then walked up to me and said, all right, what do you have to say? And I said, F it, it's cool. I don't even want to talk no more. It's all right. And walked away and got a text. So you tell me where the text is at. This ain't the same world we used to live in. And you can't treat people like that. That's bull. If I walk away, I get a text. If I walk to you, I get a text. I have a normal conversation with you, I get a text. I'm not going to stop talking. So I don't know if the text is supposed to stop me from talking. I'm not going to stop talking. And I shouldn't have to stop talking if I come to you and have a respectable conversation with you. I'm a grown man with my own children. So I won't be treated as someone else's child that probably don't even have as many children as I have. It's garbage. So like I said, there's been quite a few of them like that this year. And, I don't really make any noise about it because at this point in my career, I really don't care about getting attacked. And so it kind of is what it is, but it is a shame. And that's for certain.
Yeah, I believe.
Well, you are making noise.
To me, I'll be honest, he absolutely deserved the technical foul. The way he explained it last night, I think, and I think he's flat out wrong when he says that he shouldn't have to stop talking. That to me that's the most profound thing he said that I disagree with. No, you can't have a running dialogue with the referee 48 minutes a night. There's times when a referee says enough. I don't want to hear anymore. So that's my biggest problem, Goo.
And with him being so transparent, I honestly believe, Steiny, to my grave, he only got the tick because he used the F word.
Maybe. Let's go to A-Train in San Jose, get some people involved in the conversation. What's up, A-Train?
Hey, guys. Yeah, you just touched on it. I think it's not so much what he said, but how much talking he's doing. Like, I mean, did the foul even need to be talked about? He just does a lot of talking, and I think that's probably part of the problem, where he could have said the F word, F that, and be done with it, and be okay, but he just talks constantly when it's like, well, does the foul really need to be discussed? I don't know. I still enjoy watching them play. He's a great player. Love listening.
No doubt.
Guys. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Appreciate the call.
And you remember The Last Dance where Michael Jordan basically we found out that, he uses his imagination to have antagonists. Okay, Draymond's using an actual human being, Steiny, but it's the referee. And I tell you all the time, my God, my boy barks a lot. But when you hear Bob Myers, Kerr, all of them, that's their guy. That's part of his DNA. My point to you, Steiny, is I'm not saying he gets a pass, but that's just he has to go to that dark place, and unfortunately it's the refs. And I think now they're learning he's doing that, and that's why he's getting more leeway. But it will never be as much leeway to where there'll never be mishaps or technicals like last night.
From the 707, you see, Guru, this is why Draymond will never come on your show, because he listens to your show, and you, my friend, and Steinmetz are two-faced. One day you talk like he is your homie, but the second his name comes up in the media, you blast him.
Anyway.
Now I wonder, let me tell you something.
And Draymond's been on the show, and I defended Dre. Go ahead.
And I'll tell you one thing, man. Draymond Green would not come on this show because somebody said, hey, these guys, Steinmetz and Guru, they really criticized you over your technical fouls. Oh, I'm not going on their show. Are you kidding? He might be more apt to come on to our show.
Come on. And remember the last time he came on the show, I admitted that I criticized him.
And I admitted,
people love me for that stuff.
And I brought up the fact that he called me a clown because I said that Boris Diaw gave him a lot of trouble.
You did say that.
And he said, you know what?
Yeah.
I was really sensitive about that because Boris Diaw did give me a lot of trouble.
And what are they hearing?
That's why
Selective hearing
great.
To where?
Sorry, my God. Go ahead.
No, I've been defending Dre more than I'm siding with you. So if you're in your car, wherever you're at listening, come on, man. You got to know how to. You got to differentiate what you're hearing. I'm just that generational word, whether you like it or not, it's real, and that's why every time we played that soundbite by Dre, Steiny, I quibble a little bit like it's bigger than basketball. That sounds like a young man or a young adolescent on the street. Things have changed. You can't talk and do things to people like you could in the past, and that's basically what it is now.
Well, then,
and now, Steiny, the question of the day when this show is over, is a referee an authority figure?
Of course. Of course, on the basketball.
Some people, but to Draymond,
he enforces the rules, or she. What?
Yeah, but do I have power over you, though, to tell? So you can't talk when you want to talk?
Yes.
That's what I'm. Oh, Steiny, I think that's what we're finding out, that line is not as clear as it used to be.
What do you mean? The line, if there's a
They're
solution.
Not kids. Okay.
If there's a solution to the problem, the solution is that the NBA or officials must begin to do things differently. But yes, they absolutely have the right to tell you essentially to shut up, to stop talking, to please play the game. They have the power to foul people out. Not that they do it on purpose, but that's what they're charged to do.
I'll give you that. And throw the coaches out the same. I'll give you that. And again, I ain't anti-ref. I'm just saying it's how you do it. And that guy in that incident last night, I'm just telling you, Steiny, walking away from Dre mid-conversation, that can be deemed disrespectful.
And that's the all. NBA must address their training of officials and say, we're no longer going to walk away to calm down a situation. We're not doing that anymore. If we want to de-escalate a situation, we're no longer going to walk away. Okay, what are you going to do? Raise your voice? I don't like. That's so that'll have to be addressed. Let's go to Matt. Matt's in Oakland. What's going on, Matt? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas? This is not complicated. I've been watching basketball closely for 40 years. It's never been cool what Draymond did, ever. He's a disgrace. He is a bad role model for his kid. I love his game, but he's hurting his team. And now can we talk about something important like what's the matter with Curry? And can we get a cheap big man? That's what I'd like to know. And I'll listen to what y'all have to say.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
We got the big man coming, Steiny. We got the big man on his way. James is on his way.
Yeah.
It's true. James on his way.
Yeah. No. I'm more excited about Kuminga.
I had a couple fouls last night.
You know what? Like, I want to make sure I'm clear on Wiseman. Again, would I trade Wiseman? No chance. Absolutely, positively not, because I have no idea what he is, and I'm not trading him until I get a hint of what he is. With that said, I'm just not sure he's going to be able to help as much as people think this year. That's all.
Okay, listen.
That's all.
With that, and all the people, let me take the mic, Steiny, because this is where I'm at. And my dad called me. We got into it. I love Kevon Looney to death. He gives you more than he has in the tank. But it's apparent we all are what we are. The burst, athleticism, boost, hops, quickness, all the great things that he does, he lacks in some areas. So even when those areas, he is the winner and has the ball, but is slow to jump sometimes and go back up and rattle the rim, James Wiseman, in my mind, I envision him getting those Looney techniques, but with the God-given tools and gifts of that athleticism, and he's going to be a problem. So my dad's like, the damn Looney, he get the thing if he could just, I said, Pops, that's what he is. We appreciate him, but Wiseman is going to be Looney on steroids, Steiny. So like a game like last night, how many times did they try to do anything in the paint? Not drive, just throw it down there. They don't have that. Oh, and I forgot to tell you this real quick. I'm listening to Bonte and Mullen said this about Steph and the Warriors. Knocked me off my seat, Stein. I forgot to tell you. They've been small ball so much all season long that maybe collectively they've hit a wall. And maybe a Steph's defense, which has gotten better, is a part of that. That's what we're watching now. And I thought to myself, they have been small, Steiny, and maybe they're just tired.
Possibly. So
Wiseman alleviates that for the minutes that he'll be out there and give you another facet to your game.
But here's where my thought process is coming from, and I will allow that maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
I feel like everything the Warriors need, he's weak at. So, yes, will I allow for he's improved? He'll be yes, but by the same token, now he hasn't played half a season. I mean, he hasn't played for 9 months.
Man.
And here's what I know. That when he last played 9 months ago, okay, he didn't rebound well for his size. He didn't block shots well for his size. And defensively, the team was not as good with him on the floor as compared with Looney. Wow. So I feel like everything the Warriors really want out of Wiseman, he has not proven it's a strength right now. Like I look back at some numbers last year. In his last 20 games with the Warriors, he had 10 blocks. Half a block a game. Like Looney averages more than half a block a game.
Wow. Okay. So everything you just said, that's the test, Donnie. That's the checklist. So, again, I'm glass half full. What bothers me about this, and we talked about it with Dickinson last year when the injury just happened, and we were like, well, maybe he'll get summer league, and he was robbed of that, and we talked to Saint about it. Tell me when and where he's going to get better at the defensive assignments if it's not just the video component. But what you just mentioned, that's the test. That is the test. And I asked you, can you get better at rebounding? I'm going to tell you this, LaMelo Ball, the Hornets know he's a star. Anthony Edwards, the Timberwolves, they know he's a star. So it's different with Wiseman, and thank God it's not just Wiseman or bust, but Steiny, that's the final exam. And I feel like for you saying, you know what, Goo, I'm a little nervous because last time we seen him, he couldn't do those things. To me, that's the equivalent of judging Trey Lance after 4 games. He's gonna be able to prove to us if he's gotten better in those facets.
Right. And maybe it's my human nature, but the way I look at it is I'm skeptical until I see it. I'm skeptical that he is going to be a real good rebounder. I'm skeptical he can make them better defensively. Yes, man. I am very skeptical that Wiseman can make the Warriors better defensively. Now, could I be wrong? Of course I could be wrong. He might come back and it's like, he looks different. He's a different kind of player.
And I'm going to say
this. Up until now, his skill set doesn't really fit, or what he's shown so far doesn't really, they need other stuff from him than what he's shown.
Let me ask you this, and you might throw something at me as we wrap it up, Steiny. There was no bigger supporter of Kelly Oubre, who had 32 last night, than your boy. And I realized he wasn't a fit, and I realized defensively he was out there lost. Do you think the fact that they've they got rid of that part of the bacon, that when Wiseman is on the court with better defenders, that automatically will make him better? So now it's just about you got to do your part as opposed to being out there. And I'm not blaming Oubre for the ills or the lack of defensive prowess by Wiseman, but I'm thinking if he's out there with 4 better guys, IQ-wise, that's going to make him better before we even get to, hey, big fella,
I'm not.
What do you got?
I mean,
tell me, Steiny.
Even if there's a sliver of truth to that, I ain't buying that. One of the reasons James Wiseman didn't have great hands, wasn't a above-average rebounder, and was out of position on defense was because of Kelly Oubre.
Yeah, it felt good coming out. But I'm rooting for them. They need him, Steiny. They need him.
805 says Steiny, blah, 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 you're on point. However, JaVale McGee was like that, and JaVale McGee, and see, that's the thing, and I know it's not going to be enough for people, especially, but just be JaVale McGee. Just be JaVale McGee this year, and they win it. And then if Klay's himself and Wiseman is JaVale McGee, Golden State Warriors will win their 4th NBA title.
You mean Pierre 2 times? He got 2 rings, Steiny. So go ahead and beat JaVale.
So there's my prediction.
I had fun today, man.
Yeah, a lot of fun. All right, coming up next. Who's coming up next, buddy?
Just Damon and Ratto. We got Warriors Live coming up at 3:30, but a half hour before that.
Thank you, buddy. 3:30, Warriors Live. Tip-off at 5 o'clock. Golden State Warriors at New Orleans. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, everybody.
When will the Splash Brothers be reunited?
Curry, quick release, splash! Steph Curry from the left sideline. Thompson sets his feet, lets it fly, splash!
Find out right here. on the home of the Warriors. 95.7 The Game.
It's a new year, and for businesses, that means a new start. Whatever the year ahead holds, now Comcast Business is making it easy to get going with the Ready, Set, Save sale. Get started with fast and reliable internet and voice for $64.99 a month, and save with a 2-year price guarantee. Switching is easy with flexible installation times, and you'll also get backing from an
It's worth of Warriors Live coming to you starting around 3:30. Until then, it is Ray, it is I, with a couple of things to kick around before we get deep into Warriors basketball. A legitimate shooting slump for Steph Curry. There's just no way to talk about it other than mathematically. That's about the worst 2 shooting performances on back-to-back games he has ever had. What is worse than a Curry shooting slump, you might ask? How about no Steph Curry at all? No Steph, no Draymond, no Juan Toscano-Anderson going tonight in New Orleans. So we will be talking about that. Like I said, when Warriors Live begins, Draymond reacting to the technical foul that he got rung up with last night. Some interesting things there. Kerr talking about the slump. Oh my goodness, what can be done, but we'll get to all of that, like I said, when Warriors Live starts at the bottom of the hour. In the meantime, Ray, when I said just the other day, this 49ers, this Rams game coming up on Sunday could come down to, can Ambry Thomas slow down the entirety of the Rams passing game all by himself? Like, I didn't mean that as like an actual dare. Like, let's try to do that. But that's kind of the situation that this team is in right now, only because Dante Johnson, K'Wan Williams, free safety Jimmy Ward, they're into their COVID protocols, and it is a who will be playing from the back of an already depleted secondary type of a question coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, they're cutting this one a little fine. This ought to be good. Just watching Kyle Shanahan sweat is worth the price of admission.
He's got to be sweating that one a little bit. It's got to be sweating
a lot. He's got to be sweating a lot of things. I mean, this is a game in which if you didn't know the recent history of these two teams, you'd think the Rams would dope slap them. But that hasn't happened. Didn't happen last year when the 49ers weren't very good. Didn't happen the year before when the 49ers were very good. Didn't happen earlier this year. So, I think if I were betting this game, I'd throw my phone in the toilet and refuse to do it.
It's really hard to handicap it. I mean, look, week to week, every single team in this league is hard to handicap. With a team with as many moving parts around it as the 49ers have, again, their entire secondary is like just, a game-time decision at this point. Clearing COVID protocols. Kyle Shanahan says he's not going to tell the media what his quarterback decision is going to be in the name of gamesmanship. Here is Kyle Shanahan.
I haven't made it now, which is the truth, and probably will make it before the game starts, and I will not tell you guys when I do that.
Hey, at least he's being straight up with everyone, Ray. At least he's letting everyone know. I'm done talking to you about these two, and I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of any clarity, not even at the end of Week 18. Sorry, everyone. Keep on guessing. Gamesmanship, baby.
I'll be honest with you. That's what he should have done about 9 weeks ago, because that was when he started to get really irritated about this.
Yeah.
To me, it became an exhausting subject a long time ago. And he fed into it by playing the game and, trying to tell you some things but not others. He'd have just been better off saying, Jimmy Garoppolo is my quarterback. That's the only answer I'm going to have for you all year long. I will let you know when something changes. Could have saved himself hours, I tell you, hours of lifespan.
I know what Bill Belichick would have done. I do know. I think I know what he would have done. Kyle didn't do that. But look, here's the thing. Kyle's in a situation where he's trying to be a halfway decent at the podium moment for the media. I mean, he has never really talked down to anyone but for this one question this year where, he's sick and tired of it. And as Ray said, maybe sick and tired of it because of his own doing, his willingness to talk about it and put too many things on the table. Just how ironic, though, that it's a question that feels more legitimate right now for reasons that aren't a struggle of power or what direction is the season going to go, because this is the season in 4 quarters of football. Is your season going to be over, or are you going to the playoffs? And how ironic, how bittersweet, I guess you could say, that what brought us here in the first place, will Jimmy be ready to go when the bell rings, which is why they're in the Trey Lance business to begin with, that this is all happening now, right at the moment of event horizon, right when it matters the most. It's a question once again. It's like time really is a flat circle. It truly is in sports sometimes, and this is a perfect example of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just he knew the question was never going to go away. We knew the question was never going to go away because every day in that room there are people asking it just because it's the only thing they know what to ask. And he could have stopped this a long time ago and just done the other thing that Belichick would always do. If he got a question he deemed stupid, he would just look at the questioner for about 5 seconds and then look at somebody else. I mean, not everything was, we're on to Cincinnati. Sometimes he would just look at you as though you were dipped in crap. And Shanahan could have done that at any point because for most of this year, he had told you in 100 ways that Jimmy Garoppolo was a starting quarterback and he would be barring some sort of explosion in the huddle. And yet he kept humoring people. And now finally this week, it's dawned on him that, you know what, I've gained nothing by doing this dance all these weeks. You know, I'll tell you when I tell you. And I don't think that it's going to upset the Rams one way or another because teams know how to prepare for two different kinds of things. They do it all the time because coaches all the time don't say what they intend to do. So that all that gamesmanship has got nothing to do with the Rams. It's got everything to do with, you know, I don't want to answer this anymore. Go away. You annoy me. And I'm all for that.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com to book your visit today. What is funny about all this, Ray, is that no matter who it is, whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo or Trey Lance, you know, normally when you have two quarterbacks of differing styles, they really truly do represent different versions of the same team or totally different flavors. You know, the offense looks like this with this guy, but the offense looks like that with the other guy. That's not true in this case. The evolution of what this offense might do with Trey Lance as its installed starter, well, we'll know about that 2 or 3 years from now. But just concerning this Sunday and in the 2 games that Lance has started for Jimmy Garoppolo, Ray, the plan is the same no matter who the quarterback is. And that's apparent that you can operate from that as a position of truth this season, this run-through in this year. No matter who is out there, Kyle Shanahan wants to run the ball 30 times. He doesn't want to throw the ball very deep down the field. He doesn't want to do anything that we would all agree would be a risky pass or situation. And it's going to look the same no matter what. So when you're talking about how, Sean McVay is going to be prepared for either guy, I think either guy represents the same offense. Maybe Trey, if things go off schedule, has a little bit more scoot in him and can make a few more plays with his legs than Jimmy would tend to do. But that's it. I mean, that's it. You know, maybe, instead of looking for his third read, Trey will tuck it and run. Jimmy will actually look for it. That's the difference right now. There really is no difference between these two guys, not from any material thing that we can really see.
No, and there's not a lot of difference between the jet sweep as run by Deebo Samuel and the jet sweep as run by Trey Lance. So they've shown all this already. The Rams will be untroubled by whatever choice the 49ers make on that end. They will be far more interested in seeing what the secondary is going to look like, because that might be the difference between Cooper Kupp going for 105 yards or Cooper Kupp going for 205 yards. I mean, that's where this game is going to be decided. It's not going to be decided by the quarterback. Very few games the 49ers played this year have been decided by the quarterback, either positively or negatively. People who have been focusing on that have been looking at the wrong thing for 4 months. Well, this is the one chance where you finally get to realize, you have been looking at the wrong thing. It's when the other team's got the ball that the 49ers are interesting, not when they have it. And I don't know, I'm glad this regular season is coming to a stupid end.
Why was it so hard, Ray, talking about football for a few months? Would you rather have not that as a topic? God.
No, it's talking to people who didn't want to hear you. It's talking to people who, oh, no, we have to talk about the quarterback more. You know, the 49ers won and lost this year based on their ability to do two things: run the ball and keep the other team from throwing the ball. If they did either of those things, they won. Everything else was just, self-amusement. And I for me, and maybe I'm giving myself way too much credit, which is certainly a problem, I always thought that's how it was going to break down. Because Jimmy Garoppolo, even in 2019, was not the reason why the 49ers were a dynamic offense. It was because they could run the ball down your throat and because their defense was difficult to deal with. This is the same team. It's just that their secondary is slightly worse. The quarterback isn't quite so good. But other than that, they're not that dissimilar. This is sort of the world that Kyle Shanahan has chosen to live in. And you're right. In a couple of years, it might be completely different. But when he liked throwing the ball down the field, he was somebody else's assistant. He's now had 5 years to figure out what he likes to do when he's got the ball and what he likes to do when the other team's got the ball. And that script has not changed that much.
Well, anyone who was on Twitter today or on social media following your favorite 49ers beat writer, you probably saw video of Jimmy actually letting a couple passes go. Here is Kyle Shanahan talking about how even with light workouts, they got to be very careful with Jimmy Garoppolo right now.
I think we got to be careful. I think waiting to where we did definitely helped getting him to this point, but I think each day is a new experience with it, so it's going to be mainly on Jimmy at Jimmy's pace and just talking to him and making sure he doesn't push it too hard to give him a chance for Sunday.
Don't push too hard. I really think Trey Lance is going to end up getting this game. A lot of this is being done for illusion's sake. If Jimmy does go, man, tip of the cap to the guy. This is apparently a very painful injury that he's fighting through. And here he is describing it, as a matter of fact, saying, instead of surgery, we're trying to let this thing sort of like Wolverine itself back together, X-Men style. Here's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Basically what we're trying to do is let the bone reattach to the other bone. So it's just a process. It takes time. I don't know. We've been doing everything we can to speed it up. But it's just, you got to let, nature do its thing and let your bones heal up. But, at the end of the day, I know it's not going to be 100%. I'm realistic about that, but we're doing everything we can to get it as close as we can to that.
Every indication from any athlete who's been through an injury similar to this says that nature does not get you back really just 2 or 3 weeks from the injury, which is where Jimmy is on the timetable. And when asked how he's feeling, he said,
"It hurts." I don't know how else to describe it. It feels like the web in your hand is kind of tearing a little bit. Yeah, that's probably the best way I could describe it, but it's all good.
There you go, Ray. You're looking for an honesty in a press conference moment. You just got it. It frickin' hurts already.
Yeah, well, he didn't say that. Yeah. He said the more preferable word because it probably hurts like hell. But, the issue is, as it always has been, can he go? Because the tie goes to the veteran in Kyle Shanahan's mind.
No doubt.
And the tie would go to the veteran here. That's why they're having him throw this week. I don't think it's performative art. I think he would really like somehow for Garoppolo's hand to reassemble itself, at least to the point where he could be useful, if not dynamic, on Sunday. Because he never has to be dynamic. Not in this offense. Not with this personnel. So I think he really, he might think rationally that Lance is the choice, but I think in terms of what he wants in his heart of hearts is for Garoppolo to be able to hand the ball off enough times to allow the 49ers to beat the Rams the way they always beat the Rams, which is on the ground and on defense.
Yeah, magic number's 30. 49ers are undefeated, 6-0 when they run the ball 30 times this year. 21 and let me make sure I got that right. I got to find it here. Yeah, 21 and 1 when running the ball 30 or more times. So just do that. Ray and I are going to get into Warriors basketball. Warriors Live starts in about 15 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. We got the Warriors shorthanded tonight in New Orleans. So we're going to set you up for that starting in about 15. In the meantime, we are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. Ray, here's something that when you were a Cub reporter, when you were showing up to cover your first teams, your first athletes, your first off-field controversies of your career, you never had a headline like this. Antonio Brown, the night before he ran off the field in New York, had an OnlyFans model in his hotel room who is famous for licking toilet seats, and they made a sex tape. Isn't that sweet? It's Rockwellian if you think about it. There's got to be a Norman Rockwell painting out there that suggests that.
It's really more Orwellian than it is Rockwellian. It defines the last several years of Antonio Brown's career, which is football when you have to do it, whatever the hell strikes you when you don't have to do it. So I'm not surprised by anything anymore with him. The fact that he's been engaging in arguments on Twitter about who said what when. I don't know. I think America has finally lost interest in this from both ends because nobody ends up looking good here. Bruce Arians certainly doesn't. Tom Brady, while he looks noble at the end, he's the guy who insisted that they had to have him.
Right. There's an army
and they got
of
a Super Bowl
enablers.
out of him. So he's righter than anybody else. But all the other principles in this just look foolish and disingenuous.
It's something else. It is the zeitgeist. It's a great word. It truly is. And it smacks of the zeitgeist of the world we are in. I mean, it's got a COVID story. It's got a sex tape story. It's got a pro football story. It's got a lie involved. It's got distrust involved. It's got OnlyFans involved. It's got everything.
The soundtrack. Don't forget the soundtrack. It's got music too.
That's right.
It's the all-encompassing entertainment center. And yet, I don't know that he can entertain us anymore because I think he's reaching that point that Dennis Rodman reached post-retirement, where he couldn't shock us anymore.
Right, yeah.
It's just good. Oh, what did he do now? Oh, he did that? Okay, yeah, what's for dinner?
Right, it's the Tyson zone. It's Bill Simmons' Tyson zone. It really is. There is no story that I couldn't attach to the guy that on its surface you wouldn't spend 10 seconds believing or thinking was true until you really thought about it a second time. It's something else. Antonio Brown says, Ray, that he had a serious ankle injury, saying that I didn't quit. I got cut right there on the sideline. Well, we know that that's not true at all. And I will say this. I'm sure there's been plenty of cases throughout the history of football where a coach has made it perfectly clear to a player that your level of discomfort with your injury matters less to me than you going into this game and playing for me today. So I'm not saying that he's operating from a deck of cards that has never been shuffled or dealt. I'm sure it has happened. But Bruce Arians has never seemed to be that guy. His reputation does not suggest that he has been that guy. And what I know for a fact in a point and tell a tale of somebody doing you wrong being, like a rite of passage today, that if Bruce Arians had ever forced any other player into a game against his will due to injury, we would probably be hearing about that today, yesterday, tomorrow. Like someone would stand up and say, like, look, I don't know what's going on with Antonio Brown, but Bruce Arians forced me to play through something once that I did not want to play through. That hasn't happened. No one has come public today to pile on how uncaring Bruce Arians is as a coach about his players' injury or sense of their own bodies. It's not happened from anyone but Antonio Brown, which makes me think it's a little unique.
Well, that's the thing is that, Bruce Arians talked about what a great guy he was earlier. And maybe he was that, but I think Bruce Arians' credibility is also sort of in play here, at least to a certain extent. You're right. Nobody's ever stood up and said, he made me play when I was hurt. But this is what happens when you're willing to bend the truth to get the immediate result you want. Sometimes it blows up in your face. And that's what's happened here. And I think Arians would probably do the same thing over again, just because there's a ring on his finger because of in part because of Antonio Brown. I think he'd do this deal 10 times out of 9, but at the risk of his credibility, which, as we all know with coaches, doesn't really matter much.
He might have done that first deal. I don't know if he's coming back for seconds.
Maybe not, but who thought after he faked the COVID card, thereby committing a felony, that they'd look the other way? There's nothing that Antonio Brown hasn't done on his professional and off-field bingo card. And everybody was willing to sign on with it until they couldn't sign on with it anymore. And Tampa had 2 bites at the apple. Pittsburgh had about 12. The Raiders did 2. They put up with the burned feet, but then they didn't put up with the threatening to fight Mike Mayock. So, there is a point where everybody gets fed up. But quite frankly, up until today, I wasn't convinced that the Bucs would walk away from him. When they finally released him, I said, okay, they really are walking away. And I suspect that's probably because somebody in HR said, we're going to get our asses sued if you don't move this guy off the roster now.
Yeah, this needs to happen. This officially needs to happen. This is not good. We've reached the point of diminishing investment returns on this guy. By the way, doesn't this kind of make you re-examine how good Mike Tomlin really is at his job? How well he ran that locker room with all the different personalities and look at me, guys, that the Steelers have basically done a great job covering up instead of letting bubble to the surface over the last few years. It really is testament to how tight of a ship and how good of a job Mike Tomlin did with Antonio Brown.
Well, Mike Tomlin is your quintessential player's coach. And sometimes that's worked against him, too, because when Antonio Brown was doing the Facebook of the post-game, talk, in the locker room, that caused Tomlin to pull his head off of his neck. So, Antonio Brown, for good and ill, is a very good player who knows how to press the buttons of the people who put him on the field. And this was just the last example of it.
No doubt. I'm glad we had a chance to talk today about something other than Warriors basketball. But if you came here for Warriors basketball, you're in the right spot. Ray and I've got Warriors Live starting in just a few minutes here on 95.7 The Game, so stick around. They are in New Orleans tonight, but no Steph Curry, no Draymond Green, no Juan Toscano-Anderson will be found. That puts an awful lot of the workload on Jordan Poole, on Andrew Wiggins, and I think we're going to get quite a bit of Kuminga tonight, so that should make it a very interesting listen here on 95.7 The Game, and a watch to say the least, and soon we'll all be watching Klay Thompson, and that is something Ray and I are going to talk about as well. So stick around. Lots coming up this afternoon on 95.7 The Game. Warriors coming up this evening here on 95.7 The Game, live from New Orleans. We are brought to you by AC Transit. Find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring journey-level mechanics and service employees. Join their East Bay team to maintain AC Transit's fleet of buses. Apply today at actransit.org/careers. We're back in a moment with Warriors Live here on 95.7 The Game.
The number 23 ranked Wisconsin Badgers will host the
tasty on your tongue. Ah, we made goodies fast, goodies delicious. All available at Dollar General.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
Get ultra strong for your South Pole. Charmin keeps you under.
A book titled Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I don't think we carry that, but check nonfiction.
He really does devour literature.
Please leave.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Creamy nut butter makes it delightfully sweet. Roasted nuts make it perfectly salty. Get two great tastes in one delicious bar. Enjoy a Nature Valley sweet and salty nut bar today.
Are you one of the millions of homeowners who haven't refinanced yet? If so, I'm here to tell you it's not too late. Hi, I'm Wesley Hogan with Westland Financial. Although the lowest rates may be in our rearview mirror, as the economy recovers from the biggest economic shock of our lifetime, rates still remain near historic lows. In fact, with the dramatic increase in home values, this may be the perfect time to put that new home equity to work. Take advantage of our cash out refi program and pay off high rate credit cards, car loans, or other high interest rate debt. Or finally make those home improvements you put on hold for so long. Best of all, we can do this with no closing costs. That's right, whether it's a conventional, FHA, or VA loan, we'll pay for your title, settlement, lender, and recording fees. So call Westland at 888-455-3669. That's 888-455-3669. It's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind. 888-455-3669.
Paid for by Westland Financial. NMLS number 3304. Not all loans apply. Equal housing lender. It's a critical season for the Warriors.
It's a really good group, and they're unselfish. They like to move the ball, and so it's fun to watch.
With new faces.
The Golden State Warriors select Jonathan Kuminga. The Golden State Warriors select Moses Moody.
Old friends.
Strip by Andre. Loose ball. It's out of bounds. Andre Iguodala with a huge defensive play.
And the reigning NBA scoring champion.
Curry takes another three. It's up and good. He's got 62.
Welcome to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
No doubt it's a dreary Thursday all around the Bay. It is kind of ugly outside, and really lately, Warriors games have been ugly. Even the wins have been a little bit ugly concerning Steph Curry shooting. And last night, it was really ugly in Dallas. A rough one for the Golden State Warriors. A couple of rough games indeed. So here come the feel-good, get-right New Orleans Pelicans. However, no Steph Curry, no Draymond Green, no Juan Toscano-Anderson off the bench tonight. And that means the Warriors are playing shorthanded, which officially takes a game that might not have been interesting, Ray, against the Pelicans, and puts it right smack dab in the middle of interesting. Can they win tonight shorthanded against a team that's certainly struggling all on its own?
I guess that's why they're playing the bugger. All I know is the line's gone from 5.5 to Pelicans by 1 the last time I looked. So if nothing else, you could say that that combination of Warrior players is worth 6.5 to the betting total.
Well, look, the combination of the last two games that Steph has put up have been just abstract. They've been officially abnormal. 1 for 9 from downtown, 5 of 24 against Dallas, 1 for 10 from downtown, 3 of 17 from the floor against Miami. It's the first time this entire season that Steph Curry's hit just 1 3 in a game in back-to-back games. He is, and I'm glad Anthony Slater did the math for me, so I didn't have to get out the abacus for this one. That's officially 8 for 41 in his last two games. That is a historically bad shooting clip for a guy like Steph Curry. That's a bad shooting clip for anyone. For Steph, it's monumentally dreadful. And I don't know what it is. I think maybe more than anything else, the slump is a result of having to face the NBA's kitchen sink night after night. I mean, there isn't a defense he hasn't seen. There isn't a double team that hasn't come for him. He is up against it and creative ways to defend him every single time they go out and play, Ray. And that's got to be physically and mentally exhausted. It doesn't look like Curry's got heavy legs, but it looks like his head is put on a few pounds. It's starting to sulk a little bit. I do think he is getting a little mentally tired of this season.
Well, it's not just the last 2 games, though, and that's the takeaway here. It's from the moment they were at 18-2. Since then, they've been 11-6. Their team numbers are not dramatically different from what they were, but he's shooting 367 from the field and 347 from behind the arc. So it's not just a 2-game slump. It's a 17-game, if you want to call it a slump, fine. I think a lot of things go into this. I think he has been over-defended, but he's seen that before. I think he's been over-eager to shoot because his shots are still up over what they've been most of his career. I think he's thinking about it more. I think he is tired. And I think that he's not been in a natural shooting rhythm game to game really for much of the season. And what I mean by that is early on, everybody was talking about breaking the Ray Allen record as though that had some, genuine merit to it because he was going to break that at some point or other anyway. And I think that got in his head. And then the fact that it took him so long to break the record, given what his numbers were a year ago, I think that's lingered with him. Because if you look at 17 games, he's an ordinary shooter. Compared to what he normally is, he's not very good. Compared to what he was the tail end of last year, he's really not good. Do I think this is irreparable? No. I think at some point he'll figure out a way to unload all this overthinking and get to a point where it becomes natural again. Maybe it's going to take 5, 8, or 12 games with Thompson in the rotation, but I don't think this is a permanent condition. But it has been a while, and I think he knows it's been a while. In fact, he said to a number of reporters, including Anthony Slater, he says it's over the course of the last 10 to 15 games. So he knows what it is, and he knows how long it's been going on.
We got some cuts from Steph Curry we'll hop into here a little bit later on Warriors Live. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience from the Comcast Business text line. Delmore says, I kind of love these load management games. Always enjoy a one-handed tied behind the back competition. Now, I don't know if you're being serious or not, but it makes it interesting. It really, really does. And with all of the love that has been coming Jordan Poole's way, and rightfully so, he's having a really good year, stepping forward year, with all the all-star buzz that is coming Andrew Wiggins' way, this is one of those games where, it's not like tonight's performance is going to be the deciding factor as to whether or not Andrew Wiggins does or doesn't go to an all-star game. But the streets are going to notice. I mean, they really did. They absolutely are. This is one of those games. All right, Andrew, if you really are, if you truly are, an all-star worthy player this year, what are you going to do when your best player, your best 2 players are down on the court with you? And that's what's going to be happening tonight. Wiggins, and Jordan Poole are going to be carrying the scoring load tonight. Now, if the 2 of them can put together enough of an effort to beat the New Orleans Pelicans, yeah, I agree. You almost got to put that one in the win column twice because I don't care who you're playing. No Curry, no Draymond puts you right behind the 8 ball quickly. There's just no doubt about that. So this is going to be a little bit more interesting than it was going to be on its surface. And for that, I guess we're thankful because it's going to give us plenty to watch and it'll give us something to talk about tomorrow. Ray, I was really disappointed that I couldn't join you yesterday because I did want to talk about the setup in Dallas. Obviously, that did not go well. I mean, it's just no other way to say it. That did not go well. The depth that carried the Warriors through a poor shooting night against Dallas, against Miami, rather, it didn't happen against Dallas. 82 total points. That is a season low for the Warriors in Dallas last night. 40% shooting, 5 of 28 from 3, only 20 assists, 17 turnovers. It was an ugly game, and it wasn't just Steph Curry. Curry out of rhythm has not put the entire team out of rhythm over and over again this year, but last night it felt like it did.
Well, every team in basketball has a minimum of 15 of those. There's no getting around it. It's the same thing with baseball, where there are 54 games you're going to win, 54 games you're going to lose, and then you're arguing about the 54 in the middle. That was one where, it wasn't anything to do with how the Mavericks were playing them. It was just one of those nights where nobody did a lot. I mean, they defended, because they always defend. They're never not going to defend. But the thing that jumped out was that when they have guys shooting that poorly, and it was sort of across the board. I mean, they were 5 for 28 from 3. You have to defend really well. You have to win rebounding battles. They didn't win that. You have to be, much better on fast break points than they were, and all they got really was 7. They never really established who was in charge. They never got a chance to do that. I mean, they got worked in the second quarter. They cut it down some, and then in the fourth quarter they were just gassed. So I mean that's one of those games where you just look and go, yeah, gravity hits everybody, because it doesn't matter how good you are. You're losing 15 to 18 games a year. That's just the deal, and this was one that they were meant to lose.
Steve Kerr talked about how Dallas came out on the court and maybe inspired by the Dirk jersey retirement ceremony, was just the better, more physical team, and they dug themselves a pretty big hole there in that first half.
I thought Dallas played great defense tonight. They were the more physical team. I thought they just took it to us right from the beginning of the game, and we couldn't find a rhythm. We had 4 turnovers in the first, maybe 6 possessions, but those were not forced. Those were all 4 were just careless passes. So it was frustrating to start the game that way, which sometimes we do. But we dug ourselves a hole in the first half and then expended a lot of energy, getting back in the game in that third quarter, and did a good job to do so. But I thought we kind of ran out of gas in the fourth quarter.
They did. They ran out of gas in that fourth quarter. They had pulled even at the end of that third and then just could not hit a bucket. I mean, it was a couple of really long slumps from the floor, and that wasn't just Steph Curry. That was everyone. It really was. So, asked as always, the Warriors are whatever Steph Curry is doing. Are you slumping right now? Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about his superstar.
Everyone is throwing everything at him. They're best defenders, double teams. They're trying to make it as difficult as possible. And I thought tonight he pressed a little bit. He was trying hard to get out of it. He had at least 4 shots that were in and out, and it was all the exact same in and out. It was like a half-inch short, grazes the front, the back of the front rim, and then hits the back rim and comes out. All 4 3-point shots. I mean, so it's like he's gonna break out of this pretty quickly. He had a bunch of plays that I thought were good looks, good decisions, and the ball just didn't go in, or the play didn't work out well for him. So I'm not worried about Steph, but we can help him on some things as well. But all in all, like I said, I thought Dallas was the aggressor. They played with more force and pace than we did.
It did not go according to plan, and neither did my afternoon, Ray. I spent more time than I probably should have doing a little research and prepping and going over my favorite Dirk Nowitzki memories. I was ready to do sort of a Dirk semi-tribute show. He's one of my favorite players of all times. He really was. He was one of the first big international guys that made me think, all right, the world of basketball is now officially like a world of basketball. If a player like this can be produced somewhere else and just change a franchise almost by himself, he was unbelievable. He's one of the greatest NBA players of our lifetimes. A 14-time All-Star, the 2011 Finals MVP. I mean, you want to talk about driving a team to a championship all by yourself, basically. He did just that. He's the greatest Maverick of all time, and it's not even close. Over 31,000 career points, like more than the number 2 and number 3 all-time Mavericks leading scorers combined. I hope you and Steinmetz paused to give Dirk a little bit of love last night. I'm guessing neither one of you did.
Now we ripped him. No, the only unusual thing about his career is that it's probably the career that Drazen Petrovic would have had he lived. Yeah. Because Dirk Nowitzki did not pry the lid off European basketball for the NBA, but he benefited from the few guys who had done that before him and took it to basically not just another level, about 3 levels beyond that. Because
how much of a shooter was Petrovic?
How much what?
Of a shooter was Petrovic, though. I mean, that's
tremendous shooter. But he played on a bunch of Nets teams that they didn't make championship runs. So he didn't get sort of the national run that he could have. The interesting thing about Nowitzki was his alternative to going pro was going to Cal, because Cal was recruiting him hard. And they thought they might have had him until it occurred to the NBA people that, no, this guy's special. He doesn't need to spend any time in the Pac-12. And he showed that over and over again. In fact, it's probably safe to say if you eliminate any Cowboy who ever lived, he's the most beloved player in Dallas sports history. And that goes oil.
I'm trying to think. Mike Modano, maybe?
No,
right?
Not close.
No? Okay.
I mean, not to be dismissive, but they
yeah,
like Mike Modano. But, you know, when they were there was a story in The Athletic this morning about all the stuff that Dirk did away from the arena that endeared him to the town. And when he won a title, that put him over the top. He's sort of the way Hakeem Olajuwon is viewed in Houston, which is on eternal scholarship, because he was a guy who bonded with the community while giving people parades. And there's no better combination than that.
People like parades. People like barbecue. They had them both in Texas, thanks to Dirk. I was disappointed. Yeah. I was disappointed, man, that not a single player tried to get off the Dirk signature silhouette shot. The one knee up, you cannot come into my shooting halo, defending knee, fadeaway. Like, Durant has that. Durant's got that. Had Durant still been with the Warriors, he would have definitely tried to put up one Dirk fader from a mid-range last night. I really thought we might see one from Steph or Wiggins or someone. Kevon Looney even. Well, maybe not Kevon.
They had all they could do just to figure out how to shoot conventionally.
Hey, you're right. That was something else. That was a season low. And I guess that's why the Warriors feel like they're at a little bit of a, like, what's going on here moment just from the last 2 games. Like, in the last 2 games, here's what's happened. Steph Curry had the worst scoring night of his year against Miami. I mean, that's the first time, Ray, Steph has been held to single-digit scoring since the night he broke his wrist in 2019. That's a long time to be held to a single-digit scoring total. But that's what happened. That was Steph's worst scoring night of the year, worst scoring night of the last several years. You have to go back to him breaking a wrist and not being able to play enough of a game to have a night as bad as that from a scoring total. And then the very next night, the Warriors followed up with a season-low 82-point output against the Dallas Mavericks. So something's rotten in Denmark. Don't know exactly what it is. Draymond, I think, summed it up very well when he said, look, we're 28-9. We're tied for the best record in the league. It's not going so bad where we need to start worrying about how Steph is being guarded. And he's right about that. But having watched this team more than any other team out there, I think we all know when things are right, things are on, things are just a little off course, or something is drifting into, well, that's not right. There's a level of not hitting wide open shots that has been a team-wide epidemic so far this year. It's not the defended shots, it's the open shots. I know no one's going to blame it on like the new leather or pleather of the NBA basketball. Not around here. We're not going to do that. That's not it. But it's weird. It's odd. There's something odd going on with the way the Warriors are playing, and it's going to be an odd situation tonight to find themselves getting right. What's not odd at all, but is now officially well-timed, Ray, like we have talked so much about Klay Thompson's long-awaited return. I really hope that everyone is ready to go on Sunday, and the plan is he goes on Sunday still. I would hate to think like there would be Steph really wanted to be there, and he's not ready to come back from this one because of his quad, or Draymond's not back yet, so we're not going to. No, like when Klay Thompson's ready to play now, I think you need to play him. I think it's going to be important to do that. And as long as we've been talking about his return, like it's been more of a want than a need. Like we want Klay back. We want to watch him again. More than the Warriors need Klay back. More than they actually need him right now, as good as their year is gone. Well, actually, like they need Klay a little bit right now. If not from a straight up, he's going to help you score buckets standpoint, just the emotional boost he's going to give this team. This team looks a little daubered down right now. It looks like it's got heavy legs. It looks like it's sulking just a little bit right now. And a drained Warriors team, I think, is going to be instantly buoyed by Klay Thompson just lacing him up to play. I think that's going to recharge an awful lot of batteries that have kind of been uncharged lately.
It does raise interesting questions, but I think it is also profoundly unfair if you can't have Curry and Green and everybody else, a full complement, to make Thompson wait until that's happening. I mean, he's waited 30 months. That's plenty. So I think he's going to play when he's going to play, no matter who's there with him. And it's up to Steve Kerr to figure out what the rotations would be in such a situation. But, he makes plenty of money. He could figure it out. So I don't think they're going to make him wait another minute. I mean, not unless they want to see him start chewing the furniture.
Look, I'm not a doctor, but here we are on a Thursday afternoon. We're talking Sunday afternoon for his scheduled return. That gives us Friday, Saturday, and then waiting to Sunday. Is 72 hours going to make a difference? Like, couldn't Klay be playing tonight? Like they kind of need him tonight. I know that there's this big, we want to see him make his debut at Chase Center, but that's the thing. His first game at Chase Center will be his first game at Chase Center, no matter when that is. Whether or not he plays on the road, I think is completely irrelevant to every single Golden State Warriors fan. Him playing 10 minutes tonight, 15, 20 minutes tonight would have done nothing to diminish the decibels that will be attached to his checking into the game, being announced in the starting lineup, level of applause Sunday night at Chase Center.
It's not about the applause. It's about, basically how do we believe we can do this? Do we really absolutely need to rush him back 3 days early to beat New Orleans? Because you said it yourself before. They're 11-6 since they were when they were 18-2 and they looked like they were the best team of the last 20 years. Since then, they're 11-6, which would make them the third best team in the conference. So it's not like they've fallen down a well. They ought to be able to beat New Orleans with what they've got. And I think whether you bring him back tonight or you bring him back Sunday is irrelevant, and I'm not even sure that he's on the trip, to be honest with you. They might have just kept it. I didn't see him the other night, so I'm not even sure he's in town.
He might not be on.
I don't think they need him for the Pelicans, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, let's hope you're right. They're about to find out, because there is no Steph Curry, no Draymond Green, no Juan Toscano-Anderson off the bench tonight for the Golden State Warriors in New Orleans, and that is why right now I believe the betting line has this game as a pick'em. Ray, have we got even more movement? Some whales put some money down here?
Well, it's not whales. It's just been regular movement since the morning. They started it. It started yesterday at 5.5. It is now New Orleans -1.
Hey. So do you
get down on that 10-win Pels team?
You like the Warriors in a point tonight?
I think they should win the game, but I wouldn't bet it.
Well, if you think they should win the game,
I think. Listen, I'm going to go down until proven otherwise on the notion that the best thing to do with the Warriors is bet the under.
Bet the under. Over 211.
Actually, that's another interesting line movement because at 8 o'clock this morning, it was 217.5. It is now 210.5. That's an enormous move.
What are you going to do, Ray Ratto? Nothing?
I'd bet the under.
He still likes the under. All right, write it down.
New Orleans has not been shooting well either. And, the Warriors, I think, the law of averages tells me that they're not going to be 5 for 28 from 3 again. But I'm still playing the under because that's what they do best.
Hey,
more than win games, more than entertain people, they cover the under.
That's two times.
That's why it matters.
Last time, not 2 times, but last time these two teams met, the Warriors won by 41 points. 126-85. Steph only had 19 that night. Jordan Poole had 26 in 28 minutes. He went 6 and 9 from three-point land. Gary Payton II had his first big game of the year. He had 17 points. Maybe he plays a big role tonight. Jonas Valanciunas is going to be the problem. You got no sense of big man to throw at him, not named Looney or Bielitsa tonight. And he's a little bit of a handful. So that is where the Warriors are going to have quite a bit of work cut out for them. Not a lot of work cut out for Ray and I remaining this afternoon. We're going to get you to Tim Roy in New Orleans around 4:30 with tip-off just after 5 o'clock tonight here on 95.7 The Game. But we do have more coming up, including Draymond Green talking about being teched up last night by an official who he thinks was out of line. Shocker, in Dallas. So we're going to have that for you. We're going to give you some projected starting lineups. We're going to tell you what's cooking, what's coming up on tap. So stick around. Ray and I still have much more for you before we get you out to Tim Roy in New Orleans tonight here on Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
You're listening to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here at the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Pro Football Sunday in the AFC South, Tennessee a 10-point road favorite.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity on 95.7 The Game.
Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto with you. Good to be with you this afternoon. We're going to get you out to Tim Roy coming up at 4:30 tonight with tip-off just after 5 o'clock. It's the Warriors in New Orleans, and we need to let you know that neither Steph Curry nor Draymond Green are playing tonight. Juan Toscano-Anderson also out tonight. Andre Iguodala and Otto Porter Jr. both returning from missing last night. So with 3 guys out, the scoring burden certainly falls on Jordan Poole, Otto Porter Jr., and Andrew Wiggins. Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody could also be in the line for a little bump in minutes in playing time tonight. That should make things interesting. And that is Who's Cooking right now. Who's Cooking brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. And Who's Cooking better be Andrew Wiggins tonight. Like, you want to be an all-star? All right. Let's see it. Let's see it tonight. Dominate this game offensively. Dominate this game, even though you're not a third option. You are going to be one of the primary guys to guard tonight. If you're the Pelicans looking to win this game, he needs 25 or 30, and that's Who's Cooking. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today to see a full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. So, live working vignettes. Who is the Warriors' leading scorer tonight? Ray, would you be more comfortable betting on Wiggins or Jordan Poole, who we know is always sipping from the I'm not afraid chalice?
Probably Poole. I don't know why. I guess Wiggins was the leading scorer last night, so I'll just take Poole tonight, even though he was oddly muted last night, and he had a difficult game. He played 24 minutes. He was minus 21, and I realize plus-minus is not an accurate assessment of a player's genuine worth in a game, but when you have the worst plus-minus, you could safely say that you were not in full attendance on the one end of the basketball floor. And I think their best way to win this game, because all you have to do is get by this, there are no style points to be had, is just to defend like they did much of last night. Is figure out where to get their legs again after a fourth quarter in which they were all sort of running and putting, and just make the Pelicans work really hard for as many shots as possible, and just rely on the fact that for the most part, they've gotten decent shooting from most of the players on the roster, and just try to live it that way.
It's going to be hard to beat that defensive drum, though, without the biggest defensive heartbeat out there. With no Draymond, that changes things an awful lot. Draymond last night got teched up by an official in Dallas, and it left him a little frosty. Afterwards, here's Draymond talking about the reason why he thinks the official did him wrong.
I got a technical for a referee walking away from me and then coming back to talk to me, and I walked away. That's why I got a technical. I think I got 8 or 9 texts this year. 5 or 6 of them are super questionable. And as I said to the ref, it's unbelievable that you walk away from me in very disrespectful mid-sentence when we're having a normal conversation. And if I walked away from you, when you were talking to me, you give me a text. He continued to walk away from me, then walked up to me and said, all right, what do you have to say? And I said, F it, it's cool. I don't even want to talk no more. It's all right. And walked away and got a tech. So you tell me where the tech is at. This ain't the same world we used to live in. And you can't treat people like that. That's bull. If I walk away, I get a tech. If I walk to you, I get a tech. I have a normal conversation with you, I get a tech. I'm not going to stop talking. So I don't know if the tech is supposed to stop me from talking. I'm not going to stop talking. And I shouldn't have to stop talking if I come to you and have a respectable conversation with you. I'm a grown man with my own children, so I won't be treated as someone else's child that probably don't even have as many children as I have. It's garbage. So like I said, there's been quite a few of them like that this year. And, I don't really make any noise about it because at this point in my career, I really don't care about getting attacked. And so it kind of is what it is, but it is a shame, and that's for certain.
All right, hold on. I'm just making a note right there because there's a lot of little notes to jot down while I'm listening to all that. But go ahead, Ray, please.
Well, the first thing is I didn't know that someone's fertility was a factor in whether they got teched up or not. Right. That took me a bit by surprise. Secondly, he's only got 7. So it's not like he's going to have to work harder if he's going to catch Carmelo or Dylan Brooks or Joel Embiid. And third, yeah, he is in the situation that his history has put him. Was it a dodgy technical? Yeah, probably. Merritt Kogut is a guy who's fairly quick on the trigger. That said, this is what Draymond Green's sort of ethos with officials has been. It's that he might get technicals that he doesn't deserve, but he also gets leeway on the other end that maybe sometimes he doesn't deserve. So I think ultimately, he can be frosty about this tee, but on the whole, I think he's gotten, by and large, what he's asked for. I don't think he's over-teched anymore. I don't think he's particularly under-teched. To me, it's sort of if they're coming after you and you don't care whether you get teed or not, then don't worry about it. Don't even bring it up. And good luck with those kids.
Yeah. Mike Brady of the Brady Bunch would have been the best official in the world, given the fact that he went home to 6 hungry children every night, according to some Draymond math right there. Grandy, if you could just start this soundbite again, and I'll tell you when to stop it like a telestrator.
I got a technical for a referee walking away from me and then coming back to talk to me, and I walked away. That's why I got a technical. I think I got 8 or 9 texts this year. 5 or 6 of them are super questionable. And as I said to the ref,
okay, cut it right there. He just said it. I think I got 5 or 6 super questionable texts this year. He said, I got a tech last night because I walked away from an official or an official walked away from me. No. You got a tech last night because your reputation in this league sucks. That's why you got teched up last night, Draymond. Benefit of the doubt is something that's not extended to you. Even though it does get extended to you. It actually does. But you don't ever seem to take that into account. You don't ever seem to be thankful for that. You're just angry. And look, the chip on Draymond's shoulder is one of the most valuable assets that this team has. But I wish that he would just keep it directed towards the team that he's playing, not the referees that are officiating the game that he's also playing in. His I'm not going to stop talking means that you can't get to play some disrespectful card. Draymond is Mr. Disrespectful. We've seen him disrespect Steve Kerr. We've seen him disrespect Kevin Durant. We've seen him disrespect Bob Myers. We've seen it in the heat of battle. We've heard about it at halftimes. We've seen it in postgame. We've seen it in a whole bunch of places. Like, Draymond has no lessons in decorum to teach anybody because he can't keep his own mouth shut ever. He's saying, what am I supposed to do? Stop talking? Yes. Bingo. Like, you're so close to actually figuring this out. There's no amount of jawing with an official that makes you a better player. It actually only creates a more vulnerable situation in a season where the wrong amount of technicals actually could stack up and matter. Like his I don't care about technicals attitude, this isn't the season for that anymore. There's enough of this year left, Ray, for however many he says he has right now, to reach that total where, you're suspended for an NBA Finals game. Like, come on, man. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, I understand he loves to be the maverick. He loves to be the rebel. He loves to be the guy who cannot be governed. You can't tell me how to talk, walk, chew gum all at the same time. I'm Draymond Green, goddammit. And there's a part of me that loves him for that. But there's a part of me that also can circle that as why it's going to come to a shockingly abrupt end one day for you. Eventually he is going to say the wrong thing to the wrong person, and the lifeline's not going to be there again. Like, the old, like an ass whooping keeps you honest. Dude, this guy, he's always interesting. He's a hell of a basketball player. He's a kind of guy that you'd want to go to battle with any single time you had to go to battle. But his relationship with officials sucks. And it's really not because of them that situation sucks as bad as it does.
Well, I haven't done a deep dive into his relationship with officials here and officials there. I'm sure there are guys who he gets along with well, but you have to operate on the theory that not all officials are going to play the game that some do. I mean, some are easier to talk to. Merritt Kogut is not one of those. And while it sounds like Kogut walked him into a tee last night, there are a number of times when Draymond has pushed the envelope with other more conciliatory referees and not gotten the tee. And you never hear a player say, man, I should have gotten a tee there. I really had that one coming. That never comes out of a player's mouth.
The same way you never see a player say, I didn't foul, or complain about a foul, look up at the replay on the scoreboard, which is the size of a building. You see that you committed the foul, and you just are like, hey, my bad, I'm so sorry. You got that one right. I was wrong. That does not happen.
Yeah, you're always the victim, never the perp. So I sort of just dismissed that out of hand. And, with him feeling like he's got more tees than he's got, that suggests to me that he might be irked more than he gets penalized for, too. So I ultimately, I don't think it matters that much, because I don't think this is an issue that he normally brings up unless somebody specifically asks him about it. And then he can go on his soapbox for a couple of minutes and complain that he got jobbed by Merritt Kogut. Good for you, and now we all move on. I've never heard a player say, I had that tee coming, or I should have gotten one there and I didn't, and I'm really disappointed by the officials for not teeing me up.
Well, when it comes to Steph Curry right now, he has not been teeing up a lot of good quality shots. He's not been driving them down the center of the fairway. It's been a shooting slump for Steph Curry, and what could be worse than a shooting slump? Like we said earlier, no Steph Curry at all tonight. He's got a little bit of a bruised thigh, so he's got the night off. No Draymond tonight. No Juan Toscano-Anderson coming off the bench tonight. Draymond, they're calling it a left hip for Juan Toscano-Anderson. They're saying it's his left ankle. So it really is. It's the worst Curry shooting slump that I can remember. Asked about it, he said he's not concerned at all. He's just going to keep on letting it fly, which, given who he is probably the right way to think about it. Here's Steph Curry on his recent slump from the floor.
Never been reactive in terms of, tough shooting nights or whatever, the same process, and just understand the big picture of what we're trying to do and what I'm trying to do, and that it'll come around. So it's hard to remind yourself of that in the middle of a game like tonight where they all felt good. Wasn't like last game, I felt like all of them had no chance from the jump. Tonight was different mentality. Like every one of them felt good. Only one of them goes in, and even inside the arc, it was tough. So just got to stick with the program and live out the line, like don't lose confidence.
This is Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity, the ultimate sports zone and sports hub experience. So, when asked, is it mechanical, Steph? Is it, hey, get your wrist moving more? Is it elbow in? What is it with your shot right now? Here's what he said.
Usually there's mechanics or something that I can focus on. Now it's just, again, dealing with defenses, dealing with shots that I'm going to get and staying confident. So I don't want to harp on it too much because I'm not worried at all.
Look, and I do believe him, but Ray, there's just something a little bit different, and it's either the attrition that this league throwing a kitchen sink's worth of defense at him throughout every single game. It seems like one team comes up with something, he'll see a repeat of it the night before, and a little bit more thrown on at it. I mean, he has really been facing as stout a defensive challenge as he's ever really faced, and the reason why the Warriors have as good of a record as they do is because everyone around him has officially stepped up and picked up the slack that he has left there from at least a shooting percentage standpoint all year long.
Well, I think the thing that probably is in his way more than anything else, and take it from me, I know because I've been a quality shooter my entire life, Jesus. I think he's thinking too much about it. Because, again, this is not 2 games. I think this is a season in which he shot in unusual rhythms for different reasons. I don't think actively chasing the Ray Allen record helped at all. And I think the fact that he struggled through a lot of that by his standards meant that he was always trying to sort of, I got to fix this, And I don't see that he is just relaxing and shooting normally as though it was second nature. How you get that back, I don't know that you can work at it, because I think the more you work at it, the worse it gets. I think for the most part, he just has to try to clear his mind and just find the rhythm that has always supported him throughout his career. And I don't know what that process is, because I think it's different for different players. But the more he thinks about it, the worse it's going to get. The more he talks about it, the worse it's going to get. I think he's just got to go out, have a night that feels right to him, and then have another night that feels right to him. And I think he'll just recalibrate on his own.
Well, it's good that he did hit 1-3 in Dallas after hitting 1-3 against Miami, because without them, he wouldn't have what is now the NBA's longest active record of making at least one three-pointer in 160 games. That is the record that Steph is now going to try to extend when he rejoins the team. I'm guessing Sunday, Klay Thompson coming up, and that is officially What's on Tap.
It's time to find out what's on tap. Tap Plastics. Presented by Tap Plastics.
Klay Thompson's return Sunday versus the Cavaliers. It looks like it is all but written down in stone that is going to be it. The Warriors coming back from this 2-game roadie. They're going to be hosting the Cavaliers on January 9th. It is the Klay comes home game, and then everyone leaves home for a 4-game road trip at the Grizzlies, at the Bucks, at the Bulls, at the Timberwolves. A 7-game homestand will be following that. So that's what's on tap, presented by Tap Plastics, the ultimate destination for do-it-yourself enthusiasts. Asked so much about his own shooting woes, Steph Curry was also asked last night about Klay Thompson's return and what it means to him and the team.
The narratives and the impact will take place accordingly. And as he gets more and more comfortable every game he plays, he'll take us to another level. So the narrative is about him and him coming back and him enjoying basketball and him just having fun playing the game again. So the rest will take care of itself.
Well, again, Ray, I know you're not much of a dauber guy. You don't really care about how anyone feels. But the Warriors right now, I think, Klay has gone from a want to a little bit more of a need than they would even want to admit. We've wanted Klay to return. We want to watch him play again. We want him to continue on a Hall of Fame career path. We want him to win another title. The Warriors have been playing so well, they might not need him to do that as they are currently built, so it feels more like a want. Now, I do think they need him a little bit because they're just a little drained. I think him walking into the locker room to really play is going to take any lingering things aren't going great and just turn it into something that is immediately forgotten. Klay is back. Let's go run tonight. Let's go play some basketball with our buddy who we've been missing an awful lot out here as a teammate. So I just think that as much as we've been waiting for it and everything seems like it has been, just the cosmos' tumbling dice that has given us this date, it actually, when it's all said and done, could look out like it was the plan all along, that his timing and his return is very well timed, all things considered.
If they could figure that out, they should never lose a game ever. I think there's going to be an adjustment period. I think there's going to be, I don't think it's going to look really smooth Sunday night. I think a lot of people will look at that through rose-colored glasses. I think it's going to take a while for Thompson to reassimilate himself into the greater roster and vice versa, because there's always going to be, at least for the first 5 to 10 games, questions about, if I put the ball here, will he be able to get it in rhythm? They have to relearn, I think in some ways, how to play with him and how he plays with them. So I don't think it's going to be instantaneous. I think there's going to be an adjustment period. And, if they're lucky, it'll only be 3 games. I suspect it might be more than that, but I'm hardly an expert. I just think that Sunday night is mostly about the emotional benefit. And then after that, it's the hard work of figuring out what can he do, how often can he do it, and how can I help him do it, and vice versa, because he's got to meld with them as well.
How about this for a little good news to send everyone to New Orleans, getting ready for Tim Roy and Network pregame? Steve Kerr today had this good news to share about a player on his team who has certainly worked hard to put himself in the situation he finds himself in now. Fully guaranteed contract the rest of the way for Gary Payton II.
I'm going to make that decision right now. Sorry, Bob. We're going to guarantee him the rest of the year. Yeah. Gary's a two-way player. When you are that elite defensively, the question then in the playoffs, becomes, can you survive offensively? This is a guy who's among the league leaders, I think, in field goal percentage. He's got a knack around the rim for scoring. You've seen it every single night, whether it's in transition, offensive boards, playing in the dunker spot. And then he's dramatically improved his three-point shot. So Gary's a real deal, and he's gonna be in our rotation. I think in any big game.
Good for him, man. Kid really worked hard for this opportunity, worked hard to develop that jumper, that corner three. It's starting to fall with regularity, and he's gotten that. Congratulations to Gary Payton II. And that's all the time we have. Stick around for Tim Roy and Network pregame. Ray, great stuff. Thank you very much. Fun to talk to you today. We'll be back for a full show tomorrow. In the meantime, enjoy Warriors basketball. Coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. Remember, sports don't build character, they reveal it.
This has been Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Tap Plastics. The fantastic plastic place. Tap Plastics.
Have a unique project? Not sure where to begin? Come to Tap Plastics. Our knowledgeable, skilled staff are here to help. From mouse mazes to display cases, kayaks to wine racks, we can help you with your project or fabricate it for